Chapter 1. Have you ever regretted it all these years? Needless to say, I know the answer. Ai Xian had a bright smile on her face. Let me take care of her next, and it can be regarded as making up for the regrets and guilt over the years. 776, Tower of Paradise. Is it late? Ai Xian looked at the tattered Tower of Paradise, looking around for the Crimson Bunch. Ai Xian felt a good magic power and immediately teleported over. Isn't it either, muttered Ai Xian regretfully. When Arusha heard the voice, she immediately opened the distance and felt a pang of fear. It was a fatal mistake to be approached to this point. When she teleported over and saw the hair color, Abby knew that it was not the person she was looking for, but it wasn't until she turned around that she recognized Arusha. You don't need to know who I am. But I know something about you. Arusha, the daughter of Ulu, the ice magician, you couldn't stop crying when you were born, so that Ulu felt the joy of life, so it was named Arusha, which means Ulu's tears. No, she sent me to the institute when I was born. She would rather live with two people she didn't know than come to see me. Arusha retorted loudly, perhaps with a hint of hope in her heart, but she didn't want to experience another feeling of dashed hope. You have quite powerful magic power at birth, but your young body can't withstand this magic. Ulu gave it to the institute in order to treat you. But Brian from the institute uses you as an experiment to study magic and tricks Ulu into informing you that you are dead. Why? Why is this? Arusha was already in tears, and it turned out that this was the case. She didn't even want to tell the truth from the fake, maybe this was the fact she wanted in her heart. Let me say that Ulu is somewhat stupid. Not only did he not properly investigate you for treatment in the first place, but he also believed you without confirming the news of your death. He was fooled by Brian from beginning to end. That's right, why didn't she dare to determine my life or death, and even adopted two little fart children to live so happily? A black resentment appeared on Arusha, but it quickly dissipated. At the same time, the magic power in the body has increased a lot. People in this world are also too good to fool, just a few words make people have such mood swings. No wonder so many people are easily brainwashed. Jalal is the best example. Oh, Jalal, almost forgot to get down to business. Come back to normal, come with me when it's normal. I'm sorry, but just because I thank you for telling you the truth, that doesn't mean I have to listen to you. I still have a lot of things to deal with, so I'm out of company first. Arusha felt the surging magic in her body, and her strong confidence was born, completely forgetting her initial fear, and even feeling that she could compete with the other party. Relieved, Arusha once again regained the magic of ice in order to trap the person in front of him. Ice roses bloomed around Ai Xian, and with Ai Xian as the center, a gorgeous rose garden bloomed, emitting dazzling colorful light under the sunlight. What a disobedient chick! The entire colorful ice rose garden instantly melted into water. At the same time, a large number of ribbons shot out of Ai Xian's body, tying Arusha, who did not react, solidly. Arusha was tied up shyly. Ahem, this is the idea of the ribbon, not mine. I'm a serious person. Okay. Let's get down to business. I'll go and eliminate your brainwashing effect on Jalal later, and then you will find a way to enter the Senate. Of course, the Tower of Paradise here will allow Jalal to continue to build, and then with the help of the Senate's magic wizard power. Even if I promise you, Jalal may not promise you, but he hates this Tower of Paradise. That's your business. Since you can brainwash once, then you can brainwash a second time. Don't brainwash so evil. This is left to my sister Experience, and then you will be the villain behind the scenes. I've already figured out the script. The gentle and kind Jalal awakens magic under the torture of the cult, defeats the codders of the cult, and prepares to liberate the Tower of Paradise. As a result, you, the big boss behind the scenes, could not be defeated. Jalal had to give in, but took the opportunity to let Alyssa go. While organizing people to build the Tower of Paradise to deal with you, while silently cultivating magic and preparing to fight back. In the end, Ilusa learns the truth of the matter, returns to the Tower of Paradise, and defeats the big boss with Jalal to save the world. It's really bad fun. Of course, you don't have to be the boss behind the scenes, just find someone to be the boss anyway. I look at that Hugh well, simply a natural villain. Then the script is that Hugh, as the big boss behind the scenes, is viciously mixed with the laborers, which leads to the failure of Jalal's original escape plan. Logically, I'm a genius. When the time comes, I'll go and enhance his magic. After all, this is all your trouble, and I bothered to help you clear my name. I still have room to refuse, and I'm quite interested in the script. But Ilusa is really unfortunate to have a brother like you. In this world, strength is respected. If you don't sharpen her now, it may be too late later. Magic is actually the embodiment of the power of the heart, and now that the Tower of Paradise has hindered her heart, I'm helping her. Ai Xian loosened the ribbon on Arusha's body and took her to brainwash Jalal again, and also brainwashed Hugh. Hugh's body instantly surged with magic beyond its limits, while his eyes turned black, and black magic leaked uncontrollably on his body. The villain modification plan is successful, and he is simply a natural villain. Your arc of time is not bad, I'll leave it to you. Devil's Heart can't keep you either. After Ai Xian finished speaking, he teleported away. Arusha's pupils shrank. What a mysterious guy, more and more curious. Chapter 2. The Tower of Paradise can't find Ilusa, so you can only go to the Fairy Tale Guild and wait. Fairy Tale Guild. Hello, I'm here to join the guild, said Ai Xian towards the dwarf in front of him. Oh, it's new. Where do you want to put the badge? Asked Makarov with a burp. Although I wanted to try various parts of my body, I still ordered it normally, and the badge was printed on my right arm. Well, now on you're also a member of Fairy Tale, go down the path you believe in. Makarov said his last words with a grand stature that contrasted with the diminutive figure in front of him. Now, in order to welcome the newcomers, let's have a banquet. The next day. Ai Xian, don't you try to take the task. The little old man who was still drunk yesterday is sober today. President, Ai Xian is about my age, why can he go to take the task? I can't, said Gray and took off his clothes. Gray, you put your clothes on first. Kana covered her eyes and whispered a reminder. You're not far behind. Makarov slammed his giant fist directly on Gray's head. Gray's head instantly puffed out a big bag, squatted down and hugged his head and shouted, "It hurts. I joined the guild to wait for someone. According to my divination, she will join the guild this year." Ai Xian was not red-faced, and his heart was not beating, and he was lying. "Who's that guy?" "It's a girl," said Kana curiously, her eyes filled with gossip. "It was my sister, she was lost, actually abandoned, and my mother and I searched for a long time, never thought of finding it back. Recently, I have achieved some success in divination magic, and divination has achieved such a result, so I found it." Ai Xian exerts his own fooling method as always. "My sister's name is Ilusa, she has beautiful crimson hair like me, I want to stay in the guild and wait for her, hoping to see her the moment she joins the guild." Kana was already moved to tears, and it was estimated that the story resonated with her. After all, Kana joined the guild to wait for someone, killed as a scumbag, if not powerful, it is estimated that he will be killed. "I'm going to challenge you." Gray suddenly stood up and shouted at Ai Xian, but the large bag on his head was slightly funny. "The children in the guild, Laxus can't beat it, Kana is too weak, now there is an Ai Xian, but it's not the time to show my strength. And Ai Xian's magic is divination magic. Divination magic is not strong, it is definitely not as good as my ice-shape magic. As long as I can defeat him, the guild leader may agree to let me take the mission." Gray's little abacus snapped. Makarov glanced at Gray, wondering if he had shot too hard just now and beat him stupidly. Although Ai Xian restrained his own magic, an experienced magician like Makarov still felt the surging magic, much stronger than his grandson. Additional gravity. As soon as Ai Xian raised his hand, he attached a strong gravity to Gray, and directly pressed Gray down, and his delicate little face was almost deformed when it was pressed. Gray, brother will teach you a lesson today, don't rush to challenge without knowing the strength of the other party, otherwise it will be like today. After Ai Xian finished speaking, he lifted the magic. Gray lay on the ground panting, feeling the huge gap between the two sides, but his eyes were somewhat unyielding. Whether it's you or Laxus, I will definitely defeat you in the future. After that day, Kana stuck to Ai Xian. Because Ai Xian joined the guild just like himself to wait for someone, and Ai Xian can also divinate magic, which is much more powerful than his own card divination. Peers, similar experiences, similar magic, this is not a peace, although Kana unilaterally came together. But Ai Xian is not disgusted, who can refuse the soft cute girl? Is that Kana's card magic is quite weak, and in the later stage, if she learns the shine of the fairy, she will be reduced to the status of passers-by like Makao and Wakaba. The reason why Kana learned card magic is mainly to divinate when Kildas will be able to return. What a poor little girl. Kildas is a scumbag, and since people are calling Ai Xian's brother one by one, they can't fail to respond. Kana shows off the magic she currently possesses. Kana's magic cards. Using magic cards, there are many effects, and the combat style can be described as comprehensive, but it is too comprehensive to stand out. Fate of Summoning Thunder. Combine cards to generate several lightning bolts to attack the target. Explosion of the Sun. Cards that shoot flames attack your opponent. Icicles of Death. Shoot ice-containing cards to attack your opponent to freeze them. Fool's Moderation. Shoot cards containing smoke and the enemy will fall asleep. Emperor's Wind Blade. Shoots cards containing wind attributes. Although the name is quite powerful, the power is not great, and it is also related to Kana's current magic power. Kana, the upper limit of card magic is also very high, the key depends on how you use it. Ai Xian elaborated on several future directions for card magic. 1. Replace the fire, lightning, and ice in the cards with stronger ones. Natsu, Gray, and Laxus will be the best supply stations later. 2. Use the card as a summoning medium like the Star Spirit Key, and usually contracts some powerful warcraft, even demons. Unleash it during battle, and if you have enough mana, you can also release the ranged attack assist. 3. Create your own card creatures. The ability is all created by yourself, and you can evolve in the later stage, or even combine to evolve. However, this may require learning some other magical knowledge, and it is up to you how to do it. Mainly Ai Xian does not know how to do it, this is even brand new magic. Kana listened, her eyes lit up, already fantasizing about punching Laxus and kicking Gray in the future. Finally recognized Kildas. No, it was to beat him first and then recognize each other. Kana has a direction, and no longer divination every day, waiting hard for Kildas, but goes to the guild's library to learn magical knowledge and penance magic. The other members of the guild saw that such a young child as Kana was cultivating so seriously, and they were not to be outdone, and a wave of cultivation suddenly set off in the guild. Makarov would grow up feeling relieved and use this as an excuse to drink several more glasses of wine, and all day drunk with a glass about the size of his own. Chapter 3. Kana, help me divinate today's fortune. At this time, Kana was holding a magic book and reading carefully, her eyes full of thirst for knowledge. Kana was interrupted by Gray and said impatiently, "No time, I'm busy. I want to see today's luck, and if the luck is bad, I will stay in the guild and not go out." Gray clasped his hands together and kept pleading. "Go find brother Ai Xian, his divination magic is much more powerful than mine." Gray is unmoved, "I don't want to go to him, every time I am cleaned up miserably, there is already a psychological shadow, and Ai Xian has Kana to talk to." Well, I really can't help you. Kana sighed, closed the book, and took out the card to start divination. After some divination, Kana came to the conclusion, you have a strong fortune today. Again, why am I so unlucky today, and I am still lucky? The result will not change after a few counts, and besides, isn't it good to say that luck is strong? How can I be so unlucky with strong luck? I see that your divination is not accurate at all. Since you don't believe it, then don't come to me for divination. Kana held the magic book and left in a huff. At this moment, a little girl in rags walked into the guild, wearing an eye patch over her right eye. Here it is. Where Grandpa Rob stayed. Everyone in the guild whispered. Who is that guy? It looks so miserable. That short crimson hair, will it be Ai Xian's sister who is waiting for? Go ask Kana. Gray found Kana in the library, and also saw Ai Xian next to Kana. Just now a girl with crimson hair came to the guild, go and see if it's your sister. Is Elissa here? Ai Xian slowly came to the guild, thinking about how to greet Elissa on the way. Yo, Elissa, I'm your brother. Not good, too direct. When Ai Xian saw Elissa, he immediately went up and gave her a hug, so excited that he couldn't say anything. Elissa was held by a stranger and instinctively wanted to break free, but subconsciously stopped moving, and a wonderful feeling flowed throughout her body. Elissa, after so many years, you have worked hard alone, let my brother take care of you in the future. Brother, muttered Elissa. Yes, my name is Ai Xian, and I am your brother. When you were lost, my mother and I looked for you for a long time. Recently, I have achieved success in divination magic, and I have been waiting for you here since you came here. After Ai Xian's initial excitement, the lie came out of his mouth. In Ai Xian's view, this is a white lie. You see, we all have crimson hair, which is our family's signature hair, and you see how similar the two of us are, it's like a mold. There are not many crimson-haired characters in fairy tale, it seems to be a Freya Krona, one of the members of the Dark Guild Raven's Tail. However, her hair can only be said to be barely crimson, and the color of her hair is still a little different from Elisha's. While Ai Xian was thinking about it, Elissa also looked closely from the mirror held up by Kana next to her. With the same crimson hair and similar faces, Elissa couldn't help but believe it, thinking that the wonderful feeling before coming was blood affection. Brother, shouted Elissa, and her originally dead eyes became a little smarter. The guild members who were watching around all cried bitterly when they saw this scene. It's so touching. Yes. The originally good atmosphere was instantly destroyed by the two guys Makeo and Wakaba. President. Elissa's right eye needs to be treated. In my memory, Elisha's right eye was treated by mother-in-law Polusika, who fitted her with a prosthetic eye. But mother-in-law Polusika hates humans, and taking Elisha alone is boring for herself, and the most important thing is that Ai Xian does not know where mother-in-law Polusika lives. Elissa, come with me. The injury is not light, and it is very difficult to see the light again. Mother-in-law Polusika said with her left hand on her chin. Don't say that, please. Such a beautiful sister-in-law, this is a pity. Come here. Polusika tugged at Makarov's ear and walked aside. Where did this kid come from? It seems to be the child Rob took care of. Rob, where is that guy now? After a treatment by Polusika. How does it feel? Cured? Can you see it? Elissa had tears in her left eye. No way, there should be no problem with the medicine I used. Mother-in-law Polusika frantically flipped through the medical books. It's okay, half of my tears have dried. Elissa said with a smile. The Tower of Paradise has caused too much psychological damage to Elissa. Guang, an older brother who has been reunited for a long time, cannot be cured at all. Ai Xian used stealth magic, observing outside, and when he saw such a scene, he couldn't help sighing. Xia Ling must also tie the bell person, and heart disease must also be medicated. I hope that the new script of the Tower of Paradise that I tampered with will have an effect. In the next few days, Ai Xian was ready to take Elisha to buy new clothes. Buy whatever you want, my brother has money, said Ai Xian, who was very happy and wanted to say this sentence for a long time. However, in his previous life, he never had the opportunity and did not have the strength to say such words. As for staying in the guild for so long without taking the task, where did the money come from? Before coming to the fairy tale guild, I overturned several dark guilds along the way, robbing the rich and helping the poor. Although it is not a huge amount of money, it is still very rich. Elisha bought some small cakes along the way and ended up shopping at Heart Cruise, a fashion brand popular among young women. Can you make armor here? Asked Elisha. Sorry, we're a fashion brand and don't make armor. Aren't you facing young women? Can't this armor make you more diverse? Can't you help her make it? Said Ai Xian as he revealed his magic power, threatening with a smile on his lips. Finally, the two went out satisfied. Although Ai Xian doesn't want Elisha to seal herself in armor, but step by step, and Elisha will look really good in armor in the future. Chapter 4. This is our home. Ai Xian pointed to the house behind him and said. This was purchased by Ai Xian after coming to the Fairy Tale Guild. It is not far from the guild, the surrounding environment is also good, and you can also transform the house according to your own wishes in the future. Although the Fairy Tale Guild will provide a guild's dormitory for children, how can the guild's dormitory be comfortable to live in? And after Elisha came to the guild, there was no house, so she had to live in the girls' dormitory. How to give her the warmth of home, how to experience the feeling of being an older brother. Elisha looked at the house in front of her, although it was a little simpler, but for her, this was her new home. The new environment, the lively guild, and the mysterious brother all diluted the sadness of the Tower of Paradise incident. Ai Xian is still a little dissatisfied with the small house in front of him, but the funds are limited, and there is no way, and now it is a situation of sitting on the mountain. In the future, take on more tasks, destroy a few more dark guilds by the way, earn more money, transform this house into a small villa, and realize the dream that has been in the previous life. At that time, around the house, the eastern green dragon statue, the western white tiger statue, the southern vermilion bird statue, the northern Suanwu statue, and then put a unicorn statue in the middle, and then add wisdom to these statues, and then attach the corresponding magic, which is simply a must-have choice for the Baijia nursing home. After placing Elisha, Ai Xian rushed to the guild to start taking tasks and making money. As a result, he accidentally saw Makarov and Ivan in the grove and didn't know what to do, and the curious Ai Xian first attached stealth magic to himself, and then attached levitation magic, and slowly floated over. I am your son, and I have always been called Makarov's son since I was born, and I have always been proud of it when I was a child. But now, people just say, is this Makarov's son? How weak. I didn't inherit your magic, my talent is not high, I have been working hard all these years, but I can't become stronger. Now that I know that there is such magic as Lumen's Xingui in the guild, why can't you help me? Ivan Dolia shouted out emotionally. His father was a Saint 10 Magister, but he wasn't even an S-class Magister. Others only know that he is the son of Makarov Dolia, but they do not know that his name is Ivan Dolia. Lumen's Xingui is the biggest secret of the guild, only the past guild leaders can know. How do you know? The guild, you only know the guild, why have you ever paid attention to me? Ivan, tell me how I know this secret? Since you are so stubborn, then as the third generation leader of Fairy Tale, he announced that he would expel you from the guild. Makarov turned around and said slowly, but the tears in the corners of his eyes and the clenched fists highlighted the fluctuations in his heart. You actually expelled me from the guild. Good. Good. I'll make you regret it later. Ivan turned away. Makarov sighed, turned around, and stared at Ivan's back for a long time until it disappeared. Makarov wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, returned to the guild, and announced the expulsion of Ivan from the guild, citing the harm caused to the fairy tale guild. Ai Xian, who witnessed the whole process, couldn't help but sigh. Behind every successful leader there will be a less successful family. Makarov is definitely a good and great president, but definitely a derelict father and a derelict grandfather, and the education of both generations has failed. Both Ivan and Laxis are paranoid pursuit of power because of the expectations and pressures brought by Makarov's prestige since childhood. However, Ivan knew the secret of Lumen's Zingui, but he never made a move against Fairy Tale, except for secretly wooing Geijiru as a spy to spy on his father's guild. That is, he lost 5-1 and 5-1 in the battle between the great demon fighting warrior and Laxis. Both things are quite outrageous. I really want to find a spy, and it is more suitable to find a child at random than Geijiru. As for the funds for the union to operate, the idea of hitting the magic crystal in his son's body is even more outrageous, and if you want to make money, any way is simpler than digging the magic crystal in Laxis. After all, he is an old member of the Fairy Tale Guild, and naturally knows very well the gold content of the Fairy Tale S-Class Magic Guide, and feels that going to the great demon fight to perform martial arts is that the old father has not seen his son for a long time, to see the growth of Laxis, and even to send Laxis achievements to enhance its prestige. And I really want to take revenge on Fairy Tale, and it is not better to directly spread the secret of Lumen's Zingui, and as a result, I was expelled from the guild for more than 10 years without any movement, and even the 7 years since the main force of Fairy Tale disappeared without moving. Those 7 years is simply the best time. It can be seen that Ivan still has the Guild of Fairy Tale in his heart, which can also be seen from the name of the guild that established the Tale of the Crow. It's just that Makarov made Ivan too sad in dealing with Ivan's affairs. Ai Xian felt that the family had to be tidy. What was the meaning of engaging left-behind children all day? The whole story of Fairy Tale was made by left-behind children. For the sake of poor Laxis, Ai Xian decided to help Ivan well. Ai Xian also didn't care about taking the task and went out to make money, and went out directly to chase Ivan. My name is Ai Xian, and I'm a member of Fairy Tale. When Ivan heard the name Ai Xian, he also remembered what he had heard recently. What are you looking for me for, or is the old man having something to say? After all, I am the most unhappy person to see family discord, especially the incident of left-behind children running away from home. The old man expelled me, but I didn't run away from home. If the other party was not a child, he had to let him see why the flowers were so red. Anyway, I don't comment on whether this matter is right or wrong. On the contrary, I can help you. You pursue power, I can give you power, and I can even help you return to Fairy Tale. You're just a ghost. How can you help me? Ai Xian didn't say anything more, and directly proved himself with practical actions. As Ai Xian unleashed his magic, Ivan felt great fear. This magic is simply comparable to the old man, no, even stronger. While Ivan was thinking about it, Ai Xian raised his hand and directly applied magic to Ivan. Ivan instantly felt a surging magic power emerge, and even felt that with this power, he could become an S-Class magic guide. Chapter 5. How? Spoke out, interrupting Ivan's current obsession with his current magic. Ivan, who returned to God, instantly understood the horror of the person in front of him, the bottomless magic, and the magic that casually improved the strength of others. It was simply too mysterious. It was even doubtful that Ai Xian had some invisible purpose in joining the Fairy Tale Guild. But after thinking about it, even if the other party has any purpose, he can't do anything about it. Anyway, there is an old man to trouble, and he is driven out of the mind for what? So how do you help me return to the guild? What do you want me to do? There is no free lunch in the world, even if I was a member of a guild before, but the two did not have any friendship before, and it is impossible to help for no reason. The fact that you were expelled from the guild is very operational, and when the time comes, let the guild leader change his words and say that he sent you out on a mission, and pretend to expel you from the guild out of the task. Anyway, the prestige of the president is so high, everyone will believe what the chairman said. That old man is very stubborn, how could he do such a thing? The president can't bear you, I secretly saw him crying because of this. And there is also laxus in it, just as the so-called next generation relatives give the president a step, how can it also go down? If he is too stubborn to go down this step, then wait for laxus to become the president. Okay, so what do you need me to do? Originally, I just wanted to help you, why don't you believe it? I am the kindest person, and I can't see those orphans living on the streets. You set up a guild, take in the orphans when you see them, teach them magic, and when you return, the guild will become a fairy tale affiliate guild. Oh, by the way, I also have a hobby, which is to like money. I see. Ai Xian, who felt that he had done a good deed, returned to the guild beautifully. As for talking to the president about this now, it is too early. Let the guild president experience the feeling of being empty after his son leaves, and then wait for laxus to complain to the guild president, let him realize his failure as a father and grandfather, and finally wait for himself to show his strength and become an S-class magic guide with enough say. It is estimated that the slowest is only a year. Laxus's psychology is not too distorted. When the time comes, explain a wave of estimates and bring it back. If it can't be wrenched, then conquer him by force. Everything will go on according to my script. Now it's about making money. Ai Xian came to the task bulletin board and began to sift through simple and money-rich unjust tasks. Help Uncle Capri melt a piece of ore and pay 10,000 J. This kind of task is suitable for later Natsu. Help Aunt Broy find a lost kitten and pay 10,000 J. Auntie is really rich. Eliminate the thieves, pay 160,000 J. The battle is simple, but it is more troublesome to find the thief, give up. Ai Xian looked and found that the good tasks had been transferred, and now the guild is not very famous, and the number of tasks is pitiful. Although his strength can fully perform S-level tasks, it is a pity that he did not pass the S-level assessment, and the chairman did not allow him. After all, it is the rules of the guild, and breaking it casually is not good for anyone. Yo, Ai Xian, are you bothered that you can't find a good task? Makarov appeared behind Ai Xian and said. Yes, do you still have a lot of good tasks in your hands, guild master? That's right, I have a very good task here, I think you can complete it so far in the guild. Now in the guild, Makeu and Wakaba have barely reached the A level, and their grandson Laxus has surpassed them. If it weren't for the support of Kildas, the only S-rank magic guide, it is estimated that the guild would have been reduced to an unknown small guild. Makarov is well aware of Ai Xian's strength, and he thinks that there will be no one to choose for this year's S-class magic guide assessment. When Ai Xian becomes the second S-class wizard of the guild, no matter how many S-class tasks he completes and expands the reputation of the guild, there will be a steady stream of talents to join in the future. What is the mission? In the north of the continent, since Daliera was raging over there, many wizards have died in the process of fighting Daliera. Although Daliera was sealed in the end, none of the surviving magi survived, and they were all weak magisters. Now the number of warcraft over there has suddenly increased, and their strength is also very strong, destroying many cities and villages. The magic guide over there couldn't destroy so many monsters, so he sent a message to the council for help. The council gave us a task to send wizards to help solve those flooded monsters. Of course, other guilds may also receive such tasks and send people over. On this mission, I hope that you and Laxus will team up and take Laxus through the experience, and at the same time play the reputation of fairy tale. Yo, President, you are so assured of my strength. The last time you taught Gray a lesson, you pretty much knew your strength. It is worthy of Makarov, the existence of old age and essence, after all, he is a holy 10 great demon guides, and there are no false warriors under the prestige. Complete this mission well and play fairy tale and your fame. A month later, the S-level assessment will make an exception for you to participate. According to the normal process of the guild, to participate in the S-level assessment, not only does it require the strength to be recognized by the guild leader, but the number of entrusted tasks completed cannot be less. After all, S-level missions are not as simple as just fighting, and they also require corresponding wisdom, which requires the experience of a large number of missions in the past. It's like the S-class mission on Garna Island. Garna Island did not turn the villagers into demons, as stated on the S-class mission. On the contrary, the island of Garna is actually a devil's island itself. At the end of the task, Elisha figured out this matter, and the other 3 people and cats were all confused. If you don't have enough wisdom, you may not be able to complete the task for the rest of your life. Of course, when you have enough strength, there is no problem in breaking the trick with strength, but in the end, it is very likely that the task reward like Natsu will be compensated. No problem, guild leader, promise to complete the task. If you are promoted to an S-class magic guide as soon as possible, you will be able to receive the S-class task as soon as possible, and you will be able to earn a large amount of money and complete the small villa transformation plan. The extra money made a few more pieces of armor for Elisha, especially the armor of the Heavenly Wheel, which was simply too handsome, and even made a mecha for her in the end. Well, Laxus will please you then, you will meet at the guild tomorrow, and then set off together. Chapter 6. The next day, Ai Xian and Laxus meet in the guild and travel together to the far north. It's just that Laxus's face is not very good, which is probably related to Ivan's recent expulsion from the guild by Makarov. Thinking that Makarov sent Laxus out also had the idea of diverting his attention. Ai Xian, did you say that my father's strength was too weak and he lost my grandfather's face, so he was expelled from the guild by my grandfather? In Laxus's heart, Ivan is a good father who loves the guild and loves himself. How could such a person do something that harmed the guild? Laxus is also well aware that his father bears great expectations and pressure because of his grandfather's prestige, and he may take risks, but Laxus does not want to think of his father like this. Laxus even wanted to go to his grandfather to ask clearly, but he was afraid of hearing an answer he didn't want to hear, and his bitterness in his heart could not be vented, so he had to talk to his peer Ai Xian, who was traveling with him. The guild leader will not expel people from the guild because the people in the guild are weak, and there may be some hidden secrets about this matter. After all, how many fathers would dislike their sons because of their weak strength? Ai Xian said lightly, his heart blossomed. Originally he was afraid that Laxus's psychology would be distorted, but now he sent it to the door, but he couldn't flicker for a while. Ai Xian, do you know any news? Laxus heard the word hidden secret, as if he had seized hope. His eyes stared at Ai Xian intently, and his ears were pricked up, for fear of missing something. I didn't say anything secret, you must have misheard. I heard it all just now, you can't hear it wrong, don't try to fool me. Oh, if the president doesn't let me say it, you shouldn't have heard. When you become an S-class magister, you are qualified to know. After Ai Xian finished speaking, he sped up and left Laxus, who was stunned, behind him, for fear that the corners of his upturned mouth would be discovered by Laxus. Flickering for a while, flickering for a while, flickering all the time. When Laxus heard this, his face changed, his bitter face, and his fighting spirit was instantly ignited. S-class magister, I will work hard. Ai Xian, wait for me. At this time, the youth's liveliness reappeared. Far north, Drifting Snow Guild. The place where this mission gathers. By the time Ai Xian and Laxus arrived, the Drifting Snow Guild had gathered many members of other guilds. Snakeheim No Scales, Dola. Cyan Pegasus, One Night. After that, many other guild members came one after another. I don't know if Joseph Pola knew that Fairy Tale sent 2 people, and in order to compete, the Ghost Dominator also sent 2 people, Thor and Alia, the future 2 of the 4 elements. Thor and Alia had just arrived at the Drifting Snow Guild, and when they saw Ai Xian and Laxus, they immediately went up to provoke. It's not fairy tale, why? It's that the guild is gone, so I sent 2 children. This is not a child's game, you better hurry back now. Thor straightened his clothes, pretending to be a gentleman, and mocked with a smile on his face. It's so sad. How to get the little ones over? Alia shed tears at the right time, and the singing and harmony were very tacit. Laxus is now 15 years old and has entered the door of youth. As for Ai Xian, although he is young, the age of boys cannot be disclosed casually. He has developed well and is about the same size as 15-year-old Laxus. Such a situation is said to be a child, which is simply a model of nothing to do. Ai Xian adhered to the concept of not moving his mouth if he could do it, and directly sent Thor a magic shot. Although Thor was still pressing and nagging, he couldn't make a sound, and he directly became a mute. After all, when you go out, you also have to care about the impact on the guild. It is too bad to directly beat people to death, and it is too domineering to beat people into pigs' heads. If there were no people from other guilds around, they would definitely serve Thor and Alia to destroy enemies, crush bones, burn corpses, and raise ashes. Talk more if you like, but don't distract other people. Ai Xian said lightly. Alia also stopped faking crying and frowned as he looked at Thor opening his mouth but couldn't make a sound. Unlock your magic. Alia mobilized his magic as if you wouldn't listen. Ghost fellow, this is the Drifting Snow Guild, not a place where you can mess around. Frost, the leader of the Drifting Snow Guild, came out and said. Although the support of other guilds is needed this time, it is better for these guys who do not know how to cooperate and only want to provoke things as soon as possible. And how to say that this is also the territory of the Drifting Snow Guild, and here I still want to provoke trouble, and I simply don't put the Drifting Snow Guild in my eyes. Thor and Alia also put out the fire. After all, the other party is an S-class magic guide, and it is not difficult to teach them a lesson. President Joseph asked them to compare the people of Fairy Tale, and if things were not done well and they were driven back in ashes, they would be punished by President Joseph. Thor and Alia thought of President Joseph's punishment, and couldn't help but shudder, and then stayed honestly on the sidelines. Seeing this, Frost no longer embarrassed the two, turned to the others and said, "Thank you for your support from far away, although I would like to hold a banquet to welcome you, but the situation is a little urgent. At present, the number of monsters in the far north is increasing, and the strength is getting stronger and stronger, and there is even an Ice Wolf King who has broken through the S level. This time I can only work hard for everyone, and when this incident is over, I will have a good banquet for everyone. The warcraft you destroy will be collected by someone and handed over to you when the time comes, and at the same time, I will also take out our guild's unique ice source stones to give to the 3 guilds that contribute the most, and other guilds also have other rewards." Suddenly, everyone in the audience began to communicate quietly. Ice source stone, it is said that only the Drifting Snow Guild has it, and it basically does not circulate outside. It is said that wearing it on the body refreshes the mind, cultivates magic or magic with half the effort. It's a little difficult to mix in the top 3, there are many famous guilds around, Snake Scales, Cyan Pegasus, Fairy Tale, and Ghost Dominators. I am the only one who came from our guild, and I guess there is no hope. Or Fairy Tale and the Ghost Dominator have foresight, directly sent 2 people, the other guilds are sending 1 person to deal with it. It is estimated that the intestines are repentant. Frost looked at the way everyone was discussing and nodded with satisfaction. Although the support was initiated through the Senate, if they did not contribute, they could not do it themselves. Taking out a little reward now can not only motivate them, but also show the generosity of their guild, and they will not shirk anything in the future. Just like this time, Fairy Tale and the Ghost Dominator came to the 2, and they took advantage of the guild, but who made them sincere? Chapter 7. Far North, the Rhea Mountains. The Rhea mountain range has a high altitude, perennial snow, and a harsh living environment, so there are few warcraft living there, and most of them are warcraft with icy attributes, and the warcraft that can survive in such an extreme environment are among the best. The Drifting Snow Guild was built on the Raya mountain range, and the founder of the Drifting Snow Guild initially took a fancy to the unique cultivation environment of the Raya mountain range, surrounded by rich ice attribute magic, which was conducive to the cultivation of ice attribute magicians. Later, the founder of the Drifting Snow Guild also discovered that there were some unique ice attribute magic herbs growing in the Raya mountain range, as well as some rare ice attribute treasures, so he established the Drifting Snow Guild. The establishment of each guild requires the responsibility of protecting nearby towns. Although the environment around the Raya mountains is harsh, some of them live at the foot of the mountains. Although there were few people who joined the Drifting Snow Guild, it was also considered to have stumbled and established, and later attracted many ice attribute wizards to join. Originally, there were few monsters in the Raya mountain range, and they would not impact the surrounding towns. Even if there were not many members of the Drifting Snow Guild, they could successfully complete the protection of the surrounding towns. And this time, the number of warcraft in the Raya mountain range suddenly increased, and the strength increased, and the food in the mountain range was not enough to supply the warcraft that had skyrocketed, so warcraft began to attack the residents at the foot of the mountain. The members of the Drifting Snow Guild were all mobilized, but since most of the guilds were ice attribute wizards, the damage to ice attribute monsters was not high. Rao is the leader of the Drifting Snow Guild, Frost, who worked tirelessly, rushing around to support the defense line everywhere, but he could only barely hold the situation, unable to fight back, and even risked being breached by the defense line. One of them, the Ice Wolf King, who was about to break through the S-class, made Frost, the leader of the Drifting Snow Guild, feel the crisis. Frost couldn't imagine the situation when the Ice Wolf King broke through, he was pinned down by it, and finally other defensive lines were breached. Frost even rushed into the group of warcraft to try to kill the Ice Wolf King despite the danger, but repeatedly failed. As a last resort, he asked the council for help, hoping to get support from other guilds. Now, the support of other guilds has arrived, and although the Ice Wolf King has broken through the S level, Frost is also confident of counterattacking. Although the other guilds have few people to support, their strength is still very good. After all, if they don't have some strength to support, they simply send them to death. Okay, everyone, without further ado, let's set out to destroy Warcraft. As Frost grabbed the Ice Wolf King, the other guild members also showed their own powers. I was born for the night, man power aroma, 0 distance inhalation. One knight took out 2 long glue sticks from behind him, inserted them into his nostrils, and his short body instantly turned into a muscular man. Smile heavy blow, overnight hit a monster that was in a daze due to its transformation overnight. And directly rushed into the group of Warcraft unscrupulously, even if it was attacked by other Warcraft, it was also smiling and giving a heavy blow. Man! Your Excellency, so brave overnight, you can't be left behind. Rock Iron Pillar. As the middle finger of the index finger of the dove came together and swiped upward, a large number of stone pillars broke through the ice-covered ground and attacked the monster directly above. Rock Iron Fist. Several stone pillars that protruded into heavy fists turned into heavy fists and continued to attack the other monsters. Jula's powerful magic power and exquisite magic control have amazed other magic guides, plus supporting other magic guides from time to time, and he has gained the gratitude and worship of many magic guides. Yan Taijiola is worthy of being one of the future Saint 10 magic guides, and his current magical attainments are already quite strong, and it is estimated that he has broken through the S-level magic guides. Laxus, play our fairy tale style, greeted Ai Xian, not all of the limelight for them to steal. No problem. Laxus is also a militant, either on the mission or on the way to the mission, pursuing battle. No way, who let the guild have few to fight. Laxus directly rushed to the front of the monster, a lightning fist in his left hand, a lightning gun in his right hand, and finally a lightning impact, releasing a thunderbolt from the palm, directly clearing a road, and the attached high temperature melted the snow layer on the ground. Laxus benefited from the huge mana reserves in his body, and all kinds of thunder attribute magic were released casually, and he was in the limelight for a while. It's worthy of fairy tale, any guy is so powerful. This mana reserve is comparable to several of me. Che, what's so proud, Alia, let's go up, let them see the power of the Ghost Dominator. Thor planned to control the sand and stones on the ground to attack the warcraft, but unfortunately, the ice and snow accumulated over the years buried the ground, forming a thick layer of ice and snow, not as thick as the magic power of Dola. It could not break the ice and snow layer at all, and the direct failure led to the failure of magic. Thor's performance attracted ridicule from many wizards, and Thor had to follow behind Dola to pick up some rocks to attack. It's so sad, my teammates are so useless, so sad, Alia said unabashedly. After all, the Ghost Dominator Guild is not as harmonious as other guilds, and mocking and brawls are commonplace. It seems that the same is true of Fairy Tale. Airspace Absolute. A series of powerful and invisible impact bombs attack the warcraft, and those warcraft are often hit before they realize anything. Sure enough, the Ghost Dominators won't all be as funny as that guy. After all, it is a famous guild, and it is estimated that the guy was sent to mix seniority. As soon as you say a word, Thor instantly becomes incompetent, relying on the horse of President Joseph to ascend to the throne, and then come to mix the goods of seniority. Hearing Thor's face change for a while, he silently remembered the guys, waiting to teach a good lesson on the way back. Ai Xian focused his attention on Laxus, although with Laxus's strength, he came and went freely in the face of these S-class monsters, and even encountered S-class monsters. But everything has accidents, and since the president trusts me so much, he must pay attention to it. And watching Laxus battle is also a visual feast. The roar of lightning magic is with its own BGM, the light sputtered by lightning is simply with its own special effects, and the power aesthetics of fists to flesh. At the same time, Ai Xian dressed himself as an auxiliary magic guide and added an additional magic guide to the magic guide who had just entered the battle. Additional strength. Additional speed. Additional physical strength. Those magic guides instantly felt that their strength skyrocketed, and they felt that they could hit the previous 10 themselves, and their eyes were even more sparkling when they looked at Ai Xian. Fight the reputation of the guild, where you need to fight and kill, add a buff to the magic guide, and then rescue the injured magic guide from time to time. The reputation of the guild is not instantly famous, assistance is king. Chapter 8. With the strong assistance of Ai Xian, most of the monsters at the foot of the Rhea mountain range were destroyed. In their spare time, everyone did not forget to observe the battle between Frost and the Ice Wolf King. After all, S-class battles are not always seen. Frost specializes in ice attribute magic, and the Ice Wolf King lives in the Rhea mountain range all year round, and over time has a good ice attribute resistance, not to mention that now the Ice Wolf King has been promoted to an S-class warcraft. The damage caused by Frost's ice attribute magic attack to the Ice Wolf King is almost negligible in front of the Ice Wolf King's powerful physical body, and often the Ice Wolf King can resist Frost's attack to fight back. And the ice attribute magic attack of the Ice Wolf King can be easily resolved in the eyes of Frost, who is also proficient in ice attribute magic, but Frost's physique is not as strong as the Ice Wolf King, and he does not dare to resist magic hard, and only chooses to resist hard when he avoids the inevitable situation, although the damage of the same magic is not high, but it is also uncomfortable. The Ice Wolf King is good at ice attribute magic, but he is better at speed. His strong leg muscles give him extremely fast speed, sharp claws can firmly grasp the ice ground, control the direction of the attack, and sharp wolf teeth bring a powerful biting ability. After all, the Ice Wolf King is only a newly promoted S-class warcraft, and Frost, as an old senior S-class magic guide, also has a few tricks of magic at the bottom of the box. Really have to fight to the death. Frost is completely sure to kill the Ice Wolf King, but the consequences may be serious injuries or even death. Now Frost chooses to use ice attribute magic to deal with the Ice Wolf King, and even faintly shifts his position, blocking the Ice Wolf King's way of retreat. Because Frost felt that the magic power burst out by several magic guides in other guilds had touched the boundary of S-class magic guides, so that the powerful magic guides could free their hands at that time, and they could completely participate in S-level battles and besiege the Ice Wolf King, which was the safest way to play. However, Frost's idea fell through. AI Xian originally didn't want to interfere in the battle of the S-class magic guide, in case people have any quirks, such as not liking others to intervene in the battle. When the time comes, it will be unpleasant to help, although AI Xian does not care about these, but some troubles can be avoided, and if they can't be avoided, let the other party know why the flower is so red. But as a result, when I saw that Frost and the Ice Wolf King had been fighting for so long, it felt like playing a fake match. You came and went, but I didn't play any actual results. This makes AI Xian feel bad, plus he came to fight after rushing to the Drifting Snow Guild, and his stomach was hungry, and he couldn't wait for tonight's banquet, and he thought that there would be something different about the food in the far north. So, AI Foodie Xian directly gave Frost a series of 5 magic. Addition, Strength, Max, Addition, Speed, Max, Addition, Defense, Max. Addition, Stamina, Max. Addition, Reaction Max. The 5 major increases have reached Frost's current limit. Frost felt that his body was different from before. His face did not change color, but his fighting style changed his previous conservativeness. And he directly became violent. Frost cast his magic at the bottom of the box, a set of ice armor composed of ice attribute magic on his body. Holding a cold ice gun rushed towards the Ice Wolf King, attacking heavily, like a cold ice god of war. I think it was because I had been defensive before, or it was a side effect of the excessive limit of addition, but who knows. After all, AI Xian is also the first time to release such a limit of additional magic. Poor Frost was honored to be reduced to a guinea pig. The Ice Wolf King also thought that the human race in front of him was about to die, and wanted to fight to the death, and the confidence brought by the previous battle made it start to fight hard. The sharp increase in speed and reaction allowed Frost to hit the Ice Wolf King's claws with precision. The exchange of ice spears and claws burst out clusters of sparks, but under Frost's soaring power, it directly broke the wolf claws and slammed heavily on the Ice Wolf King's waist. The Ice Wolf King was directly pumped out, rolled on the ice for a few times, and finally hit the ice stone before stopping, and a wail came out of his mouth, and then gradually fell silent. Seeing this, Frost held a big gun and threw it fiercely, accurately hitting the head of the Ice Wolf King, directly penetrating and nailing to the ice stone, and entering the stone for 3 points. Frost stepped forward and pulled out his spear, and threw the Ice Wolf King hanging on the spear hard, and the whole action highlighted a word handsome. Seeing this, AI Xian already fantasized about Elusha wearing a similar ice armor, and she was also heroic. However, I don't seem to have seen Elusha's armor with ice attributes. Obviously, there is the armor of the Thunder Emperor and the Thunder Emperor to deal with Laxus, as well as the armor of the Emperor of Yan and the Sword of Flame that bully Natsu, and even the armor of the Star with other attributes, the armor of the Sea King and the armor of the Wind God, that is, the armor without the ice attribute. Sure enough, Gray is too well behaved and does not need to bully him, so he will not create the armor of the ice attribute. I don't know whether to say that Gray is lucky or unlucky, but the armor that Elusha does not have, let me add it, it is definitely not what I want to see. AI Xian thought so. To talk about making magic props, AI Xian said that his additional magic said second, and his mother dared to say first. Oh, there will be a Wendy third in the future. It's really convenient to attach magic. What kind of magic props you want, just find a good carrier, and then attach the corresponding magic. It's just easy and pleasant. This body of the Ice Wolf King is a good forging material. Take it to make Heart Cruise into armor, and then attach magic yourself. High quality materials plus my excellent magic. It is simply a perfect creation. It is decided. In the future, Elusha's armor will be strengthened by yourself. However, the body of the Ice Wolf King can't be obtained, so when the time comes, it's better to go to the depths of the Rhea mountain range to hunt other S-grade ice attribute monsters. This Ice Wolf King is still a little worse as a material, and if you want to do it, do the best. The most important thing is that there must be demons when things go wrong. This time the number of monsters in the Rhea mountain range has surged, and the situation of the large increase in strength is obviously problematic. Either there are ghosts behind it, such as what experiments and the like, or ice attribute treasures have appeared, which has promoted the advancement of these ice attribute monsters. No matter what the situation is, AI Xian is very interested in this, and when the time comes, he will pull Laxus as a thug. However, at the moment, the banquet of the Drifting Snow Guild is more attractive. The sky and the earth are big, and the meal is the biggest. Chapter 9. Drifting Snow Guild, the time of the banquet. Everyone was drinking and talking together, and the friendship formed by fighting side by side was pure and deep. The Ghost Dominator tries to turn the wind around Alia because of Thor's poor performance, but under the outstanding performance of AI Xian and Laxus, Thor and Alia become more and more unbearable. After the two simply filled their stomachs, they hurriedly left with their respective harvests and the rewards of the Drifting Snow Guild. Along the way, Alia shouted sadness sad while frantically teaching Soul, complaining that Thor was dragging his feet, otherwise it would not be so shameful. But Vanther dared to retort, and Alia was ready to let him taste the power of void annihilation. Alia was already planning to go back and throw the pot of this incident on Thor's head. Laxus, as one of the best outputs in the field and the best auxiliary in the field of AI Xian, deservedly won the top 3 and won the Ice Source Stone of the Drifting Snow Guild. Even Frost took the initiative to give the body of the Ice Wolf King to AI Xian as a trophy, and said that if it were not for AI Xian's assistance, he would not have killed the Ice Wolf King so easily. Frost even had the idea of digging the corner of the Fairy Tale Guild, but quickly dismissed this idea. After all, this behavior was despised and attacked by the major guilds. Cyan Pegasus Ichia and Snake Scales Jula also unsurprisingly harvested the remaining 2 Ice Source Stones. Compared to Jula's relaxed face, the appearance of One Knight was simply miserable, and his nose was blue and swollen, and he didn't know what kind of tribulation he had. Coupled with the short body that has returned to its original shape, how funny it looks, he has the confidence of a mystery all night, and he keeps walking among the female wizards of the Drifting Snow Guild during the band. When he chose to rush into the group of Warcraft overnight, and under the siege of these Warcraft, the power aesthetics of Fist to Head was destined to have such a result. Because of this, it attracted the attention of a large number of Warcraft overnight, and also reduced the pressure of other demon guides, so that others were not at all unconvinced by his harvest of Ice Source Stones. It is estimated that the aroma magic of long-range attacks has not been developed overnight, or it is just a night of brain twitching and does not want to use long-range magic. After all, every powerful wizard has more or less a bit of eccentricity, such as Grey loves to strip. This banquet is full of guests and hosts. AI Xian also tasted the cuisine of the far north. Frost cabbage, growing on the cliffs of extremely cold places, its white and flawless leaves, providing it with the best protective color, extremely difficult to find, and the precipitous growth environment prevents some monsters from feeding, which is the characteristics of the far north. Colorful phosphorus fish, a fish living in extremely cold water, its scales are like ice, when jumping out of the water will emit colorful light under the sunlight and get its name, is a relatively weak monster. Ice scales make its flesh extremely distinct, is also the characteristics of the far north. There are also kinds of delicacies that are not listed one by one, the main ones can't be made up, and there is also suspicion of water word count, although it is now in the water word count. This support mission is also a successful and those who are in a hurry to go back can take advantage of the night to go back directly with the Warcraft harvested today's hunting and the reward of the Drifting Snow Guild, and they are not in a hurry to go back, and the Drifting Snow Guild also arranged a night's accommodation. Laxus, go to bed early tonight, bring the Ice Source Stone to restore your magic, and tomorrow I will take you on an expedition to the depths of the Rhea Mountains. AI Xian handed the ice source stone to Laxus. No problem. This little guy trusts me too much, and he's not afraid that I'll take him to the ditch. There must be S-class monsters in the depths of the Raya mountain range, whether they are confident in their own strength or too confident in me. But it feels good to be trusted like this. Laxus should definitely be the #1 boyfriend in Weekly Sorcerer. The wizards of other guilds left one after another and returned to various guilds. AI Xian took Laxus as well, and then detoured back to the Raya Mountains. After all, who knows if this incident will be caused by the Drifting Snow Guild, but there is no accident, and with the strength of the guild cannot be suppressed, it asks for help. After all, the heart of harm must not have, and the heart of defense must be dispensable, which is really too big for the suspicion of the Drifting Snow Guild. This time, he only cleaned up the monsters that attacked the town at the foot of the mountain, and announced that the mission was completed, and he didn't even understand the source. Or maybe the Drifting Snow Guild sensed something and wanted to swallow the benefits alone. In short, it is better to be careful not to expose the trace, hide in the shadows, and be a fisherman at a critical moment. At the same time, AI Xian did not forget to send a magical letter to Makarov and Alyssa, telling him that he would not return to the guild so early with Laxus experience. At the foot of the Raya Mountains, AI Xian attached stealth magic to himself and Laxus, and then carefully observed some traces of yesterday's battle, trying to find the direction of the source of those monsters. But the Raya Mountains are snowy all year round, and most of the traces of yesterday's battle have been buried, let alone find the source of those monsters. AI Xian remembered that the nose of the dragon-slaying demon guide was quite smart, so he took out the body of the Ice Wolf King from the storage ring. This storage ring was made by AI Xian on the spot. Buy an ordinary ring casually, attach space to this ring, and instantly a storage ring was born, or a rare space magic prop. AI Xian found that there were few similar magic props on the market at present. After all, the production of space magic props was difficult, so AI Xian took the opportunity to make another profit. They made a lot of various storage trinkets and sold them to other guilds so that they could bring back the loot, otherwise they would have to divide some valuable parts and bring them back. This made AI Xian more convinced that making magic props by himself in the future was the way to make a lot of money, and there was no need to make money on a direct task. This kind of money-making efficiency was too low. In the future, I will directly open a magic prop shop, and when I am interested, I will take over the task, fight Warcraft, bully demons, and this kind of life is simply beautiful. Returning to the topic, AI Xian took out the body of the Ice Wolf King, and did not forget to give Laxus an additional olfactory enhancement. Poor Laxus looked at AI Xian with a resentful expression, but under AI Xian's pressure, he reluctantly did this drudgery. Although Laxus's nose is not as good as future Natsu, under the blessing of AI Xian's magic, he still smells a trace of breath in this iceberg. The two followed this breath deep into the Raya mountain range. Chapter 10. The few monsters seen along the way are pitiful. Even if they encounter some Warcraft, they are all weak Warcraft, the kind that directly turns around and runs when they see Laxus and AI Xian. I think that most of those powerful monsters were wiped out in yesterday's battle. Laxus still performed the task perfectly, sniffing and stopping all the way, and finally found his destination. This is it. The breath will be broken here. Laxus led AI Xian to an iceberg. AI Xian carefully observed this iceberg. Well, nothing was observed, it was an ordinary iceberg, and the Raya Mountains could be seen everywhere. But since Laxus has led the way here, there is a problem. If you can't see it, then you can only do it recklessly. AI Xian controls the magic power precisely and tries not to spread to other places, otherwise it will not cause avalanches or other natural disasters. The iceberg melts, revealing a steel building in front of you, and the iceberg is nothing more than a cover-up. This kind of hidden building may be an evil laboratory, and those Warcraft that have skyrocketed in strength are experimental products. AI Xian has already begun to radiate his own thoughts, and even a novel has already emerged in his mind. Fortunately, Laxus directly woke himself up. However, the protective measures of this building are not very good, the whole mountain has melted, and there is no reaction at all, and the alarm sound of Diddy is different from what was imagined. At this time, the door of the building opened from the inside, and it was Frost, the leader of the Drifting Snow Guild, who walked out. President Frost, what a coincidence, I didn't expect to meet again. Ai Xian greeted warmly. Fairy Tale Guild, how did you find here? Frost even wondered if he had fallen for the positioning magic, otherwise how could these two guys find this place and directly see through the disguise of the iceberg, if it was a coincidence? It's all a coincidence. I originally wanted to hunt a warcraft for my sister as a gift, and I happened to perceive that the magic here is amazing, maybe it is the lair of a warcraft, so I used magic to force the warcraft out. Ai Xian said truthfully. I believe you are a ghost, I want to give a gift, isn't the corpse of the Ice Wolf King as a gift not enough to have a row? As for feeling the amazing magic power, it is even more nonsense, but he specially set up a magic array around in order to hide the magic fluctuations. You think that you are a Saint 10 Great Demon Guide, so casually you can sense the magic fluctuations hidden by the magic array. Of course, these words Frost also thought in his heart. This is the secret base of the Drifting Snow Guild, since you guys are unintentional, then forget it, leave early. Frost issued the eviction order. After all, it was indicated that it was the base of the guild, and the other party had no reason to continue to stay, and when these two goods left, they would find a way to transfer this base. So that's the case, since this is the secret base of the Drifting Snow Guild, then President Frost, there is evidence that this Warcraft incident came from here, how should you explain it? Although it is not clear how the other party's evidence was obtained, or whether the other party has evidence or not is not so important, since the other party has found here, it is not so easy to send away. Frost even had the idea of trying to solve the two of them on the spot. But things were not at the worst, so it was better not to do so much. After all, Frost didn't want to fall into a situation like the Dark Guild where everyone was shouting. Naruto doesn't say secret words, what do you want? It's just a little curious about this base and wants to visit it, so as to clear the suspicion of the Drifting Snow Guild. Ai Xian, I look good for you, and said lightly. Isn't this just discussing with you, this little request President Frost can't do, right? Frost knows the strength of Ai Xian's auxiliary ability, once he starts, it is the other party to assist Laxus to fight against himself, and a close S-class magic guide, with the assistance of Ai Xian, if you can't get it right, you can create a temporary S-class magic guide, or a magic guide who specializes in thunder magic. Rao is an S-class magic guide, it is difficult to win quickly in such a situation, once the battle drags on, it is easy to change suddenly. What's more, an S-rank magic guide who specializes in thunder magic wants to run, who can catch up at the same level, so a magic guide who specializes in speed magic and wind attribute magic can do it. And Ai Xian was able to cast such powerful auxiliary magic, obviously a person who specialized in auxiliary magic, otherwise he would not have such a high attainment. As for mastering other magic, that's basically impossible. After all, this little guy is only a few years old, and it is already a demon to have such a high level of magical attainment at such a young age. Specializing in auxiliary magic has great flaws, the actual combat ability is not strong, and it often requires a strong teammate to cooperate, and the combination of Laxus and Ai Xian makes Frost even more convinced of this. Not strong in actual combat means that it is good to kill, and Ai Xian does not hide behind Laxus, but confronts me first, which is not a proper death-seeking behavior. After Frost sneaked up and sent out the ice arrow, he held the ice spear and rushed directly towards Laxus, trying to defeat the opponent in one fell swoop at the moment when he saw the death of his teammate. After all, he is just a little guy who is not yet S-class, and it is not normal for my S-class magic guide to make a sneak attack and defeat the enemy. Unfortunately, everything was different from what Frost imagined. Laxus concentrates his magic on his whole body and puts on a lightning suit to bring his flesh to life, and strikes with a lightning fist. Laxus's fist exploded immediately after touching the ice spear, and the impact caused the two to distance themselves. And after Ai Xian shot down the ice arrow, he floated to the side to watch the play, and did not forget to encourage Laxus. Laxus, this battle will be handed over to you. You just try the level of S-Class Magic Guides, which may help you break through the S-Class Magic Guides. Okay, no problem, replied Laxus lightly, in a relaxed tone, as if he didn't pay attention to the person in front of him. Look down on people less. Frost was also angered by the other party's attitude, a little guy who was not an S-Class Magic Guide, and he still wanted to fight me without assistance, and he simply didn't put himself in his eyes. Boy, I want you to know that S-Class Magic Guides are not something that anyone can humiliate. The big war is on the verge. Chapter 11. Frost, who felt humiliated, directly released a big move. The cold wind swept through, raising a storm with a large amount of ice gravel and ice stone, and under the increase of the cold environment of the Rhea Mountains, the power rose to a higher level, like a natural disaster. Laxus was not afraid in the face of such a scene. Firm eyes, unyielding faith, and the courage to compete with the heavens prompted Laxus to face this magic like a natural disaster. Laxus mobilized his magic into his palm, generated a large number of electrons, and gradually rioted. As the rioting electrons fall to the ground, powerful thunderstorms form to compete with oncoming ice storms. Unfortunately, Frost is also a veteran S-Class Magic Guide after all, not to mention the magic attainment, the magic reserves must be very sufficient. Frost was furious, subconsciously input a lot of magic. Coupled with the location of the Rhea Mountains, the power of the ice storm far exceeded the thunderstorm magic of Laxus. What's more, the ice storms came in waves, endlessly, and after the thunderstorm in Laxus broke out, it was powerless, barely blocking the first wave of ice storms, and was covered by the ice storms behind. You can faintly see that the figure in the storm is struggling to resist, and even a little stumbling, but it does not fall. Seeing this, Frost did not hesitate, showed the ice spear, and threw it towards the figure. And Laxus saw that the first wave of offensive was blocked, but he did not expect that there was a second wave of offensive coming on, and he was caught off guard and the whole person was shrouded in an ice storm. The cold wind was biting, mixed with ice and gravel, directly scratched Laxus's flesh, bringing out blood stains, shedding a lot of blood, looking miserable. The strong wind even blew Laxus's footsteps backwards, and once the footsteps were off the ground, they would be swept up by the ice storm, which was dangerous. Fortunately, Laxus stopped retreating in time and did not continue to be wrapped up in the ice storm. Thunder and Lightning Magic Array is an offensive thunder attribute magic that traps the opponent by creating a lightning magic array, and then raises an electric shock from the ground. This time, Laxus used it as defensive magic, and a brilliant thunder and lightning magic array spread out from under his feet, and a circular yellow magic array formed, blocking the baptism of ice storm. Before Laxus could catch his breath, the ice spear shot directly, obviously with the power to break the thunder and lightning array. Laxus quickly mobilized his magic power in his palm, and the two strong currents merged into one, forming a pillar of thunder and lightning, which smoothly passed through the lightning magic array and hit the ice spear. The collision of the lightning impact and the ice spear temporarily froze for a while, and then broke through the pillar of thunder and lightning, impacting on the thunder and lightning array. After the buffer of the lightning impact, the ice spear attenuated a lot of power, and finally there was a huge explosion with the lightning array. Laxus, who faced the explosion at close range, was directly thrown out, hit the ice stone, and couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, but fortunately, the impact of this explosion also cracked the ice storm and avoided subsequent damage. Just like you still want to defeat me, less than S-Class, after all, just an ant. It's pretty much the same as getting your guild's Makarov or killed is over. Frost said rampantly. Less proud, to deal with you. You don't need Grandpa Guild President and Uncle Kildas, that's too much fuss, just I am enough. Laxus wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said proudly, I'm a fairy tale. Although the teenager in front of me is amazing, such a young age has been able to resist me for so long, and the future achievements are limitless, but unfortunately, such a genius will be destroyed in my hands. Laxus, go ahead. Ai Xian threw a piece of ice to Laxus. Laxus reached out and caught it, felt the difference in the ice, immediately stuffed it into his mouth, chewed heavily, and then the already exhausted magic power filled again. Now start the second round. How is it possible? Frost was suddenly startled, and then thought of something, and said with a complicated face, Lost magic, dragon-killing magic. It's not right, you are obviously a thunder attribute magician, then it should also be thunder dragon slaying magic. How can you eat ice cubes to restore magic? A large amount of thunder and lightning gathered in the lungs, and then spit out, and the powerful force destroyed the ice along the way, revealing the brown land and heading towards Frost. A large amount of ice froze in front of Frost, forming a thick wall of ice that blocked the roar of the thunder dragon, but also turned into ice particles and dissipated. After roaring, Laxus used lightning to come towards Frost, and after the ice wall shattered, it was a thunder dragon's collapse fist. Frost's ice wall obstructed his vision, and he confidently thought that his ice wall could withstand the opponent's attack. After all, his magic had broken Laxus's magic very casually. Frost held this idea, carelessly, was directly bombarded in the abdomen by Laxus's collapsed fist, and the whole person was bent into a shrimp shape, spitting out blood. Laxus chased with victory. Laxus gathered the electricity of the thunder dragon into his fists, and then smashed it towards Frost's head with all his might. The strong force directly smashed Frost into the ice, and the subsequent lightning damage was even more amazing, another explosion, smashing out a deep pit. The thunder dragon's electro tool turned into a Fang Tian halberd, and then was thrown by Laxus at high speed towards Frost in the deep pit, forming an explosion again. After Laxus released this series of magic, he also felt exhausted, and the muscle relaxation caused the wound he had suffered before to start bleeding a lot of blood again. Well done, Laxus, you've managed to defeat a veteran S-class magister. Ai Xian said with satisfaction, a feeling of witnessing growth. Now you can rest. Laxus heard this, and the whole person fell straight down towards the ice, and in front of him were pieces of ice slag of different sizes. Fortunately, Ai Xian caught it in time and avoided the disfigured end of Laxus. Ai Xian set Laxus aside, then walked to the edge of the pit, looking at Frost condescendingly. How about it, can you take us inside now, said Ai Xian, with a bright smile. I didn't expect me to lose, is this dragon-killing magic really powerful, muttered Frost, then slowly straightened up, and the ice armor on his body slowly cracked. It was this cold ice armor that protected Frost's life, otherwise it would be directly penetrated by Laxus's thunder dragon Fang Tianji. And then the bones of the explosion were gone. However, now Frost has no power to fight again. Chapter 12. Not because of the dragon-slaying magic, but because we are fairy tale, retorted Ai Xian. You must know that the selection of S-level wizards in the Fairy Tale Guild is very strict, and if it does not meet the standards of the guild leader, even if no S-class wizard is born for several years in a row. In other guilds, they have secretly lowered their standards, just to promote more people to S-level magicians, but also to expand the reputation of the guild and attract more new people to join. After all, an S-class magic guide walks everywhere in a guild without an S-class magic guide, and Ziobai, a newcomer who does not know the inside story, will definitely choose the guild where S-class magic guides walk everywhere. It is precisely because of the high requirements of President Makarov that the fairy tale is getting stronger and stronger. After all, it is the guild that suffers in the end when the promotion criteria are relaxed. Promoted to S-class magic guides have the qualification to receive S-class tasks, and the result of relaxing the standard promotion S-class magic guides to perform S-class tasks can be imagined, either death, or luck to pick up a life and end up disabled. Not only the loss of the guild's excellent members, but also the guild's reputation. After all, to evaluate whether a guild is excellent or not, the task completion rate is a very important indicator, representing how many people will be willing to publish tasks in this guild in the future. It seems that the Dragon Slayer can't recover his magic by eating things of other attributes. Frost was puzzled. It was that scene that broke his cognition, which caused him to lose his first hand, and was forced to be beaten, leading to the final defeat in disguise. It was ice with thunder attributes attached, and Laxus was not eating ice, but thunder in ice. Ai Xian said that this is the basic exercise. As long as he is around, the dragon-slaying demon guide will not have to worry about the magic problem in the future. What attribute you want, you can do it with an additional magic. Sure enough, dragon-slaying magic is the strongest magic. Frost had fallen into a state of stubbornness. Okay, no effort to continue to idle with you, come with me to the secret base of your guild to take a look. Ai Xian's wave of his hand was 2 lines of magic. Ai Xian easily controls Frost and Laxus to enter the base together. Because of the presence of Frost, a prisoner, he entered the base smoothly. There are many frozen warcraft displayed around the passage, and there are many fluorescent lighting stones embedded around. The layout is very good looking, but also quite spectacular. It is simply Warcraft Park. Following the passage to the bottom floor, the behemoth in front of him shocked Ai Xian. I saw a blue western dragon frozen in a huge block of ice. If those warcraft were frozen before just with an eye for viewing, then now there is a trace of shock, 2 points of puzzlement, 3 points of excitement and 4 points of longing. Shocked that there is actually a dragon here, although the dragon in front of him is dead. It is rare to have such a complete body. I don't know who is so strong to freeze a dragon completely, but after thinking about it, it seems that it is not impossible. Ulu's absolute freezing magic is the best example, and Dilira is also obediently frozen. Excitement and longing are because Ai Xian has thought of the final destination of this dragon. Using dragon bones, dragon teeth, dragon claws and dragon scales to create an armor for Elusha, and then separate the dragon power in it and attach it to the armor, when Elusha can even perform dragon-killing magic by wearing this dragon armor. As for this is Frost's, what concerns me, everything that is defeated belongs to the victor, and the strength of the demon tail world is not to say. Ai Xian didn't plan to be a good person, go with the flow, move with the heart, this is the true self. Hey, Frost, how did you get this dragon? Ai Xian asked curiously. Frost also spoke up consciously. At the beginning, the founder of the Drifting Snow Guild took a fancy to the unique cultivation environment of the Raya mountain range, surrounded by rich ice attribute magic, and there were some unique ice attribute magic herbs growing in the Raya mountain range, as well as some rare ice attribute treasures, so he established the Drifting Snow Guild. At the same time, the founder of the Drifting Snow Guild also left a last word, indicating that the Raya mountain range has a real ice attribute treasure, which will create the unique geographical environment of the Raya mountain range. As a result, the presidents of the Drifting Snow Guild would go deep into the Raya mountain range to explore the so-called ice attribute treasure, but to no avail. But this tradition continued. Frost, on the other hand, was the lucky one, and when he found the ice source stone again, he found the frozen dragon. After Frost's research and observation, this dragon is an ice dragon, most likely a self-ice before dying. Years of ice have made this ice rich in the magic of ice dragons. The ice source stone is just the crushed ice of this frozen dragon ice block, and after a little processing, it has become a rare ice attribute treasure. Frost sought the body of the ice dragon and tried to find the ice dragon slaying magic from it. He thought that only the ice dragon slaying magic could make his strength go to a higher level, and even become a Saint 10 Magister. It's a pity that this piece of ice contains the magic of the ice dragon and becomes more indestructible, and conventional means can't break this piece of ice at all, and even Frost thought about finding a fire attribute magic guide, but he was afraid of being exposed. In the end, Frost discovered that he could absorb the magic in the ice, and as long as the magic in the ice was absorbed, he could destroy the ice. However, a person's absorption efficiency is slow, but he doesn't want the rest of the guild to know, so he captures a lot of Warcraft as an absorption container. Only due to a momentary negligence, the Warcraft rioted and fled, and even one of the Ice and Snow Wolf Kings broke through the S-class Warcraft after absorbing these magical powers. This is the event of a great increase in the strength of Warcraft. After seeing Laxus's Thunder Dragon killing magic this time, he was even more convinced that if he obtained the Ice Dragon killing magic, he would definitely be able to become stronger, but now it was ruined by bad things, and it was destroyed by years of planning, and became someone else's booty. "Good, look at your honest sake, spare your life," said Ai Xian with satisfaction, and unleashed a magic spell with his backhand. Additional mana. Attach mana to the human body to increase its strength, and after increasing the strength, the magic will be freely controlled by the caster, which can give the castee magic beyond the limit of his magic. This magic is also a control magic, which can control the person who is attached to the magic. As for the additional magic given to Yvonne before, it only had the effect of enhancing mana, and it was eliminated by Ai Xian from the control effect. The reason why he chose to control Frost was simply afraid of trouble. After all, the disappearance of a guild leader was still an S-rank magic guide, which would eventually attract the attention of the council. Chapter 13. After dealing with Frost, the next step is harvest time. This secret base is also good, and Ai Xian chose to keep it. The next step is to deal with the ice cubes of this frozen ice dragon. It happened that there was a diamond-shaped magic crystal in the base, which was originally used to absorb and store the magic of the ice dragon, but it was too inefficient and was abandoned by Frost. The magic power that this diamond-shaped magic crystal can store is amazing, and it can be regarded as a rare treasure. However, Frost can't use it, doesn't mean that Ai Xian can't do it. This magic can separate the magic in the target body. The separated person will feel very painful. When the magic is completely separated, the separated person will die. However, the target of this separation was not the human body, but a large block of ice. Because Frost absorbed a lot of magic power in the early stage, the whole process went smoothly and quickly, perfectly filling that diamond-shaped magic crystal. As the mana is sucked away, the ice slowly cracks and then turns into ice particles. And the magic contained in the body of the ice dragon has penetrated into the ice, and the back is all supported by the ice cube, and with the decomposition of the ice, the body of the ice dragon that has long lost its magic power also turns into powder when touched, leaving only the keel, dragon scales, dragon teeth, etc., which also saves Ai Xian the cumbersome decomposition of the body. Ai Xian instructed Frost to find the location of Daliera. After all, in the future, Gray's heart knot will need to be solved by the Galna Island incident, and the most important thing is that Ai Xian is very interested in the ice transformed by Daliera and Ulu. After finding Daliera, always pay attention, don't be taken away by Leo at that time, don't know how to participate. After all, his butterfly has flapped its wings several times. Now controlling Frost is simply the best tool man. Ai Xian feels a little embarrassed to squeeze the honest man so much, not only robbing the ice dragon that Frost has been seeking for many years, but also controlling him as a tool man. However, it's not me who is wrong, it's the world. After a long journey, Ai Xian and Laxus finally return to Fairy Tale. The guild is as lively as ever. Because of the wonderful performance of Ai Xian and Laxus in this mission, Makarov naturally will not miss such a good opportunity, hyping up the Fairy Tale Guild, and indeed attracting many magi to join. This time, Ai Xian did not see Alusha when he came back, and when he inquired, he learned that Alusha also began to take up the task, and now he is performing the task and has not returned. And Kana has also recently made a breakthrough in card magic, and also took the mission Experiment Magic. Gray was also allowed to perform crusade missions by President Makarov because he had been trained, beaten, by Ai Xian for a period of time before. Even Makeu and Wakaba worked hard to earn money for their families. In an instant, the familiar people in the guild went out to work. Ai Xian suddenly felt that there were too few people in the guild and needed to attract some fresh blood. The main group of the future guild has not yet arrived, so let's look for it. Natsu, you can't come until July 7th, 777, and it's still 400 years ago. I almost forgot that on July 7th, 777, in order to open the eclipse, Layla gathered 11 keys to the zodiac. But only missing the key to the Aquarius Palace of Brandish's mother, and forcibly used her life to fill in the magic of the missing Aquarius Palace key and lost her life. Now that the key to Aquarius has been brought over, it must be given to Layla early, and it is really cute to meet Lucy as a child. Myra, Arifman, and Listen a trio. Myra's experience before joining the guild was not good, and even Myra disguised herself as a hedgehog in order to protect Arifman and Lissana, and finally turned into the image of a little sister. But just knowing that it is a village with a church, this is not easy to find, and it is possible that Myra, Alufman, and Lissana have begun to wander. Heck, in this way, it seems that you can only wait for them to join. Ai Xian thought about it and decided to create the ice dragon armor first. Ai Xian went straight to the Heart Cruise fashion brand store, and after some coercion and temptation, finally took on this urgent business and guaranteed delivery in a month. Seeing this, Ai Xian nodded in satisfaction, and then went to find Layla. After all, he used to be a famous star spirit wizard, and after a little inquiry, he knew Layla's residence. Hatfilia House. Although not as exaggerated as the future, it is also considered luxurious. Ai Xian also met Layla smoothly. "Are you looking for me for something?" said Layla slowly, giving it a feeling like a spring breeze. "My name is Ai Xian and I'm from Fairy Tale. Before that, I was from the Western continent." Ai Xian said slowly, "This time I was mainly entrusted by Grammy, Brandish's mother, to deliver the Aquarius key in the zodiac. Are Grammy okay?" Layla didn't pay too much attention to the Aquarius key, but instead paid attention to the situation of the deceased. "It's really a gentle person. She was nice and also had a lovely daughter." Ai Xian couldn't help but think of the little girl who followed behind him when he was a child. "Yes, that's great. Unfortunately, Grammy went to the Western continent and it was difficult to see each other," Layla said regretfully, more at ease with the happiness of Grammy's life. At this moment, a voice came. "Miss Lucy, no, Madam is meeting guests." As soon as the words fell, a little guy had already ventured in. "Mom, play with me." Layla asked the maid to stand down first, and then said to Lucy, "Lucy, don't disturb the guests like this, first apologize to Brother Ai Xian." "I'm sorry, Brother Ai Xian." Lucy apologized obediently, milky and cute. "It's okay, first meeting, little Lucy, a small gift for you." Ai Xian took out the Canis Star Spirit Key that he specially purchased and summoned the cute Canis Nicholas. The image is a standing villain, the nose of the elder like the horn of a unicorn, standing there shivering, is a mascot-like existence, instantly capturing little Lucy's heart. "Thank you Brother Ai Xian." Little Lucy said happily, and then hugged Nikolai and played on the side. "Okay, Lady Layla, the key to Aquarius will be handed over to you, and if there is anything in the future, you can come to the Fairy Tale Guild to find me." Ai Xian handed Layla the key to Aquarius and left. And the 5 words of fairy tale left a deep impression on Lucy's heart. Without the deceased Layla, Lucy's childhood should be very happy this time. Chapter 14. A month later, the time for the delivery of the Ice Dragon armor came. Ai Xian took Elusha to the Heart Cruise fashion brand store early, and received the Ice Dragon armor under the warm reception of the clerk. According to Ai Xian's request, the Ice Dragon armor left a gap the size of a diamond magic crystal on its chest, which was used to load the diamond magic crystal that had previously absorbed the Ice Dragon's magic. This set of ice dragon armor can usually use dragon killing magic through Elussa's magic to drive the ice dragon armor, and you can use the magic of this diamond-shaped magic crystal when the mana is insufficient. And this diamond-shaped magic crystal has been transformed by AI Xian and has become similar to the ice dragon destroying crystal, and it can usually be charged with its own magic, and other magic will automatically be transformed into ice dragon magic. AI Xian loaded the diamond magic crystal into the chest of the ice dragon armor, and was about to let Elussa try it on. Who knows, with the flow of magic power, the ice dragon armor suddenly moved on its own. Brother AI Xian, can this ice dragon armor still act on its own? This is also too powerful. Elussa's eyes lit up, thinking that AI Xian had specially designed it like this. AI Xian said that he was also confused. Who knows what the situation is? Could it be that the Heart Cruise fashion brand store is engaged in it? I am the Ice Dragon King, the king of the Ice Dragon clan, who was defeated by the Black Dragon Akunikia in the past, and was seriously injured, trying to freeze himself to recover from his injuries. It seems that I still failed. Although the Ice Dragon armor did not make a sound, AI Xian and Elussa could clearly hear this. The two reacted. It was magic transmission. A very advanced magic use technique. I didn't expect to live in a different way. Shut up. AI Xian interrupted directly, who wanted to listen to the sigh of an old dragon 400 years ago, and now it is a pair of armor. Where are there so many scenes? Since your dragon soul is still there, you will help my sister in the future. With the Ice Dragon King's soul assistance, then Elussa can wear other armor, and the Ice Dragon magic soul can control the Ice Dragon armor. Oh no, now it's the Ice Dragon King armor, which is equivalent to two people fighting, which is also quite good, provided that this Ice Dragon King is obedient. I am a noble Ice Dragon King, how is it possible? AI Xian directly served with a spell. The poor Ice Dragon King's soul was directly extracted from the diamond-shaped magic crystal, and without the nourishment of the magic power in the magic crystal, the Ice Dragon King's soul visibly weakened. If you don't care, it's a soul extinction. Seeing that it was almost done, AI Xian reattached the Ice Dragon King's soul to the diamond demon crystal. In the end, the Ice Dragon King still compromised helplessly. This time, the Ice Dragon King gave AI Xian infinite reverie. In the future, Elussa's armor can follow this mode. Each armor has a dragon soul is unrealistic, but there are others, such as the soul of the beast, the soul of the devil. Although the additional personality magic can achieve a similar effect, AI Xian did not master this magic because Aaron did not develop it, and AI Xian did not want to develop it. Attachment personality magic. This is a move that attaches personality to an object. And after attaching a personality, the object will have a memory, change into a human form, and can also use magic, but the object with the attached personality will return to its original state after being defeated. AI Xian does not like this magic, and after attaching a personality, once defeated, he will return to his original state, lose all memories, and simply lose his long-term partner. AI Xian didn't want to experience such a thing. And in the comics, Aaron will develop such a magic. It should be lonely, miss the original Elussa, so developed this magic. Captain Heine and Captain Jewel of Team Irene are the product of the black and white sword attached personality. Now, this world has the existence of AI Xian, and Aaron has no idea of developing this magic. AI Xian imagined a team of armored warriors. This armor Elussa can be manual or automatic. With armor such as the dragon soul attached, it can usually be worn against the enemy, and many people can also summon armor automatic troops to meet the enemy. You can even set a spell. When you can't hold it, you can automatically disappear, return to the magic space, and become a summon-like existence to avoid the armor being captured. As for the dragon soul and the demon soul, AI Xian already had a lot of ideas. Atlas Frem, the flame dragon, whose power symbolizes the flame of the giant that spews out from hell, is a terrifying dragon with a demon-like face and a body made of hellfire. After his death, he guarded the village of giants as an eternal flame for hundreds of years. This is the ready-made fire dragon soul. The demon soul is simpler. Daliora is the best choice, originally planned to separate Diliora's demonic power for Myra to receive, and now you can also separate the demon soul for Ilusa armor. Deliora is simply a model of waste utilization. Okay, Ilusa, now this Ice Dragon King armor should be your strongest armor now, and it can be used as your whole card in the future. Thank you, brother, I love this gift. In the future, communicate more with the Ice Dragon King. After all, blindly threatening is not enough, let him come out from time to time to move freely, and give grace and power. Okay, I'll get along with the Ice Dragon King. Ilusha nodded and said seriously, by the way, Brother Ai Xian, the list of personnel participating in the S-level assessment will be announced in the afternoon. Little question, this year I was specially invited by the President to participate in the S-level assessment, and the remaining ones who can participate are Laxus, Wakaba, Makeo and Kana. Ai Xian said confidently, and among these people, Laxus can fight a little, and everyone else is not a problem. The S-Class Magic Guide is already in his brother's pocket. In the afternoon, Fairy Tale Guild. Everyone in the guild gathered, and even Kildas, who had been out on a mission for a long time, returned. Kildas, who returned yesterday, caused a lot of damage to the town of Magnolia, and the guild leader scolded Kildas for a long time yesterday, and finally stopped when he was thirsty. It is said that the town of Magnolia is about to begin coping with Kildas and begin a town transformation plan. President Makarov stood on the second floor and loudly announced, the members who meet the requirements this year and can participate in the S-level examination are Ai Xian, Laxus, Makeo, Wakaba, and Kana. Tomorrow morning in the forest behind the guild. The assessment will begin, and the rest of the guild members can watch. The Makeu and Wakaba who were selected to participate in the fist rubbed their hands. After all, who doesn't want the title of S-Class Magister? Even Laxus was forced to be excited. After all, he knew that becoming an S-Class Magus qualified to know about his father. And Kana is also full of confidence, and she also thinks that she has the power to fight against others. Ai Xian said that they are all green leaves to set off their own. Chapter 15. The next day, the forest behind the guild. Makarov announced the content of this S-level assessment. In the first round of this assessment, 5 people fought in a melee, and if they were out of the ring, they were defeated, and those who could not fight were defeated, and the winner who finally stood in the ring could enter the second round of assessment. Subsequently, Kildas directly opened up a ring. The forest was directly destroyed into a boxy area. Smashing magic is indeed destructive, but under Kilda's control, the ground is flat and neat, which is very suitable as a ring. Under Makarov's signal, the crowd participating in the S-Class assessment went directly into the ring, ready to start the first round of dogfights. The battle begins. As the battle began, Makeu and Wakaba immediately converged. When Makarov said the content of the assessment, the tacit understanding between the two for many years had already thought of together, and through the gesture of their eyes, they determined the idea of coordinated combat, prepared to eliminate one person first, and selected Kana as the target. Makeo released purple flames with both hands, and the purple flames rushed towards Kana, forming a net the moment he approached Kana, trying to net her. Smoke assault. And Wakaba next to him also released a large amount of smoke, forming fists to attack Kana without mercy. Unhurried, Kana pulled a card from her fanny pack and unleashed the magic in it. Summoning countless water whips centered on the card, they spread outward into a radioactive diffusion attack, shattering the web of flames that shrouded them. Kana's backhand was another card drawn. The Emperor's Wind Blade. Unleashed a powerful wind blade and cut the smoke fist to pieces, and the remaining wind blew away the excess smoke to avoid the smoke disturbing the line of sight. After Ai Xian's suggestion, Kana upgraded the card, not only exporting less mana, but also releasing more magic than before, arousing some fighting spirit and performing many tasks, and his strength has increased by leaps and bounds. After all, she is the daughter of Kildas, and in the future, she was lent by the original guild leader Mabes to the Shrine of the Fairy, and she is full of potential. At the beginning, Kana was a little bit because of Kildas's years, learning card magic was more for divination, not fighting, did not delve into card magic, and later because many S-level assessments ended in failure, which hit self-confidence. Kana began drinking at the age of 13, and at the age of 13, Kana participated in the S-level assessment for the first time, apparently because she was hit by confidence, and used alcohol all day to relieve her worries and chose to escape. But now Kana has fully stimulated her potential, reached the A-level magus at a young age, and has the qualification to participate in the S-level assessment, 3 years earlier than the original. In general, the threshold for Fairy Tale to participate in the S-level assessment is not high, its strength reaches a certain standard, it has a certain amount of wisdom, and it can participate after completing a certain number of tasks. Although the threshold for participation is not high, the pass rate of the guild's S-level assessment is really low, either 1 or none. This is the result of Makarov's strict control, which is why the S-class wizards of Fairy Tale are far superior to other guilds. Returning to the point, Kana cracked the magic of the two and pulled out a different card from the card pack. Card Summoning Earth Bear. A huge earth bear emerges from the card. After a bear roar, he attacked Makau under the command of Kana. Although it is large, it is not slow to run, like a heavy truck rushing towards it. Makau's expression was solemn, his hands were folded, and a purple flame ball condensed, and the volume of the flame ball continued to expand, and then it was thrown towards the oncoming earth bear. The earth bear hammers the ground, stirring up a large number of stones, and then is manipulated towards the purple flame ball, which explodes between touches. And the bear of the earth fought with thick skin and flesh, regardless of the aftermath of the explosion, and rushed straight into Makau. In front of the bear of the earth, Makau is simply a child, like an adult rushing into a child, and the gap in strength directly knocks Makau out of the ring. During this period, there was also a crisp sound of fractures, just not knowing that poor Makau had broken several bones. After Kana simply commanded the earth bear, she turned her attention to Wakaba, and another card similar to the earth bear card was pulled out. Leopard Warcraft is famous for speed, and the Wind Leopard who masters Wind Attribute magic is one of the best, using Wind Attribute magic to speed, and other Wind Attribute magic does not hurt much. When the Wind Leopard was summoned, it circled around Wakaba at a very fast speed, spitting out wind blades from its mouth from time to time. Although the damage was not high, it made Wakaba ragged, and under the baptism of a large number of wind blades, there were many scars on his body. Wakaba's smoke magic is restrained, and it is not clear where the Wind Leopard releases the wind blade, and it is completely impossible to defend against these wind blade magic. In desperation, I had to jump out of the ring and choose to admit defeat, while there are still a lot of strips of clothes, and I can cover my body, otherwise I will let everyone in the guild appreciate the naked body. Kana vs Makau and Wakaba, Kana wins. While Aishen and Laxus watched the whole time, neither of them fighting. And after Kana finished the battle, she pointed directly at Laxus. The Earth Bear and the Wind Leopard rushed towards Laxus together. The Wind Leopard rushed to Laxus for a long time, and was about to repeat the old trick, but was knocked to the ground by Laxus with a punch. It is not a wise choice to move speed in front of the Thunder Attribute Magician, let alone the Thunder Attribute Magic Guide whose strength is far beyond it. In the eyes of Laxus, it is clear that the location of the Wind Leopard can be distinguished. If not, Laxus keeps his hand, it is estimated that it will be killed with one hit, not as simple as coma. And the Bear of the Earth was not afraid at all. The giant bear roared, tried to intimidate Laxus, and then swung a huge bear paw towards Laxus. Laxus Thunder and Lightning dodged the bear's paw slap, and then responded to a Thunderbolt Fist, a huge gap in strength, around the Earth Bearskin rough flesh, or was knocked unconscious by a blow. And Kana, who summoned two monsters, had exhausted her magic power, and without the power of a battle, she obediently chose to admit defeat. Earth Bear and Wind Leopard were also transferred from the ring for treatment. After all, these two goods are contract monsters. And they will die if they are injured too much. When Kana creates a card creation later, you don't have to worry about this, just take back the card. Next is our battle, let me see your strength, Ai Xian. Laxus has been looking forward to this battle for a long time. After all, among his peers, Ai Xian can fight with himself, and Laxus wants to know Ai Xian's strength. As you wish. Ai Xian vs Laxus. Chapter 16. Huge magic arrays unfolded at Ai Xian's feet. Before Ai Xian could think more, a large amount of thunder and lightning were generated in the magic array to bombard Ai Xian. Laxus did not stop attacking. What resounded in the sky was the roar of summoning thunder and lightning, falling from the sky and turning everything to ashes. A large number of thunder and lightning gathered above Ai Xian's head to form a thunder cloud, and the roar resounded in the sky, followed by a huge thunderbolt ball slowly falling from the top of Ai Xian's head, squeezing the surrounding air, with an endless sense of oppression. Laxus is full force as soon as it strikes. Although Laxus has not seen Ai Xian's true strength, after all, he is a guy who the old man is optimistic about. How can he do it without giving his full strength? Only in this way is respect for the strong. Guild member A, Laxus didn't even test the temptation, and directly shot with all his might. Guild member B, it must have been the last time I went out on a mission with Ai Xian and saw Ai Xian's strength. Guild member C, no, last time they performed a mission, in the end, the people of the other guilds gave Ai Xian the title of Auxiliary Master. Is the auxiliary also very strong? Everyone instantly discussed the topic of whether they could become the strongest. Makarov, who disliked the guild members for being too noisy, directly punched the most noisy ones one by one, and then shouted, "Shut up, watch the assessment quietly." Makarov originally wanted to pass this assessment, let the guild members see what it is like to see what a strong person is like, and stimulate their motivation to improve their strength, but the guys who are not contending make the little old man sigh. The big trumpets in the guild have been practiced, and they will have to go out and pick up some trumpets in the future to come back and practice. Makarov looked at the two in the ring and felt quite relieved. Ai Xian in the ring was trapped in the lightning formation, thinking that Laxus had a lot of eyes, and he secretly ambushed the lightning array, and then unhurriedly cast magic on himself. The feeling of full attribute promotion is really good. Ai Xian sighed and continued to release magic. A circular magic barrier instantly enveloped Ai Xian. Ai Xian's already huge mana, under the improvement of all attributes, went to a higher level, and although the magic barrier with a large amount of mana output was small, it was thick enough. It not only saves mana, but also maximizes the use of mana. Even if the mana reserves in the body are huge, you usually have to maximize the use of mana, which not only exercises mana control, but also avoids the situation of wanton waste of mana in the face of strong enemies in the future, and finally insufficient mana. Only by doing the details well can we become a better wizard. The thunder pressure bombarded the magic barrier, making a creaking sound. The magic barrier was pressed into the form of a semi-round ball, and then stopped. The magic barrier began to crack from the contact surface of the two, and spread out quickly, as if the glass had been knocked on a corner. Although the magic barrier has been deformed and a large number of cracks have appeared, it is full of toughness and strong but not broken. Finally, the lightning ball burst open, forming a powerful explosion, and the shock wave spread out circle after circle. In the end, the magic barrier only became denser and there was no possibility of breaking it at all. Seeing this, Laxus opened his mouth to a thunder dragon's roar, completely breaking the last boundary of the magic barrier, and the entire circular barrier was broken. Ai Xian was not the master who simply defended and did not fight back, and began to counterattack the moment the barrier was broken. Originally, at the speed of Laxus, a lightning could easily dodge. After all, the speed of this magic release is not very fast. However, the timing of Ai Xian's release of magic is very clever, just when the old power has weakened and the new power has not yet been born. Gravity steadily pressed Laxus, and under AI Xian's magical transmission, the gravity range continued to expand, preventing Laxus from escaping with a short displacement. Laxus was suddenly pressed by gravity, caught off guard, knelt on one knee, supported the ground with one hand, and his posture was quite handsome. Soon, Laxus mobilized the magic power in his body to move his whole body, and soon adapted to gravity, and the Dragon Slayer was already physically strong, coupled with the stronger and stronger body that had been tempered by mana over the years, supporting him to slowly straighten up. Ouch, not bad, then try higher gravity. Additional 5 times gravity. Laxus, who was just about to straighten up, was once again pressed down. Laxus forcibly defies gravity, then mobilizes his magic with both hands and strikes directly to the ground. Thunder and lightning hit the ground, and golden thunder shot out, directly destroying the gravity field. Laxus felt a light in an instant, and there was an unprecedented light inspiration, feeling that he could find AI Xian to cultivate under gravity in the future. Still fighting, Laxus put aside the distractions in his mind and chose hand-to-hand combat. The already small ring, under the displacement of Laxus lightning, instantly came to AI Xian, and it was directly a Thunder Dragon's collapse fist. Attach impact. AI Xian attached the impact directly in the air in front of Laxus, ejecting it out, and the backhand was another additional magic. The air around Laxus immediately exploded. Laxus reacted quickly, lightning dodged the past, and at the same time a Thunder Dragon Fang Tianji was thrown towards AI Xian. A huge fireball formed in the air, and under the high temperature, the air became distorted and crashed head-on into the Thunder Dragon Fang Heavenly Halberd. The Thunder Dragon Fang Tianji directly cut through the fireball, but it also melted away under the high temperature of the fireball. Laxus took advantage of the huge fireball to block the line of sight, circled behind AI Xian from the other side, felt the little magic power left, and issued his last big move. AI Xian had already noticed Laxus's small movements and turned around to release his magic. The two powerful magics collide together, producing powerful energy, but are quickly absorbed by the collapsed space and then disappear without a trace. Seeing this, Laxus also chose to admit defeat. AI Xian vs Laxus, AI Xian Sheng. What the hell, Laxus's strongest magic has no effect at all. Sure enough, AI Xian is too strong, now who dares to say that assistance is not good? What does AI Xian have to do with assistance? Obviously most of the magic in the whole process is not auxiliary magic. It can only be said that AI Xian's magic is too powerful, with both auxiliary, offensive and defensive skills, and is flexible. Indeed, I want to learn such magic too. Even if you don't know how to learn simple magic, you still want to learn so much magic. Everyone was talking, and finally Makarov came forward and interrupted everyone's discussion. The first round of assessment is over, and AI Xian enters the next round. In the second round of assessment, against Kildas, if you get the approval of Kildas, you can be promoted to an S-class magician. Second round, AI Xian vs Kildas. Chapter 17. Kildas entered the ring and casually asked, "Do you need to restore your magic power?" After all, AI Xian had just experienced a battle, and he was still a good magic guide like Laxus, and his mana consumption was not low. No need. AI Xian's magic power was very amazing when he was born, and as he increased, his magic power also increased. It can be said that even if AI Xian did not cultivate, his magic power would automatically increase, not to mention that AI Xian usually cultivated very hard. This is also the reason why AI Xian was able to master so many additional magic at a young age. After all, additional magic cannot be cast without a considerable amount of mana. AI Xian said that his magic power is bottomless, and he has not been able to use it enough. The battle with Laxus just now was not small, it was only a small part, and if it was delayed for a while, it might be able to recover. The most important thing is that AI Xian can't wait to see the strength of Kildas. The current strength of Kildes is definitely not far away, even if it does not reach the level of the Saint 10 Great Demon Guides, and in the future, if the Magic Council does not care about the appearance of the fairy tale for a while, the double Saint 10 is not easy to control, or it will not issue this title to Kildes, plus Kildes does not care, and finally it will not be done. Otherwise, Kildes's strength is definitely stronger than John of the Ghost Dominator and Jula of the Serpent Scales, then they can both serve as Saint 10 Magisters, then Kildes is more qualified. However, although Ai Xian agreed with Kildes's strength, he was still very disgusted with his scumbag behavior. The second round of assessment begins. Do you think Ai Xian can hold out in Kildes' hands for a few minutes? The person who spoke seemed to remember something, and was full of excitement, and then said, 5 minutes, after all, Kildes is too strong. I saw that I was taught a lesson by Kildes. It's not that you haven't seen the battle just now, how can you hold out so short, at least 15 minutes? Everyone talked about it, but they were not very optimistic about Ai Xian. After all, the age gap between the two is too big. Kildes can be said to be the pillar of the previous generation, and Ai Xian they belong to the new generation. The age gap means the gap in magic power, the gap in magic research, these all need time to precipitate. Even if Ai Xian is a genius, but Kildes is too, now the people in the guild have experienced the era of Kildes, and they know the horror of Kildes' strength, plus Ai Xian has just finished a battle, and he is even more optimistic. Ai Xian insisted on 5 minutes, 1-1, Ai Xian insisted on 15 minutes, 1-2, Ai Xian insisted for half an hour, 1-3, 2 people drawn, 1-5, Ai Xian win, 1-10. I pressed Ai Xian for 15 minutes, 100J. A group of instigators, if you want to play exciting, I press Ai Xian Sheng, 10J. Ignoring the guild group of teases, the two in the ring have already exchanged hands. The two had a tacit understanding of fist and foot attacks. First, Kildes felt that his magic was too destructive, for fear that one accidentally destroyed the forest again, and then the president would have to curse again, and his hard-earned money for drinking flower wine might not be guaranteed. Second, since the previous battle between Ai Xian and Laxus, Kildes has been very clear about Ai Xian's strength, and has recognized Ai Xian. If it were not for the president's request, Kildes would not want to fight this one, and talk about life with a beautiful big sister about ideals. And Ai Xian is very clear about Kildes's smashing magic, as a superior destruction magic. Most of the magic can be decomposed by Kildes, ordinary magic is basically useless, the powerful magic Kildes may be able to carry down, but the rest of the guild watching the battle is not easy to say. At the point of Kildes and Ai Xian, a hearty battle came at the cost of the complete destruction of one terrain. Ai Xian added a full attribute boost to himself, relying on his excellent physical fitness to fight against Kildes, and Kildes has many years of combat experience far better than Ai Xian, and the two fought back and forth for a while. Kildes fought with a rise and mobilized his magic, with every punch, kick, and even elbow with crushing magic, and every movement brought a small shockwave. Seeing this, Ai Xian also attached an impact to his whole body, returning the other body with the other way, and there was a shock between his fists and feet. You punch, I punch, the shock wave against the shock wave, burst out a roar, falling to the ground is one round pit after another. Kildes fought up, and also let go of his hands and feet, and the small range of shock waves instantly became larger, and Ai Xian saw that this also increased the output of mana, and the ring became potholed when you came and went. Seeing this, Ai Xian had a plan. Ai Xian quietly attached several magics such as hardness, attachment, and sturdiness to the ring under his feet, just to save a pure land under his feet. At the same time, active confrontation was changed to passive defense, without moving the position of the foot in the slightest. Finally, adding excitement to the air, Kildes will make the whole person more excited between each breath, and at the same time the hand is more and more measureless. I believe that you are smart enough to have guessed what Ai Xian did. It's a pity that most of the teases in the guild can't see the form clearly, and they originally simply attacked with their fists and feet, making them shout badly, for fear that time would drag on and cause them to gamble and lose money. Now seeing Kildas show his might, he is starting to get excited, planning what to do after winning. And now such a large-scale magic duel is what they want to see, and they can't reach that point, so they have to watch the big guy duel in the guild and have been addicted. He is rotten, drinking in the guild all day, until he runs out of money to reluctantly perform the task, and even keeps wandering the bulletin board only to see the task hesitant, that is, he does not accept the task. Gather magic power in your fist to knock your opponent away. Its power can instantly knock the opponent thousands of kilometers away, and the acceleration and accompanying smashing magic generated during this period are enough to tear the opponent's body apart, which can be described as the strongest magic in Kildas. When Ai Xian saw Kildas perform this move, his face was also solemn, and he unreservedly released his magic power, and then cast his magic. Ai Xian's strongest defensive magic at the moment. Ai Xian will only defend the front of the magic control of the original whole body defense, and deal with Kildas's evil manifestation one day. Kildas's strongest attack magic against Ai Xian's strongest defense magic. As soon as it touched, heaven and earth were eclipsed, the world was silent, and for a long time, the sound was transmitted. The clouds in the sky were all shaken apart, and the ground was directly torn into a bottomless crack. Fortunately the guild was not in the path of this crack, otherwise Makarov would have no place to cry. The last two figures appeared, Ai Xian and the ground under his feet were intact, and Kildas was a little grey. But according to the rules of the ring, Ai Xian is still in the ring, and Kildas leaves the ring. Ai Xian Sheng. Chapter 18. Time flies, to X777, July 7th. In the past year, after Ai Xian became an S-class magic guide, he discussed Ivan's affairs with President Makarov, and finally after releasing the big move of Laxus, Makarov, who loves his grandson, still agreed with Ai Xian's opinion. And in the S-class assessment in X777, Laxus, who had no opponent, successfully advanced to become an S-class magic guide, and under the white lies made up by Makarov and Ai Xian, there was no conflict between grandfather and grandson. I believe that under the good guidance of the future, Laxus will not become so paranoid. In the future, Makarov will not expel his loved ones from the guild again, leaving himself a lonely old man alone and sad. Kana and Alyssa have also made their mark in the wizarding world, the card goddess and the goblin queen. The two did not reach the S-level magic guide, but they had such a title, which was a recognition of their strength. After Ilusha, who was crazy about performing tasks, made a small amount of money, she went to Heart Cruise to spend wildly, and ordered several styles of armor under the reluctance of the Heart Cruise clerk, such as the most basic daily armor, the most gorgeous celestial wheel armor, etc. Gray was also approved to carry out the crusade mission. Everything is moving in a good direction. July 7th, X777, is the day that people who have spanned 400 years met. Ai Xian came to Layla's mansion a few days early, hiding around, waiting for Layla to open the door of the eclipse, afraid of missing such a scene. Although the keys to the zodiac were complete, Ai Xian was also afraid of what would happen. The most important thing is to directly include all the 5 little guys in the guild, and the 5 dragon-slaying demon guides are exciting to think about. Layla came to the eclipse gate, took out the key to the zodiac, and threw it into the air. The keys of the zodiac are magically arranged in the air to form a circle, emitting a dazzling golden light. Layla clasped her hands together and chanted a mantra, "O elves of the zodiac, please give me the power of enlightenment, open it, the gate of the zodiac." The golden light reflected around Layla, revealing the elves of the zodiac one by one. Leo, Leo, Aquarius, Aoea, Aries, Aries, Pisces, Biscate, Scorpio, Scorpio, Sagittarius, Sagittalius, Virgo, Belag, Taurus, Taurus, Gemini, Gemini, Capricorn, Capricorn, Cancer, Keisha, Libra, Libra. Please. The elves of the zodiac turned into 12 rays of light and smoothly opened the door to the eclipse. As 5 rays of light of different colors shot out of the door, Layla stopped the eclipse gate from opening and slowly closed it, preventing other creatures from crossing 400 years ago. Although Layla's mana consumption is huge, she does not suffer from a serious mana deficiency disorder because she uses life force to make up for the lack of magic of the Aquarius key, which eventually leads to death. Now Layla is recuperating well, and she can fully accompany Lucy to grow up in the future. On the other side, Ai Xian saw the 5 little guys turn into meteors and scatter, and immediately flew into the sky to intercept them. Unfortunately, their different directions, coupled with their extremely fast speed, caused Ai Xian to intercept only a little guy closest to him for a while, and when he was ready to chase the second person, he had disappeared. With a small body, a round face, and short blue hair. The cute little guy is little Wendy. Little Wendy, who had her eyes closed, felt the movement of the outside world and opened her big and bright eyes. Big brother, who are you? Why am I here? Little Wendy was still in a confused state, completely unguarded. My name is Ai Xian, I am a member of Fairy Tale. I just saw that you are not safe sleeping here alone, and I am about to wake you up. It's a very dangerous place, and children can't just enter the forest. Little Wendy finally noticed something was wrong. Big brother, have you seen my mother? Little sister, are you kidding? Ai Xian replied according to the words he had practiced for a long time. Ai Xian didn't intend to tell Wendy the truth at all, she really couldn't explain why she knew so much. Even Layla opened the door of the eclipse and hid in the distance to avoid detection. No way, Grandigny, where are you? Cried little Wendy, but unfortunately there was no response at all. Little Wendy finally couldn't stop crying. Wendy was a crying bag as a child, and she persuaded Natsu and Geigeru to fight with crying. Little Wendy's cry attracted the monster not far away, which frightened little Wendy to cry even louder. Ai Xian had to solve the Warcraft with one blow, and then went to appease little Wendy. Stop crying, I don't know where your Grandigny mother is, but we can go find her. I'll take you back to my guild and let everyone in the guild help you find Grandigny. Ai Xian said softly, but his true intentions had been revealed. Thank you, big brother, you are so good. Poor little Wendy, who still did not know the sinister of the world, directly sent a good man card to Ai Xian. Ai Xian directly turned little Wendy back to Fairy Tale. Unfortunately, President Makarov didn't know where to go, and he even turned back to little Natsu. Because of the passage of 400 years, the memory of the two has some missing, obviously feeling that the other party is familiar, but it is not clear where this familiarity comes from. Natsu and little Wendy successfully joined the guild, and at the same time, they communicated with each other, knowing that the other party was raised by dragons, and they were very magical for a while, and at the same time, they also communicated more and became good friends. Friendship between children comes suddenly and quickly. Unfortunately, neither of them knew where the dragon that raised them went, only that they had both disappeared. Gray, who returned from a mission, saw that a new member had joined, and instantly leaned over, ready to show himself in front of the newcomer. Somehow, Gray and Natsu fought, and poor little Natsu was no match for Gray now, and was immediately pressed to the ground and rubbed. Natsu, who couldn't be beaten, did not admit defeat in his mouth, and while breathing fire, he cursed, "Exhibitionism, I will definitely beat you in the future." Gray's hands kept on and scolded back, "Stupid, you are not my opponent in your life." After the two were pulled apart, they still did not stop and began to scold at the lowest level. Between the scolding, the initial bond between the two was born. Chapter 19. Natsu, study hard, don't be lazy. You have to learn 10 words today. Ilusha transforms into a little teacher, teaching and supervising Natsu to learn words. "Can I just learn 3 words?" said Natsu as he bargained sadly. Natsu looked at the text in front of him. It was simply torture. Why did this word look like this? It really knew me. I didn't know it. Elisha directly smashed a fist on the top of Natsu's head, and Natsu held his head and shouted, allowing Natsu to experience what Yunchi is. Ha ha ha, just like that, you still want to go out on a mission. You don't know a word, and you can't understand even the simplest task delegates. Gray scoffed. Ah, what do you say, you abominable exhibitionist? Gray, don't disturb Natsu studying, and put your clothes on. Ah, when? Gray scrambled to find the clothes he had taken off. The guild is full of joy. Ai Xian also used his privilege as an S-class magic guide to circle a piece of land in the guild and set up his own magic props shop. Among them, space props are well received. After all, there are a lot of space-type magic in this world, but space-type magic props are very rare. But for Ai Xian, it was just an additional magic that could be done. Attach to the space, attach to whatever you want, rings, bracelets, belts, and a variety of items. And the size of the additional space is also arbitrary. How much space you want to add, it depends on how far Ai Xian's magic power supports. However, Ai Xian generally does not attach too much space, but every time he doubles the cubic space, the mana consumption increases exponentially. The consumption is too great, and the gain is not worth the loss. Occasionally, Ai Xian will also take on some tasks to eliminate warcraft, and then make the warcraft that needs to be eliminated into contract cards, and make money to make props. Because of the convenience of attaching magic, it is easy to create a large number of magic items. In the end, Ai Xian was not so keen on making ordinary magic props, but instead engaged in those sharp and strange magic props in the eyes of others. Prop 1, a flying broom. Flying magic is rare, let alone magic props that can fly, otherwise Natsu would not always be carried by Harpy. Although everyone in the guild is very fond of this magic prop, and Ai Xian is basically cheap for guild members, he can basically afford it by performing a few bandit tasks. However, the guild members are very speechless about this flying broom, even if it is good to make a flying magic carpet, and as a result, getting a broom, whether it is the image or the comfort of travel, dare not compliment. In the end, Ai Xian also listened to everyone's opinions and made a flying magic carpet, which is not to blame Ai Xian, who impressed the flying broom too much. Item 2, Invisibility Cloak. The cloak of invisibility is ideal for going behind enemy lines or listening to news. It's a pity that a rat poop spoils a pot of soup. After Makeu and Wakaba bought the invisibility cloak, they actually planned to peep into the girls' dormitory. Coincidentally, Elisha heard it, and immediately beat the two violently, and made their bad deeds public, and was beaten and taught by the female wizards in the guild again. Ai Xian was also asked by Elisha not to make similar magic items. Prop 3, Transform into a mask. A magic mask that can transform into an imaginary appearance when worn can be described as a necessary prop for in-depth spying on information and fleeing in distress. But there are always people who develop strange ways to play. Gray transforms into Gray with a mask, frantically provokes Elisha, and then runs to the vicinity of Natsu to change back into her original form. Poor Natsu was scapegoated and severely repaired by Elisha, and later learned that it was Gray who pretended to be and repaired Gray again. In the end, Elisha, who felt that the relationship between the two was not very good, forced the two to become good friends. So that in the future, as soon as the two saw Elisha, they became good brothers. Finally, this magic item was also banned for destroying guild unity. Magic item 4, Magic Detection Glasses. Ai Xian made this magic detection glasses with his own mana reserves as the upper limit and ordinary people's mana reserves as the lower limit. Wearing this pair of glasses will make you more bookish, and you will also be able to detect the magic of the other party. Through the feedback of mana values, it is decided whether to meet the enemy or escape. At the beginning, the reaction was good, everyone detected the mana reserves of the rest of the guild, showed off and ridiculed better than others, and redoubled their efforts to cultivate well. For a while, the guild's cultivation atmosphere improved. Until later, there were guys who relied too much on monodetection glasses, and the monodetection results exceeded themselves and did not fight, and the monodetection results were lower than themselves and struck hard. Originally, it was nothing, it was just the old sixth. Unfortunately, in the world of magic, the gap in combat effectiveness is not only the gap in magic power, but also many factors, such as combat experience, such as magic restraint. Sadly, this old sixth was overturned by a magic guide whose magic power was much lower than his. Makarov also came out to criticize the old six, and said that if it continues like this, magic will not improve. As a result, monodetection glasses became no longer sought after by guild members, but they were sold outside the guild. Magic Item 5, Magic Building Ball. The Magic Building Ball, as the name suggests, is a magic ball with a building, small and delicate, and easy to carry. There are always inconvenient times when going out, and it is even more common to often sleep in the wild when performing tasks. With this magic building ball, you can usually carry it without taking up space, and inject mana when you need to use it. You can get a simple house. But unfortunately, the configuration of the house is not good enough, only to achieve the effect of shelter and rest. As for the shower, the kitchen, these facilities are not available. After all, such magic props cannot be pounded out in a while. In addition, the magic power required to inject mana is slightly larger, and the magic guide with ordinary magic power cannot be used at all, and even if it is used, it will fall into a short dangerous time because the mana consumption is too large. The house is also not set up with defensive magic, and the result of these magic repulsions, Ai Xian, a magic prop master who can only use additional magic, cannot handle it. For various reasons, it is better to carry a tent with you. This also stimulated Ai Xian's enthusiasm for profound magic props and began to study continuously. In the end, Ai Xian set off a wave in the wizarding world with these various magic props, promoting a new milestone of magic props in the magic world. Ai Xian was also installed with the title of Magic Item Master. Although this chapter is very watery, the next chapter may be the next. Chapter 20. The time comes to X778. This year, Myra joins Fairy Tale with Elufman and Lysina. That's called receiving magic, it's a kind of magic. You are not possessed by some demon at all, but the power of demons resides in your body. Rarely, Makarov did not drink, but drank tea and answered Myra's questions seriously. Demon's power, I don't need this kind of thing. Myra muttered with her head bowed. Seeing this demon arm, Myra couldn't help but think back to the old days, only darkness and rainy season, no rays of the sun could be seen, and the only light was given by Elufman and Lysina. When I was a child, in order to destroy the demons in the church, I went to the church alone, but I was possessed by demons, and my originally white arm became the hand of the devil. He was seen by the people of the village, labeled himself as a demon, and was expelled by the villagers. On that day, people from the village, armed with various weapons, or shovels, or rakes, surrounded the three people's hut. Or fear of demons, fear of everything related to demons, they dare not rush into the three's cabin, only dare to curse outside the house. What the hell, abominable! Get out! Yes, get out of our village! Get out, demon-possessed fellow! How long do you want to stay in the village? Cursed family! It's because of you that there will be a steady stream of calamities. All kinds of vicious words continued to come out. Seeing that the people in the house did not dare to resist, their courage became greater, and from time to time stones were thrown by the villagers and smashed through the windows. The three people huddled in the corner, helplessly feeling the violence of the language and the pain of the stones hitting their bodies. In the end, Lysina, who took pity on Sister Myra, rushed to the window with tears in the corners of her eyes and loudly refuted, it was Sister Mila who helped repel the demons who committed evil in the church, she fought off demons for this village. You are too much. She was possessed by demons in order to fight off demons, and Sister Myra was not wrong. Obviously he does not dare to fight the devil, but he dares to bully those who are suspected of being demons. If it weren't for Araman and Lysina defending and supporting themselves, they might have thought of suicide. It seems that this village can't stay. Realizing this, Myra has decided to leave the country with Iluffman and Lysina and find a new place for Iluffman and Lysina to live. At a carefree age, the three were forced to embark on a wandering life. The three of them simply embarked on a wandering journey with insufficient supplies. The trio has crossed vast deserts, climbed steep rocks, traversed dark forests, gone to majestic seashores, and stayed overnight under collapsed houses. Leaving this ruthless village and these ugly-faced villagers just to find a place for Iluffman and Lysina, now after all the hardships, he has come to the town of Magnolia and found a place for Araman and Lysina in the Fairy Tale Guild. Thank you for your answer. I hope you will take in my brother Araman and sister Lysina. Myra looked at Iluffman and Lysina who were playing with their peers not far away, and pleaded to Makarov. Okay, then you don't want to stay in the guild. Makarov agreed, but he valued the genius girl in front of him more. After all, those who can awaken magic on their own are geniuses. And those who awaken this profound magic are geniuses among geniuses. After all, receiving demons can be described as a top-notch existence in receiving magic. At least Makarov has not seen anyone who can receive demons for so many years. Even if ordinary people learn to receive magic, they will rashly receive the flower of the demon soul, and they have long been shocked into an idiot by the various negative thoughts of the devil. Only those who are the most good and have great love can resist the impact of various negative thoughts of demons and successfully receive the souls of demons. The most important thing is that the little girl is young, and the demon she receives is not a one-time existence. Satan the demon, according to records, was also the best among demons. If the little girl in front of her joins the guild, in a few years, the guild will inevitably add an S-rank magic guide again, and she is also the strongest among the S-class magic guides. Makarov's eyes are already shining. How can he let go of such a proud son of heaven? Myra shook her head and was silent, instead turning away from Fairy Tale. Makarov looked at the figure of Myra leaving, did not recover, brought back many children, and taught Makarov for many years has thought of a solution. Iluffman, Lysina, can you come here? Makarov shouted softly, with a kind face. Grandpa President, did you tell us something? Little ones, do you want to learn to receive magic, the same magic as your sister? I want to learn, I want to be like Sister Myra. Good boy, this is the spirit of the beast bear, this is the animal spirit cat, next I will teach you to receive magic, and you try to receive these two souls. Makarov took out the props that hosted the soul of the beast bear and the animal soul cat, and handed them to Iluffman and Lysina respectively. Since AI Xian opened the magic prop shop, all kinds of props are available. Then under Makarov's careful teaching, the two soon learned to receive magic. On the other side, after Myra left Fairy Tale. Magic, demon, I don't need this power, I'm not human anymore, I think it's better for me to get out of here. Goodbye, Iluffman, Lysina. Myra was alone and ready to leave, looking back from time to time, her eyes reluctant to her younger siblings. Sister. Sister Myra, it was Iluffman and Lysina who chased after her. Look. My sister looks going to be taken aback. Animal soul cat. Beast soul bear, only hands. Lysina became a little cat woman with cat ears and a cat's tail. Iluffman's right hand became a bear's paw. Someone taught us. It's the same magic as Sister Myra. I've only learned my hands so far, though. Mila saw the actions of the two, and tears were already rolling in her eyes. Sister Myra, because you always look lonely. So you'll never be alone again. Hearing this, Myra couldn't help but bow her head and shed tears, and whispered, You too. The three of us will be together forever. Even magic. At that time, Myra only had one thought: I didn't want this power at all, but if it was a power that could protect my beloved family, then I would use this power to become a demon. Chapter 21. Myra, Alufman, and Lysina successfully joined the guild. Myra has a high talent for receiving magic, and under Makarov's careful guidance, she quickly lifted the receiving state of the demon hand, and soon comprehended the whole body reception, and tried the whole body reception, but because of the lack of mana, she only lasted for a second and quit the receiving state. Makarov was excited that the guild had one more genius. But Arifman is much worse at receiving magic. A bare soul can only receive one hand, and Lysina can receive a cat all over. Ai Xian, who was watching from the sidelines, felt that it was not only a matter of talent, but also a problem of personality. Myra and Lysina are both tough people, while Arifman is too cowardly to tell the truth. Such a character learning to receive magic is simply full of drawbacks. Just like receiving the soul of the Beast King in the original work, the character is too cowardly and not confident, and finally receives the Beast King and runs away. Even if Lysina was sucked into the other world Edras by the super subspace magic anima, her personality has changed greatly since then, and she cannot receive the soul of the Beast King with her whole body. Therefore, those who need to learn magic are tenacious and determined, otherwise they will fall into a state of violence or be unable to receive it. However, Arifman in the original book finally proved himself and secured the second tier of the guild with receiving magic. But because of the length of Lysina, Hiroshi Majima didn't want to spend a lot of ink at all, and in the end he only became a cute character. In Ai Xian's opinion, Lysina is far more suitable for receiving magic than Alufman. Regardless of her personality or her control over receiving magic, she beats Ilufman. And the reception of animal souls completely buried Lysina's talent. Ai Xian had already thought about slaughtering a few god-destroying demon guides in the future, separating the divine power in their bodies and letting Lysina receive it. Myra receives demons, Lysina receives gods, and much harmony. In the original work, the god-destroyer and demon guide forced GE to be high, and as a result, the record was very collapsed, and instead of letting them waste, it was better to use it to strengthen the strength of the guild. Even if it can't reach the level of the war concubine receiving the god of time, it can become a not weak combat power. But now, Lysina still uses the animal soul to practice first, and then changes to the soul of the monster, and then has the opportunity to get the dragon soul can also try. The soul of the emerald dragon is good, and the final dream is of course the power of God. Now there are more children in the guild in an instant. In addition to Laxus who has entered the youth, Kana, Gray, Ai Xian, Ilusa, Wendy, Natsu, plus Myra. If it weren't for the fact that there were still many adult wizards in the guild, Fairy Tale would look like an orphanage, which could be regarded as satisfying Makarov's idea of abandoning the big trumpet and practicing the trumpet. As Laxus, Ai Xian, Kana, and Ilusha successively made their reputations, so did the Fairy Tale Guild. The guild is no longer the time when it used to be green and yellow. The guild has entered a new era, and it will be the world of a new generation in the future. Natsu and Wendy have been taught by Ilusa. Wendy has learned words, while Natsu has only learned basic words, but can also understand task delegations, and has also begun to perform simple tasks with great interest, weeding, delivering things, making the old man happy, etc. Although the task is simple, the two enjoy it. And Ai Xian also often takes little Wendy out to carry out crusade tasks, which are all low-level crusade tasks, used to collect raw materials for making magic props, and by the way, take Wendy to see the world, change the problem of crying without moving, and teach Wendy additional magic by the way, which is the future additional magic master, the best quality additional magic inheritor. When taking little Wendy on a mission this time, little Wendy picked up a pink patterned egg, which was almost about the size of Wendy. At a glance, Ai Xian knew that it was the egg of one of the 100 transcendents sent by the Queen of Extania to take refuge in Islandon, but he didn't know if it was Xiaolulu. In the world of fairy tale, there is a very metaphysical setting, and the 5 dragon-slaying wizards who came from 400 years ago have a cat with them. Gejiro caught one abruptly without a cat at the beginning, but it was still a cool and cute panda, and the key combat effectiveness was also strong. Ai Xian thought, in the future, also catch a cat for Laxus. The cat in the anime original that can fight with Lily is good. It seems to be called Samir, a military master of the church, with excellent brains and combat effectiveness. Ai Xian returned to Fairy Tale with little Wendy and the pink egg. At this time, the guild crowd was around Natsu and pointing. It turned out that Natsu also happened to be smashed on the top of his head by a sky blue pattern egg in the forest. When Natsu saw the egg, he immediately decided that it was a dragon egg and brought it back to the guild to show off. The guild crowd gathered around Natsu and the sky blue egg in his arms, talking about the egg. This is an ostrich egg. Only an ostrich has such a big egg. It must be a dinosaur egg, and the dinosaur egg is that big. The dragons are all extinct, and Natsu says it's dragon eggs. Shut up, how can you say such a thing in front of Natsu? The guy who said the wrong thing was beaten up by the others. And the guild crowd saw that the pink egg brought back by Ai Xian and little Wendy was similar to Harpy's egg, and immediately ran over to ask what kind of egg it was. It really aroused their curiosity seriously. After all, they had never seen such a large egg with various color patterns. Knowing that this was picked up by little Wendy, it can be said that it took advantage of the excitement and returned home. In the end, Ai Xian proposed that the two hatch the 2 eggs, and took out the magic props that were made for hatching the eggs. Not only is the hatching success rate high, but the hatching speed is fast, and it will not lead to the various drawbacks of early hatching. It can only be said that the tool is a good prop, but the practicality is not high, and I have not seen many people hatch Warcraft eggs to cultivate Warcraft from an early age. In just a few days, with the help of the 2 and the other members of the guild, the 2 eggs hatched at the same time. A sky blue winged kitten flew over Natsu's head. Another snow white winged kitten flew into little Wendy's arms. The sky blue kitten also shouted lively, "Love!" For a while, the guild people were turned over by 2 cats. So cute! Times and Naz felt that the sky blue kitten brought happiness. So he named it Harpy. Dragon no habit. Little Wendy named the snow white kitten Charlulu. Chapter 22. X779 year. On this day, Ai Xian received a letter from Frost, informing him that he had found out where Deliora was. Seeing this, Ai Xian came to the Tower of Paradise and found Urusha. How is it lately? Ai Xian did not immediately indicate his intentions, but asked about the recent situation. After all, Ai Xian still attaches great importance to the layout of the Tower of Paradise, which is related to whether Elusha can untie the knot in the future. Jalal has been practicing celestial magic very well recently, and has reached the standard of an A-level magic guide. And Hugh's strength is even more amazing, he has already touched the boundary of an S-class magic guide, and I don't know if it's your magic that is powerful, or if he is originally talented. I've recently gained Hugh's trust and am ready to sneak into the Senate with him. But you, come here today to ask me about the situation. Of course not, I'm not that idle. After all, you are also doing things for me now, so I have to give you some sweetness to taste. Ai Xian said matter-of-factly. After all, he still threatened Urusha to do things, and there was no guarantee that there would be no problems. Although problems can be solved quickly, Ai Xian does not want to clean up the mess, especially the mess he has created. Now seeing Urusha so sensible, Ai Xian was in a better mood. Yes, what sweetness are you going to give me to taste? Dismissed Urusha, who was basically like a walking dead, just mechanically carrying out the orders of the guild leader Hades. But since the last time he obtained the truth of the original matter in Ai Xian, Urusha has also verified it, although he has not received the strongest evidence, but many things and clues investigated have confirmed Ai Xian's words to some extent. This is also the reason why Urusha honestly carried out Ai Xian's plan, otherwise Urusha would have returned to the heart of the demon long ago, ready to let the guild leader Hades teach Ai Xian a lesson. At least in Arusha's opinion, Ai Xian is far from being the president of Hades, but he knows a little more. Arusha thought it was the effect of some kind of magic. Now Arusha is just returning Ai Xian's kindness, and doesn't care about sweetness or anything. Ai Xian looked at Arusha's disapproving expression, and did not intend to say it now, but sold it, "You will know if you go with me." Arusha was also aroused by curiosity and followed Ai Xian out of the Tower of Paradise. On the way, Ai Xian returned to the guild along the way, taking Gray, who had completed his mission and rested in the guild. "Why don't you take this little brat?" Arusha saw Gray with some hostility. After all, after Arusha escaped from the laboratory, what he saw was the scene of Ulu and the two little fart children having fun, and he didn't have a good impression of these two little fart children who snatched their mother's love. In addition, when he later investigated, it was found that Ulu used absolute ice to die with Dahlia for the sake of this little fart in front of him, and he had no good impression of Gray. Otherwise, now that she knows the truth, she may be able to go back and reunite with Ulu. Fortunately, Arusha knew that Uru had deep feelings for this little brat, so she restrained the idea of making a move against Gray, but the hostility between the words did not converge at all. Ulu, the first time Gray saw Arusha, he thought it was Ulu. And a tear couldn't help but flow from the corner of his eye. Soon, Gray came back from his fantasy and excitedly shouted, "Who are you? Why do you look so similar to Master Ulu?" Gray thought of the fact that Ulu had mentioned that he had a daughter but unfortunately died, and the more he felt that the person in front of him might be the daughter that Master Ulu had mentioned, but she was not dead yet. Arusha turned her head and fell silent. "Her name is Arusha, and she is your senior sister," Ai Xian introduced briefly. "Senior sister," muttered Gray, and for a moment various thoughts appeared. From the joy of seeing Ulu's daughter, to the self-blame for killing her master, and the guilt of not being able to face the person in front of her, all kinds of feelings came to my heart, and I couldn't say it. There was a sudden silence along the way. Ai Xian was so happy, he quickly rushed with the two of them, using Ai Xian's latest magic props, magic airships, of course, small, sitting at most 3 people at a time, 1 in the driver's seat and 2 in the back seat. It is far from the magic guide airship of the future Cyan Pegasus Guild, Christina. Although the airship is small, the speed is guaranteed, that is, the mana consumption is a bit large, but it is nothing for a guy like Ai Xian whose magic power is bottomless. Soon, the 3 arrived at Dahlia's storage site. Dahlia. Gray immediately became emotional when he saw the frozen demon in front of him. "Ai Xian, what are you bringing me here for? You know, I like these things the most, and I often go on crusade missions to make magic items. The Dahlia in front of you is a good raw material." Ai Xian replied lightly, ignoring Gray, whose face was getting more and more ugly. "Do you know how horrible Dahlia is? He destroyed many towns, even my parents died at his hands." The more Gray spoke, the more emotional he became. If it weren't for the fact that the person in front of him was a member of the guild, Gray would have started directly. "I know, so I'm not bringing you here to show you how I clean up Dahlia. By the way, help you get revenge. I also harvested the raw materials. It's a win-win." Arusha looked at Ai Xian's different style, and didn't know what Ai Xian wanted to do, just quietly watching from the side. "Ai Xian, no. Ulu is alive, and she forms ice that never disappears. I don't allow anyone to destroy her, even if it's a member of the guild." Gray stood in front of Ai Xian's eyes and stretched out his hands to stop him. "Gray, you're still going to immerse yourself in fantasy. It's just ice, it's just a lie Ulu told to make you less blamed. The most important thing is, what do you take to stop me? Even if I pay with my life, I will not hesitate." Ice shape, hammer soldier. Gray's right fist struck his left palm, creating a large ice hammer with ice, and smashed towards Ai Xian. Before the big ice hammer could touch it, it was crushed into ice slag by gravity, and Gray was also pressed on the ice and could not get up, and it was difficult to even move. Gray, you are too weak, whether it was 5 years ago or now, you can't change anything. Ai Xian finished his words and began to release his magic. Diliura's ice filled with cracks at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then cracked. With the roar of Diliura, it broke the seal. Chapter 23. You really released Diliura. Arusha was also surprised by Ai Xian's actions, and even more surprised that Ai Xian was able to break the absolute ice freeze, which is almost impossible to crack magic. You don't think like Gray. Ai Xian glanced at Gray, who was still pressed in place by gravity, and then asked Arusha next to him. Of course not, incarnating as ice is indeed another continuation to some extent, but I don't think so. Ice is ice, and it can never replace a living person. Arusha replied calmly, but the sadness in her eyes was still revealed. And you've already done it, and ask me if it makes sense. Arusha gave Ai Xian a blank look, and then gloated, you better prepare how to deal with Diliura. This is an immortal doom demon, even among the many demons created by Jelf, it is one of the best. Ai Xian unhurriedly lodged the souls separated from the ice in the soul crystal. Soul crystal, one of the magic props recently created by Ai Xian, can host soul things, which contain gentle soul power, which can continuously nourish the soul residing in it and prevent the soul from gradually dissipating. Even in the heyday of Diliura, I am sure to subdue him, not to mention being sealed by Ulu with absolute ice for 5 years, during which Daliura's life was gradually consumed while being frozen, and his strength was not 1 in 10. Even you can solve it casually. Ai Xian suddenly thought of something, and then looked at Arusha, how about it, do you have the idea of personally taking revenge? Ai Xian looked at Arusha who was thinking, and did not urge, but turned his gaze to Gray. Ai Xian did not forget to mock Gray. Gray, look at how little you have grown in the past 5 years, almost addicted to the environment of the guild. Even if Daliura's strength is not 1 in 10 now, you can't solve it with your own hands to avenge Ulu. The early guild was indeed like a household, bragging and drinking, and performing few tasks. Gray can be said to be the most ordinary magic guide in the new generation of fairy tale. Not only learning the ice shape magic is ordinary, unlike Natsu and others learning super ancient magic, but also the personal physique is also ordinary, unlike Ilusa's outstanding physique. After all, it is also a descendant of the dragon, more or less inherited the physique of a dragon, nor is it like Laxus was born with huge magical powers. Personal talent is also average, unlike Myra's natural awakening magic. Such an ordinary Gray, in the original work, actually ranked first step, which must have experienced a lot of efforts, even if there was a hint of falling behind halfway. In the end, he inherited the old father's ice demon destroying magic and kept up with the footsteps of others. It can also be regarded as an inspirational model for ordinary magicians. But Ai Xian found that the flapping wings of the butterfly caused Gray to be a little off. Under the current situation, Gray does not have much sense of urgency, playing with Natsu every day, so that a huge gap will definitely be opened later, and even the opportunity to inherit the old father's ice demon magic may be lost. After all, the plot has changed in an unknowable direction under his various operations. The most important thing is that in the future, the attack of the Black Dragon of Sirius Island is still very likely, and Ai Xian needs to enhance the strength of all the main forces of the guild. Even if he can't defeat Akuno Lokia, he won't sleep miserably for 7 years. Gray's current mentality is not good, it must be stimulated and stimulated. Let him work hard, even if other aspects are not as good as others, but there is always a certain aspect that stands out, such as the talent of ice magic is far better than others, so that the ice shape magic is studied very thoroughly, and there is no less than the careful teaching of Ulu, who is no less than the strength of the Saint Ten Magisters. It is precisely because of these that Gray followed the pace of others at the beginning. As for what to do if the stimulation is too much, Ai Xian said that someone finishes. Don't worry at all, there is no better choice than her in terms of persuading Grey. Daliara. Grey's face was ugly, both the sadness of the broken ice that you had transformed, the fear of breaking the seal of Daliara, the slightest resentment of what Ai Xian had done, and the powerlessness of his own situation to face this situation. Leave it to me for Daliara, you take this little fart away. Arusha still chose to take the action herself, and used the ice shape magic to give Daliara the final finish. During the conversation between the three, Daliara completely broke the seal, and at the same time relieved the stiffness of the frozen for many years, wantonly venting his desire to destroy. The surrounding ice was destroyed and potholes, completely did not care about the three, and mechanically continued to destroy in one direction. Arusha mobilized her magic power and launched a large number of leaf-like ice blades from the palms of her hands, launching an attack on Daliara. As the leaf-like ice blade began to rotate, and on the way, it continued to absorb the ice attribute magic in the environment, and the leaf ice blade also condensed more and more, and at the same time, the rotation speed became more and more amazing, emitting a burst of breaking sounds, hitting Daliara, who had no defense. Daliara's body was instantly cut by a large number of giant ice blades, and his whole body was scarred, and a large amount of blood shot out. Only then did Daliara stop moving forward, turn to look at the little bug that attacked him, raise his huge fist, and frantically smash towards Arusha. Although he is huge, he is very flexible and explosive, and his fists rain down. Arusha created countless thorns and roses in an instant, forming a huge rose garden, and the magic of attack and defense combined withstood the attack of Daliara. The ground around the ice-shaped white rose garden. The ground around the ice-shaped rose crown was instantly frozen, and the ice rose that grew from it spiraled to attack this Daliara. At the same time, a large number of ice roses and ice thorns wrapped towards Daliara, instantly restraining Daliara in place. Daliara kept breaking free from the ice thorns and ice rose vines on his body, and under his brute force, he broke a lot of ice rose vines, but more and more ice rose vines continued to spread up, gradually binding Daliara into an ice dumpling. This is the last move, the shape of ice, ice volcano. Huge icebergs break out from under Daliara, and the tumbling ice molten slurry erupts out, like a real volcanic eruption, and a natural disaster has struck. Daliara faced a scene of natural disaster, and the small amount of vitality was instantly destroyed, and the huge object fell heavily to the ground. Daliara, Pawn. Chapter 24. How's it going? Shouted Ai Xian to Arusha, who had been in place for a long time. Much more comfortable. Arusha exhaled slowly, and the whole person relaxed. How about this sweetness, is it okay? Said Ai Xian with a smile. It's okay. Arusha returned to Gao Lang Fan and replied lightly. In that case, give you a bigger gift, I guess you like it. Ai Xian said confidently. After Ai Xian finished speaking, he set the soul crystal in his hand in a disc, then entered magic into the disc to activate the function of the disc, and then handed it to Arusha. Arusha subconsciously took it, and then saw a small and illusory figure appear on the disc. When Arusha saw the small figure, tears flowed unconsciously, and she wanted to open her mouth to call, but she couldn't make a sound. Ulu's soul is still very weak, just take a look. This soul crystal can nourish the soul, and after about a month, it can have a solid soul body, and when the time comes, it can be manifested through the manifestation disc, and it can talk to you, except that there is no body, basically the same as ordinary people. Ai Xian's faint tone fell in Arusha and Grey's ears like thunder. They didn't expect to be able to meet Ulu in this way. Absolute freezing is a magic that causes the user's physical body to die and transform his own body into extreme ice. It can be said to be both sealing magic and death magic. Absolute freezing is almost impossible to crack by other magic, which makes this magic a sealing magic. The body dies into ice, and the soul is still consuming the life of the sealed thing, so it is the same magic that dies. Therefore, Ulu's physical body transformed into ice to seal Daliara, and Ulu's soul power is still consuming Diliura's life force, which is why Diliura's strength after breaking the seal is far less than before. At the same time, Ulu's soul is also the element that keeps the absolute ice from being cracked by most magic, and I separated the soul of Ulu in the ice, which cracked the absolute ice freeze. Fortunately, we came early, and Ulu's soul has not completely disappeared, otherwise I would not have been able to do anything. Ai Xian explained in detail. Definitely not the word count of water, although it is water. Unfortunately, Arusha and Gray didn't have the heart to listen to Ai Xian's detailed explanation, and their whole bodies and minds were placed on that small illusory figure, and with the exhaustion of the magic power of the manifestation disc, Ulu's soul returned to the soul crystal, and the two slowly came back to their senses. Thank you, Ai Xian, I love this gift. Arusha suddenly stepped forward and hugged Ai Xian, then leaned into Ai Xian's ear and whispered, and finally kissed Ai Xian lightly on the right cheek, and then took advantage of Ai Xian's stunned look and left without looking back. Not only Ai Xian froze, but Gray also couldn't believe that the senior sister who was cold along the way actually made such a move, but when he thought of what Ai Xian did, it was not strange at all, and even felt that it was far from enough. Gray suddenly thought that Arusha took the manifestation disc and the soul crystal away, and in the future, he wanted to see Master Uru and go to find her, but the other party did not leave an address for him, and the senior sister still disliked herself. This is not okay, and you have to rely on Ai Xian to build bridges. Otherwise you may not be able to see Ulu again in the future. The gravity on Gray's body has long been lifted, so Shi Shiran also ran to Ai Xian's side and interrupted Ai Xian, who was still reminiscing. Ai Xian, she's all gone. Ai Xian felt that Gray had seen his embarrassment, and in annoyance, he attached gravity magic to Gray again, or triple gravity. Gray, who was lying innocently, said that Ai Xian, this guy is still as annoying as ever, even if he saves Master Ulu, he is just as hateful, and how far away from this guy he will be in the future. Ai Xian vented on Gray, refreshed, and then began to put the finishing touches. A dark and slightly evil demonic force floated out of Diliura's corpse and was included in the magic crystal by Ai Xian. A chaotic and tyrannical soul wandered out of Diliura's corpse, and at the same time, the soul state did not forget to roar at Ai Xian, completely like a destroyer without wisdom. No wonder it is called an undead doom demon. In the end, Ai Xian collected Diliura's body into the oversized space ring that he carefully made. Diliura's body can be taken back to make the demon armor for Ilusa, just like the corpse of the Ice Dragon King. And the demonic power separated from Diliura's corpse can be attached to the demon armor after it is created, and it can be turned into armor that can exert its power to destroy evil. Here set Diliura's spell attribute as the spell of power. Anyway, Diliola has few appearances, and I have never seen the use of spells, and the whole fist output is out, then I can only make it up with me. Originally, I wanted to attach Diliura's soul to the demon armor, but now it seems that it can't. Previously, the Ice Dragon King's soul could be attached to the Ice Dragon King's armor because the Ice Dragon King's soul was wise and able to communicate. It is precisely because of his wisdom that he is threatened to do things for Ilusa, and he can also control the armor to fight together. But Diliura's soul is only tyrannical, completely devoid of wisdom, unable to communicate, which is why he was disliked by other demons created by Jelf in the Gate of Hades, so he did not care about him and left him to fend for himself. Although it is a pity that it is impossible to continue to create self-aware armor, Diliura's soul can have a second use, that is, let Myra receive Diliura's soul, and now Myra has only one satanic soul, and there are too few choices. Originally, he was still entangled in whether it was better for the soul of Diliura to make armor for Ilusa, or to receive it for Myra. Now it's good, there is no need to get tangled at all. The finishing touches were completed, and Ai Xian also let Gray go, taking Gray back to Fairy Tale on the way. Along the way, Gray still couldn't control himself and asked Ai Xian how to contact Urusha, just to be able to see Uru again in the future. Ai Xian just said, Wait until your strength improves. Without reaching the S-level magic guide, you will not have this opportunity. Ai Xian took the opportunity to inspire Gray's self-motivation. As for the meeting, there is a chance in the future, and Ai Xian plans to let Arusha join the guild after the Tower of Paradise incident is completed. According to the construction progress of the Tower of Paradise, it is also fast, at least not as late as in the original book. Chapter 25. Ai Xian took Diliara's body to the Heart Cruise brand store again, was strongly welcomed by the clerk, agreed to deliver a month again, and finally left the Heart Cruise brand store under the clerk's farewell. Ai Xian, who returned to Fairy Tale, looked around for Myra's whereabouts, intending to give Deliola's soul to Myra and let her try to receive it, but unfortunately was finally told that he had gone out on a mission. That's right, after a year, Myra has been able to successfully master the receiving magic, and can receive the soul of Satan all over for a long time. In just 1 year, Gray, who had been practicing for several years, was thrown out of a street, and there was no pressure to beat Gray. After all, not long after Gray learned the ice shape magic, you cast an absolute ice sacrifice, but it is conceivable that there is still a lot of content about the ice shape magic that you has not yet taught. Gray himself is not motivated, and the ice shape magic is used to use those few tricks, and he doesn't know how to study it well. Gray doesn't have a sense of urgency, and fights with Natsu all day, which is why Ai Xian frantically stimulated Gray before, and if he didn't force Gray to be motivated, then maybe Gray would really be wasted. In the future, Ulu's soul is solidified, let Ulu continue to teach Gray, and the effect of the famous teacher is still different. It is precisely because Mila has been able to receive the soul of Satan smoothly all over her body, Ai Xian is ready to give the soul of Deliara to Myra, plus Ai Xian is watching from the sidelines, which is the best guarantee. Otherwise, accepting Diliara's soul rashly will definitely lead to bitter fruit. After all, Diliara's soul is full of negative emotions such as destruction and tyranny, and if Myra can't even receive the soul of Satan with her whole body, then she will fall into a rampage like a loveman receiving the soul of the Beast King, and even the soul may be washed away by the negative emotions in Diliara's soul, turning into a walking dead that will only destroy and evolve into the next Deliara. And Ai Xian is guarding on the side. Once there is a problem, he can separate Deliara's soul at the first time, simple and will not hurt Myra. There will also be no situation where Myra does not dare to make a move after a Raman receives the soul of the Beast King and walks away. Separation and additional magic is simply a nemesis for receiving magic. It's a pity, then we can only wait until next time. Ai Xian said that he was very sorry that it was rare to get good things by himself. What a pity. Makarov quietly came up behind Ai Xian. President, eavesdropping is a bad habit. Is the guild president looking for me for something? Said Ai Xian without looking back. That's what I said, I can't find you if there's nothing to do. I occasionally care about the members of the guild. Makarov said righteously, everyone in the guild is my child, and as a parent, you naturally have to care about your child's physical and mental health. I have to say that Makarov really has nothing to say about treating guild members, and he is indeed cultivated as a child, even if he treats his own son Ivan as much as he treats guild members, he is comparable to Whitebeard next door. Last time you looked for me for some magic props, it seems to be an invisibility cloak, and Alyssa found it. Last time you asked me to take Laxus to the Drifting Snow Guild on a mission. You can be said to have nothing to do with the Three Treasures Hall. Ai Xian listed what Makarov had done. Makarov's old face turned red, he wanted to stealth cloak but quietly passed, who would have thought that it would be discovered by Alyssa. It's a bit ashamed, but it's still business. Makarov clenched his fist with one hand, put it to his mouth and coughed a few times to resolve the embarrassment, and then said seriously, since this is the case, then I will say it bluntly. During this time, you haven't performed much of the mission, and I know that your magic props have made a lot of money, and I can't look at the little money for the mission. But recently the guild received an S-class mission, which is a designated task. That's right, the designee is you. Although the designated task is not a mandatory task, if you do not perform much to affect the reputation of the guild, there will be fewer people willing to post the task in the future. So as the president, I still hope that you can carry it out. After all, a magic guide who does not experience battle cannot grow up. Well, President, you don't have to talk at such length. As a member of the guild, I still have a sense of responsibility. I took this task. By the way, what is the content of the entrusted task? Asked Ai Xian, hoping that it was not a particularly troublesome task. This mission is an exploration of ruins, and the specific situation can only be known by converging with the mission client. Makarov handed the client task list to Ai Xian, which had a detailed meeting place and meeting time. The reason why the mission is not detailed is because there are lessons learned. In this adventure mission, when encountering a malicious guild, he directly rushed ahead of the client, arrived at the ruins site, and then wrapped all the harvest of the ruins, so that the task client who had worked hard to obtain the clues of the ruins had no return. The guild that did this last time has been removed from the list and labeled as a dark guild, and the task delegate has spent a lot of money to gather some guilds and directly serve the guild that broke the mission code. Since then, some expedition-type missions have agreed on a time and place, gathering a certain number of people to announce clues about the ruins. Generally, some guild members are designated as needed, such as famous and powerful wizards, or special wizards whose magic is very suitable for the needs of this mission. Of course, there will be cases where the magus does not want to perform this task because of a time conflict caused by the magister's execution of other tasks, or the magus does not want to perform this task and refuses. But the above two situations basically do not appear. First of all, if the designated task is single, generally before releasing the task, it will communicate with the corresponding guild in advance whether the designated wizard is available, and extend the time appropriately according to the situation or directly change a magic guide. If the designated task is multi-person, a relatively late time will generally be agreed, similar to gathering after a month, to ensure that most people can arrive when they are free, and some who really can't make it will give up. The designated task is more paid than the general task of the same level, which is one of the reasons why most people will not refuse. And the second is that the designated task will not be accepted, much will affect the reputation of the guild, and it will be rumored that it will cheat, look down on the negative impact of the client, and affect the choice of other subsequent clients. I accidentally lost a lot of words. Ai Xian took the task list and saw the time and place of the convergence. A month later, meet at the port of Harujun. Chapter 26. Within a month before setting off on the mission, Ai Xian gave Mila the soul of Daliura to her when she returned to the guild to rest. Brother Ai Xian, you won't like Sister Myra, said Lysina curiously, otherwise, why did you specially get such a precious demon soul for Sister Myra? Lysina feels that Sister Mila's previous life was too hard, and it is not bad to have such a strong and caring person as Brother Ai Xian to take care of Sister Myra. I just slaughtered a demon by the way, not on purpose. Lysina, stop messing around. Mila was a little embarrassed and turned to whisper to Lysina for shifting embarrassment. Okay, let's try to receive it. With me on the sidelines, there is basically no danger, and I will intervene in time to stop any problems. Ai Xian swore that it also reduced the tension of the three, and yes, I Luffman, who had a low sense of presence, was also watching from the sidelines. After all, whether it is receiving magic or receiving powerful demons, there is still a good learning experience for the two who learn to receive magic. What's more, Myra's three siblings originally lived together, plus formed a squad, basically all together. Myra adjusted her mood, then took the soul crystal handed over by Ai Xian and began to receive it. The soul of Deliola is still roaring and struggling unyieldingly, and the incomprehensible scene in front of it gives it a great sense of crisis, but it is still completely unable to resist being accepted into its body. The soul gradually becomes smaller and integrates into Mila's body, and negative emotions such as tyranny and destruction directly impact Mila's soul. Myra closes her eyes, Her face turns white, cold sweat flows on her head, and her teeth are clenched, and she is resisting the impact of this wave of negative emotions. Sister Mila Lysina watched this scene worriedly, and was afraid to disturb Sister Myra, and did not dare to continue to say more. Ai Xian looked solemn. He didn't expect it to be so difficult to receive this time, but he thought about it. After all, Myra had only been in contact with receiving magic for a year, and the mana reserve had not been improved at all. It's still a little greedy. Ai Xian raised his spirit, and once Myra couldn't hold on, he immediately separated the soul of Daliara. Mila's expression was a little distorted in pain, and she couldn't hold on to it, and Ai Xian was about to make a move, but found that Mila suddenly became relaxed. Soon, Myra opened her eyes. "How?" asked Ai Xian. "It's not clear. Originally, I couldn't hold on, but the satanic soul I received before directly absorbed the soul of Daliara. I don't know if it's a success." Myra is also a little confused. Ai Xian had a little guess in his heart, and he still needed to verify it. Myra nodded and began to cast the receiving magic. At this time, Mirajan's hair is flowing upwards, and there is still his trademark dull hair on her head. 2 demon wings were born on the sides, and their hands were green demon claws, and they also had a tail. It still looks the same as the original. I seem to feel that Satan's soul has a second form. After Myra finished speaking, she switched to the second form. Myra's hair fell normally, her signature hair was still there, and a pair of long horns appeared in front of her forehead, similar to Deliola's, but more delicate. At the same time, the whole body comes with a outer armor. And the bare part can see the tight and powerful muscles. The muscles are clearly defined, which looks very powerful and has a different sense of beauty. Ai Xian verified his conjecture. Satan's soul is far more powerful than it seems. It may be that the original demon of the fairy tale world is not at all comparable to the fake demon created by Jelf, nor is it the weak demon of Garna Island. After all, no matter what world Satan is in, he is the existence at the tip of the pyramid among demons, and there is no reason why he will become a sewer demon in the world of fairy tale. The general receiving magic is to receive a soul and be able to cast the form of that soul, while the soul of Satan is completely unreasonable and directly absorbs its power and turns into its own new form. It is also reflected in the original work, the Majin Shutley form, which was called the strongest satanic soul when he appeared, after absorbing Sarah. The full name was Satan's soul Mirage Sarah, prefixed with Satan's soul, and the strongest form that appeared in the final chapter, Satan's soul Mirage Joy. Of course, the biggest possibility is that Hiroshi Majima is too lazy to draw and directly Satan's soul all the way to the end. All indications are that after Myra receives other souls, all that appear are other forms of Satan's soul, because Satan's soul absorbs the power of these souls and transforms into his own, thus forming a new form. As for Myra, she received the soul of Satan at such a weak age. One of them may be that Myra has a demon bloodline, just like the concubine is a descendant of the god of time, Kulanos, and can receive the god of time. Then if Myra has a demon bloodline, it is normal to receive such a powerful Satan. In fact, there is a more correct way of saying that Satan refers to demons, just as the names of the star spirits vary, but they all refer to the star spirits. But this book is to set Myra a little bit of awesome. Willful. Ai Xian told Myra his guesses, and Myra didn't care. This power is only to protect her family. A month later, the port of Harujun. Ai Xian came to the port of Harugian with the good devil's armor made by the Heart Cruise brand store. Originally, Ai Xian planned to give it to Alusha after attaching demonic power to the demon armor, but as a model worker of the guild, Alusha was either on a mission or on the way to carry out a mission. Since he didn't send it out, then Ai Xian also happened to try the power of the demon armor, and by the way, see if the demon power has any side effects. Ai Xian met the client of this mission, a short and chubby guy with a mustache on his mouth, 10 fingers on his hand full of gold rings, open his mouth to speak, you can see big gold teeth, a very classic businessman image, still a nouveau riche. Ai Xian was the last to arrive, and there were already Jira, who was familiar with the scales of Snake Ji, and other members who did not know the guild. After the mutual introduction of the client, Ai Xian learned the information of the other two. The male is Williman of the Scorpion Guild, who is good at poison magic, and the female is Enye Lai of the Dream Edge Guild, who is good at healing magic. Ai Xian looked at the configuration of the team, and also had a different view of this nouveau riche merchant, Chola as a defensive hand, Williman to deal with the possible poison in the ruins, Enye Lai to treat the injured, and Ai Xian was used as an auxiliary recruitment. After all, after Ai Xian became famous as an auxiliary master, he did not continue to make other names, but added the title of Magic Prop Master. Chapter 27. The mission delegate Eons introduced the members participating in the mission, and then began to introduce the content of the mission. The location of this mission is Sisyphus, and during one of my business operations, I accidentally discovered that there was a huge ruins on that island, which I had explored with my crew, but there were many dangers inside, and my crew and I were not lightly injured. That's why I decided to issue a mission and entrust you to explore this ruins together. Of course, in addition to the agreed remuneration, if there are many things found in the exploration ruins, you can choose any of them, and those who have contributed a lot have the right of priority. After Ian's finished his introduction, he led everyone to board the merchant ship used by Ian's for business. This is a small cargo ship. Its main scale is 30 meters long, 7 meters wide, full load draft 1.2 meters, 200 tons deadweight. It can be seen that Ian's is indeed worth a lot. Ordinary businessmen cannot get such ships, let alone already running at sea. However, although the maritime merchants work hard, they do earn a lot, as can be seen from the upstart dress of the Ians. In order to do business at sea, in addition to preventing natural disasters, it is also necessary to have local disasters, especially there are many pirates in the vicinity, so I also employ many magicians on my ship. Most of them are water magicians. At the beginning, there were also a lot of water magicians, and when I saw the ruins, I went directly into the adventure. After all, I was also very yearning for the magic guide, and adventure was a dream when I was a child. As a result, I learned that the gap between the Magus and the Magus was also very large, and although no one died on that expedition, there were many missing arms and legs. Those are the crew members who have been with me for a long time, and after that time, many people cannot continue to work, although they have been left with a lot of compensation, but I can't swallow this breath. Therefore, exploring the ruins is mainly to export gas for my crew and solve those monsters in the ruins. Eons introduced in tears, taking out a handkerchief from time to time to wipe it. Enye Lai of the Dream Edge Guild was moved when she heard Ian's words, comforted the boss one by one, and said that she would definitely complete the task well. Sure enough, female magicians will have a sensual side, not to mention female magicians who specialize in healing magic, and only people with simple and kind personalities can learn such magic. In the world of fairy tale, healing magic is not ordinary magic, and the threshold for learning is very high, as if only Wendy can learn it alone. This Dream Edge Guild is not simple, there is such a magic guide who can heal magic. Presumably, the manga are all adventures from the perspective of the Fairy Tale Guild, but there are countless other guilds. The Albaraz Empire in the Western continent has 730 guilds, so the continental guilds where the Fiori Kingdom is located must not be few, and there must be many guilds in Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. What's more, now Fairy Tale has not yet reached the level of the number 1 guild in the future Fiori Kingdom. Soon, Ians recovered and said, "Sorry to make you laugh." Eons then briefly introduced the ship's staff, and then arranged for 4 people to stay in the room that had been prepared long ago. Although it was a merchant ship, the room prepared for the 4 people was unexpectedly good, not as simple as expected, which made everyone have a great impression of Ians. Magi perform tasks and often sleep in the wild, and what kind of environment is mostly experienced? But who doesn't like a comfortable environment when you're away from home? Eons has done all the details well. Sisyphus is quite far from the port of Harujun, and Ians says it will take at least 3 days to sail. Ians is also a businessman, arranging for the crew to catch a lot of fresh fish during the day's rest, and holding a sumptuous whole fish banquet for the 4 of Ai Xian at night. Even the unpretentious Scorpion Guild Williman also showed a smile, not to mention the simple Dream Edge Guild of Enyali. The guild of the two is not the guild of the Fiori Kingdom, and it is far from the sea, and fresh catches are rare. The 4 people who were already unfamiliar also began to communicate with this all-fish banquet. After all, they are partners who will carry out tasks together next, and mutual familiarity is still very important. It was learned that the Dream Edge Guild and the Scorpion Guild were both located in the territory of the Fiori Kingdom, near the inland direction. Compared to the permanent neutral kingdom of Fiori, other kingdoms are more or less frictional, and some small wars break out from time to time. And the Dream Edge Guild and the Scorpion Guild were born. Most of the magi of the Dream Edge Guild are good at healing magic, while the magi of the Scorpion Guild are mostly good at poison attribute magic. Poison attribute magic is a big weapon on the battlefield. The range of poison magic is large, the continuous damage is high, the poisoned person has no corresponding antidote. Even if he survives on the battlefield, he will eventually be tortured by the toxin, and finally until death. Healing magic is even more important on the battlefield, but the Dream Edge Guild does not participate in wars, and is only responsible for treating the wounded who retired from the battlefield. It is estimated that the guild leader of the Dream Edge is also afraid that the cruelty of the battlefield will destroy the simplicity and kindness of these magic guides who practice healing magic. Between the two of them, they were envious of the Fiori Kingdom as a permanent neutral country. After all, as long as they were normal people, they did not like war. In the end, there are too many kingdoms on this continent. As long as it is unified like the Western continent and becomes the Albarez Empire, it can minimize the occurrence of wars. Even some small rebellions cannot make waves. Ai Xian also briefly introduced himself, and when he showed that he was still a magic prop master, Enyali and Williman were more enthusiastic. It turned out that Ai Xian's magic props had been passed down to the surrounding territories. Some magic props are indeed selling well: wands that can increase the magic effect, magic carpets that can fly into the sky, and even rings that can store things, etc., are basically hard to find in their countries. After all, the number of Ai Xian manufacturing is not much, and it is often digested in the market of the Fiori Kingdom, and there are very few that can circulate to other countries. Scarce is expensive, so some of Ai Xian's magic props have become more and more expensive under the price of those national magic guides. And the Scorpion Guild and the Dream Edge Guild, as the mainstay of their country, naturally have the strength, channels, and financial resources to find several magic props. The wand on Enyali's hand and Williman's ring are magic props made by Ai Xian, and there is also the symbol of the fairy tale on it. And the reason why they took this task was more or less the idea of going to the Fiori Kingdom to find some magic props, and now that the person who made the magic props is here, it is not enthusiastic. Chapter 28. The days of sailing on the ship were boring. Even if you are full of excitement at the beginning, there is the novelty of seeing the magnificent sea, and the joy of tasting the tender and refreshing fish. But always at sea, the sea will be tired after looking at it for a long time, and most of the food on the ship is a variety of fish meat, and it will be greasy to eat too much. That is, Ians will come, and when the boat is resting, he prepared fishing rods for the 4 people, so that the 4 people could experience the feeling of sea fishing. Not to mention, the 4 people have never seen the sea, naturally they have not experienced. There are those near the sea, but the tasks they perform have nothing to do with the sea, and they have not experienced sea fishing. The 4 of them instantly raised their interest, feeling that the navigation on the sea was not so boring. Although all 4 of them were newbies, under the guidance of veteran Ians, they also started the experience time of sea fishing smoothly. Even if the 4 people are very skilled, but the sea resources in this world are too rich, coupled with the bonus of the novice aura, several people have experienced the fun of sea fishing. Even if you eat fish for dinner, you will eat it more deliciously. After all, it is a fish that you caught with your own hands, and the deliciousness is +1. Now on the third day of the sea voyage, the group finally arrived at Sisyphus after a short and long journey. "It's nice to be grounded," exclaimed Ai Xian, who nodded thoughtfully. As a soil and rock magic, Jola has no sense of security at all when sailing on the sea, and in an environment full of water systems, his combat effectiveness is completely reduced, and his strength is not 1 in 10. Now on land, that is completely capable of bursting out 12% of its combat effectiveness. Williman couldn't withstand the bumps of sea navigation, and if it weren't for Enyali's magic relief, he might not be able to bear it. It really feels good to be down to earth on land now, and it makes him forget for a while to go back and experience it again. "Guys, there is no one living on this island, the forest is covered, there are many monsters in the forest, and the remains of this mission are in the center of the forest." Eons introduced the 4. "Little problem, just cross the forest." After Williman finished speaking, he rushed to the forest first, as if in order to vent, he needed to save his humiliated image on the ship through a good record. Ai Xian puts on the demon armor and protects Ions with Enyali. On the ship, Ai Xian's bad taste made him say that he had an armor, and after wearing it, he was not inferior to an A-class magic guide, and with his own auxiliary magic, he was not inferior to an S-class magic guide at all, which was also the reason why he was promoted to an S-class magic guide. In short, this kind of partnership to explore the ruins, or keep a little eye on it, uneven sharing the spoils and making infighting, this kind of thing often happens, even if this time is convened by the client. Everyone as a regular guild generally will not have any bad intentions, but once the value is too high and desperate, it is not for nothing. Dove cushion back protection. Williman's poisonous attribute magic is really not weak, the corrosion is very high, the trees on the way forward are quickly corroded into a pool of juice. And the occasional monster encountered is also instantly hit by Williman's poisonous attribute magic, turning into a pool of blood and emitting an unpleasant breath. The poisonous gas emitted along the way scared off many monsters who tried to get close, and it was unimpeded along the way. In the rear, Enyali constantly purifies the excess poisonous gas, so as to prevent these poisonous gases from eroding to everyone, or spreading out, destroying the ecology of the entire island. Seeing that the two have performed tasks together before, this cooperation and tacit understanding is not just teamed up, perhaps the relationship between the two is better than expected. Just when everyone saw the ruins, a demon beast blocked everyone's way. "It's this beast that was blocked by me when my crew and I first explored here. However, as long as it left here, it would not pursue, and my crew and I escaped." Ians exclaimed excitedly. "And this monster is poisonous, and many of my crew members can't detoxify after being poisoned, so they have to amputate their limbs to survive. It turns out that this is why Ians found a poison attribute wizard. Poison, that's just the right time to see who is more poisonous." Williman is full of confidence. When it comes to poisonous attribute magic, he has not been afraid of anyone. Others are also far from the battlefield. After these days of getting along, everyone also knows that Williman is a proud fellow, and he can fish non-stop until he surpasses the catch of others. The head of the monster in front of it is triangular, the back is olive yellow, there are irregular spots, there are red spots on the warts, the tail is scaled, the scales are scattered with a small number of flat and larger wart scales, the end protrusion part forms a tail thorn, the whole is composed of 22 links, the head has antennae, 1 pair of lower hand pliers, and the remaining 21 rings each have a pair of feet. The image is ugly and can't bear to look at it directly. Williman immediately released a large amount of poisonous gas, with powerful corrosive ability, spreading towards the monster in front of him. In exchange for the warcraft encountered before, it was instantly corroded into a pool of blood, but the warcraft in front of him actually absorbed these poisonous mist from its back, and finally spit out a pool of dissolved liquid from its mouth and went towards Williman. Williman dodged, and the dissolved liquid fell to the ground, instantly melting into a deep pit, bottomless, corrosive and visible. Williman was unmoved, and since he was able to absorb poison gas, he physically attacked. Williman's hands turned into poisonous blades, neatly chopping off the 21 pairs of feet of the Warcraft in front of him, and the movement was so fast that the Warcraft did not look over. Ai Xian sighed, sure enough, the fairy tale world, each of them is a melee mage. What a magician should do is not to do anything. When he is excited, it is a melee fist and foot attack. If it is not attached to magical attributes, what is the difference between you and a warrior? The monster was cut down with 21 pairs of feet, and its huge body could not support it and smashed to the ground. Williman chased after the victory, wielding a poisonous blade quite skillfully, but this time it was blocked by the double pincers of the monster, and the tail thorn on the tail stabbed towards Williman with a thunderous momentum. Williman twisted his body and narrowly avoided the blow, and then saw the monster open its mouth and bite towards Williman. Williman dodged the blow by kicking his legs on the two large pincers of the Warcraft, and at the same time sprayed a large number of poisonous explosives into the Warcraft's mouth. The explosion erupted in the mouth of the monster wailed and fell to the ground, and the toxin quickly spread in the body of the monster. A lot of venom was emitted from the back of the beast, but it still did not spread as fast as the toxin, and soon stopped moving. This is a poison that I have studied for many years, and most poisonous attribute monsters can't bear it. Williman said proudly, then waved for the others to come over. Chapter 29. Ai Xian was very disdainful of Williman's behavior of not mending the knife, and was about to remind him that the situation had changed. The tail of the monster suddenly dropped, and then the tongue in its mouth burst out, binding Williman firmly. The monster withdrew its tongue and directly swallowed Williman's entire person. Williman Enyali exclaimed. A large number of hard rock tips like steel rose from the ground to trap the monster in front of him. Afraid of hurting Williman, who was swallowed by the beast, Dola simply trapped the beast to prevent it from escaping. Williman, who was caught in his tongue, was directly swallowed into the stomach pouch of the monster, and the gastric juice tumbled, emitting a lot of highly toxic gases. Williman, who had been exposed to poisonous gas for many years, also stumbled a little, reacted quickly, and grabbed the meat above with both hands to avoid falling into the gastric juice. For other people, it is estimated that they were directly stunned by the poisonous gas, fell into the gastric juice without resistance, and finally dissolved into a pool of blood. A large amount of dissolved liquid tumbled in the stomach pouch, and the gastric juice that occasionally splashed on Williman's body burned a small hole on Williman. Williman's hands turned into poisonous blades, slashed at the flesh in front of him, and tried to break out. But the inner layer of flesh was deep, and when it went down, it failed to break out, but after the monster was injured, it rolled violently, and the dissolved liquid of the stomach pouch splashed, and at the same time, the meat layer where it was also began to secrete a large amount of dissolved liquid, trying to digest Williman. The violent tumbling of the monster destroyed several rock iron tips made by Dola, and this sudden and abnormal behavior made everyone sure that Williman was not dead. Jola looked at this scene, but once again released the rock iron tip, trapping the Warcraft at the same time. Another rock iron tip drilled out from under the head of the Warcraft, trying to penetrate the head of the Warcraft. But seeing this, the Warcraft was already familiar with Jola's routine, opened its mouth and popped out its tongue, and the powerful elastic force directly shattered the steel solid rock, and at the same time sprayed a lot of venom from its back again, corroding the rock iron tips around it that trapped him. Jola can only continue to create a large number of rock iron tips, stalemate with Warcraft, and dare not use powerful magic, for fear of harming Williman in Warcraft's body. Seeing this, Ai Xian also knew that Jola had no good way for the time being, did not stand idly by, lifted the demon greatsword attached to the demon armor, and rushed towards the demon beast, while shouting at Jola, "You help me control it." "No problem. Leave it to the old man." Jola replied loudly, constantly releasing the rock iron tip to trap the monster in front of him. Ai Xian wielded his great sword, activated the force of the evil spell on the demon armor, and slashed towards the head of the monster. The great sword of the power demon. Take the name waste, we'll see. Seeing this, the Warcraft raised its huge and hard pincers as always to resist, and the previous guy's attack was blocked by himself, and I think this time is no exception. However, what this monster did not expect was that under the blessing of the power of the evil destroying magic, Ai Xian's strength at this time was far better than before. It was simply 10 times the original, and the forged sword was also extremely sharp, and under the double blessing, he simply cut off the double pincers neatly, and slashed at the head of the monster without abating. The monster panicked, and even popped out its tongue to tie it to Ai Xian, trying to block Ai Xian's attack. But the distant Dola is not a decoration. Aiming at the timing, a rock iron tip directly drilled out of the ground, directly through the tongue of the monster, so that it could not move. Ai Xian took this opportunity to cut off the head of the monster, and the entire cut surface was smooth as a mirror. At the same time, a large amount of blood and venom spurted out, and Ai Xian quickly dodged. He didn't want to be contaminated with these filths. The key moment was when Jirashi displayed a rock iron wall to block the spray of blood and venom. Thanks, Dala. Ai Xian thanked him. Little things, or Your Excellency. Ai Xian's demeanor this time is even more than before. Dola did not hesitate to praise herself. The head of the monster was cut off, and the headless corpse gradually stopped moving. This demon armor is even better than expected. It's very suitable for hard fighting, and melee magic is even more exciting than expected. No wonder everyone in the guild likes to be melee wizards. Ai Xian immediately experienced the joy of a melee magician, and accidentally awakened the melee attribute. Coming to his senses, Ai Xian carefully cut the back of the monster to avoid injuring Williman inside. In the end, Williman escaped. Rao was rescued in time, and Williman's body was also burned miserably by the dissolving liquid, and even half of his originally evil and handsome face was disfigured. Enye immediately stepped forward to cast healing magic on Williman. As the green light on his wand lit up, Williman's pain lessened, some wounds healed, but the scars on his body remained forever. The current scene was a big blow to the proud Williman, but Williman quickly adjusted his mentality and thanked everyone. Williman wondered why his poison didn't work, whether the poison was too weak, or the poison resistance of this monster was too strong. If the toxicity is too weak, the follow-up needs to continue to improve. If the poison resistance of the Warcraft is too strong, just study this Warcraft. It is the tail of this monster that is different. This monster forces all the invading toxins into the tail, and then breaks the tail to survive, which resists your poison. Ai Xian saw the tail of Warcraft and briefly analyzed it. The experience of studying Warcraft in recent years is still very useful. In the end, you are too careless. You don't even know the most basic mending knife. It's hard to imagine how he became an S-class magic guide of the Scorpion Guild. It's a miracle that he didn't die. Of course, Ai Xian also thought in his heart, revealing people's scars is easy to turn into hatred, and life trouble. So that's the case, or am I too careless? Williman laughed at himself. Originally, I thought that it was rare to team up with Anyeli, and just performed in front of him. After all, the main combat power in the team was obviously him and Jula. Ai Xian's assistant was directly eliminated. Jula is a bald uncle, the external image is not good, and he likes to call himself an old man, and there is no threat at all. As long as you perform well, you may be able to win the hearts of beauty. The result was not only disfigured, but also the combat performance was humiliating. The good side was not shown, but let Anyeli see the most humiliating side. However, Anyeli's comfort once again nourished Williman's withered heart. You're really lucky. Eaon saw that the battle was over, and also trotted over, and then said happily, now we can explore the ruins. Everyone also came to their senses. This time the mission was not to kill the beast, but to explore the ruins. Chapter 30. After a short rest, everyone stepped into the ruins. As soon as he stepped into the entrance of the ruins, a dazzling magic array lit up under his feet. Ai Xian realized that something was wrong when the magic array flickered, and tried to escape from the magic array, but was blocked by an invisible barrier. A flash of light flashed, and everyone disappeared. Ai Xian was transferred to a completely new place, and as soon as the teleportation ended, Ai Xian was ready for battle. Ai Xian looked around and found that he was alone, and it seemed that the others had been teleported elsewhere. In front of you is a stone gate with 2 rock lion statues crouching on either side. As Ai Xian approached, the dim eyes of the 2 stone lions suddenly lit up, changed their original squatting posture, and slowly stood up, and the stone slag on their bodies fell down with it. The 2 stone lions even began to spit out words, "Outsiders, this is not the place you should come, and you don't leave quickly." Ai Xian looked around, there was no place to leave at all, only the stone gate in front of him was the only entrance. "This is not to entertain me. Look at my violent temper, and the 2 stone lions who guard the door tease me." Ai Xian clasped his hands together to hold the demon great sword, and the tip of the sword pointed at the 2 stone lions, indicating his attitude. "Toast and do not eat and punish wine, and you will pay for your offense." The 2 stone lions said in unison again, their tone was urgent, and there was even a hint of anger. "This stone creature is quite intelligent. Ai Xian has also tried to attach wisdom to some creations before, but found that he can only execute some simple commands, not as intelligent as he imagined, let alone with emotions. Now seeing such a creature full of wisdom and emotions as a stone lion, I became curious for a moment and wanted to study what was going on." The 2 stone lions had already flown left and right in Ai Xian's thoughts, each showing their sharp claws on the soles of their feet, and grabbed towards Ai Xian. "Rao is a stony claw, but also a sharp edge, really going to be caught, a bloody claw mark awaits you." The 2 stone lions cooperated quite tacitly, one grabbed Ai Xian's head, and the other grabbed Ai Xian's lower 3 ways, and the end was extremely evil. Ai Xian squatted urgently, dodged the claw above, and then faced the evil claw with his sword in both hands. Under the blessing of the power of destroying evil magic, the power is like 1,000 shots, and the demon sword also has the feeling of playing with a heavy sword, and simply crushes the extremely evil claw. The stone lion that lost its claws fell directly to the ground under inertia, its figure was unstable. Ai Xian was about to make up for a sword, after all, only one was enough for research. But the stone lion in the rear couldn't hit a blow, and after landing, it bounced up again, directly opened the stone basin and mouth, and bit towards Ai Xian. Ai Xian used the demon greatsword to directly nail the stone lion in front of him in place, and then rolled forward, turning around and punching. This heavy punch directly smashed the head of the stone lion into slag. This demon armor is really violent. This punch, who can block it? Ai Xian sighed. But miraculously, even if the stone lion had no head, it still rushed towards Ai Xian again. "Headless lion, it's funny." Ai Xian sent out a powerful shockwave from his mouth, directly shattering the headless stone lion. In order to prevent the stone lion from moving, a few more shockwaves went down, directly annihilated into slag, and then stopped. Only then did Ai Xian look at the other stone lion that was nailed to the spot by the demon great sword. At this time, the stone lion stood up and quickly got out of trouble. But Ai Xian would not give him such an opportunity, stepped forward and smashed the remaining 3 limbs of the stone lion one by one, so that it could not struggle, and then prepared to carefully observe and study this magical stone lion. Who knows, this stone lion suddenly stopped moving, and the stone gate slowly opened. Ai Xian took a closer look, and the stone lion had completely turned into a stone sculpture, and he couldn't see anything famous. This made Ai Xian feel quite strange. Obviously the stone lion had no head before, and it was still able to attack, and this stone lion just cut off its limbs and did not move. Or because I judged that I had successfully passed the level, I directly lost my charm. Ai Xian didn't think much about it, pulled out the demon sword, and walked towards the stone gate. Before reaching the gate, a clear fragrance rushed towards him, and when Ai Xian came to the gate, the fragrance became even stronger. Ai Xian walked over lightly, and when he went in, the first thing he saw was a clump of grass. The wind gently blew the grass, and the grass swayed to the left, as if dancing cheerfully. Rows of gardenias stand on the edge of the grass, and the white and flawless gardenias smile happily and exude a fragrant fragrance. There are also a corner of chrysanthemums swarming to the outside world, colorful and different shapes. That clump and cluster of chrysanthemums have already bloomed, thousands of purples and thousands of reds, brilliant and colorful, and fighting for wonder. Chrysanthemums have different styles, some are beautiful and elegant, some are dazzling, and some are upturned. There are budding bones in the flowers, and the flowers are rushing out layer by layer. There are butterflies resting on a cluster of flowers, two speckled wings flapping from time to time, golden veins shining, and a pair of light blue tentacles, slender as a cloud brocade. There are also bees toiling through the flowers, piercing their kisses into the flowers again and again, sucking the nectar into their own honey sacs and bringing them back to the hive. The breeze is gentle, the petals are fluttering, and the scenery is picturesque. It's like a paradise. It's a beautiful place, but it's too weird to be here. Ai Xian muttered. Ai Xian held the demon sword, swung it horizontally, and with the blessing of the power of the evil-destroying magic, he squeezed the air with brute force, and directly cut out a flying slash, and where it passed, the flowers and plants were cut off. The harmony and tranquility of the original paradise are shattered, butterflies are flying, and bees are disorderly. The flowers were destroyed in a mess. Ai Xian still didn't stop, and one flying slash after another swung out, destroying everything he could see. Eventually, the space cracked, then expanded, and finally shattered. Flowers, butterflies, and bees all disappeared, except for an empty room. The front wall is inlaid with a lot of magic crystals, and above it is a huge magic array, which is the power source, which can stimulate the magic array and launch the illusion. At this time, the magic crystal that acted as the power had completely shattered, and the illusion was naturally cracked. Everything before was an illusion, and the beautiful and peaceful atmosphere attracted people to sink. Ai Xian also found that there was also a magic array under his feet, slowly absorbing his own magic power, and if he really sank into the illusion realm, he would eventually be sucked dry of magic power and die. Chapter 31. As the illusion is shattered, everything around it returns to normal. Ai Xian stepped on the magic array that was still absorbing magic under his feet, saw the stone gate in the distance, and continued to walk to the next room. Now that the employer is separated from himself, it is better to find him quickly, otherwise he will die if he does not protect the client during the mission, and it is impossible to imagine what kind of consequences will be caused to the reputation of the guild. Maybe no client will dare to issue a task in the future, and in the future, everyone in the guild can only sell art to survive. The guild leader performs chest-crushing stones, Natsu performs fire-breathing, Gray sells popsicles, Ilusa performs mouth-swallowing swords, Wendy and two kittens sell cute. The situation is sad to think about. Passing through the stone gate again, stone sculptures appeared inside, but this time in human form, and it was a team of 5 people, including archers, shield guards, swordsmen, and even cavalry. The originally silent sculpture woke up again from the long years with Ai Xian's step. Destroy the invaders, and the battle begins as the archer fires his first arrow. Ai Xian found that this was not an ordinary arrow, but an arrow with magic. A stone sculpture can even perform magic, which makes Ai Xian shout magic, more interested in these sculptures, and at the same time more surprised what kind of existence the person who made such sculptures is. It can not only give it wisdom, but also be able to cast magic. At least Ai Xian's current additional magic attainment is not up to such a level. Ai Xian felt that this trip to the ruins had come to the right place. Not only had he seen a lot of new things, but when the time came, studying these stone sculptures might also be able to gain unexpected results. The previous stone lion was soaked before it was studied, but this time you have to seize the opportunity. In his thoughts, AI Xian dodged the magic arrows that were fired, and then held the demon sword to meet the cavalry galloping on horseback. The oncoming cavalry is the lancer, and the long spear more than 2 meters long gives it an extremely wide strike range, and with the mobility of the war horse, it may be overwhelmed by ordinary people, and then gradually defeated by the other 4. But the biggest flaw of these stone sculptures is their own material, just stone sculptures. Weapons and spears are only stone, even if they are accompanied by magic, they can't hide their fragile nature, and AI Xian's demon sword was directly cut off as soon as it came into contact, and the original weapon that was more than 2 meters long is now only more than 1 meter long. This lancer was the first to charge, and its great mobility meant being disconnected from his teammates behind him, with shield guards unable to provide protection, swordsmen unable to share the pressure, and only archers able to support from a distance. Although the lancers had the greatest influence in the charge, the spear was vulnerable in close combat, as the spear was a clumsy and ineffective weapon in side-to-side hand-to-hand combat, and AI Xian directly slashed and cut off the horse's leg. The cavalry fell from his horse and instantly changed his new identity, the lancer. The swordsmen who followed behind had already rushed up, and the 3 stone men surrounded AI Xian in the middle and began a new round of siege. The battle began again. The spearman held a broken spear and attacked AI Xian's wrist holding the sword, the swordsman held the knife and slashed at the back of AI Xian's evil neck, the swordsman held the sword and slashed at AI Xian's ankle, and the archer in the distance also shot mercilessly at AI Xian's eyeballs, and the other parts were covered by demon armor, only these left some slight gaps, revealing flaws. Why embarrass me for a young age? With AI Xian as the center, a strong repulsion erupted, repelling all 3 of the besieging people, and the magic arrow shot at the same time broke off and fell in the collision with the repulsion. The ground generated a large amount of flames and triggered an explosion that enveloped the 3 stone statues that flew out. Flames, heat, explosions, instantly destroyed the fragile stone sculpture. Only the shield guard in the distance raised the shield armor and unleashed magic on the shield armor, fending off flames and explosions, while also protecting the archers. A powerful shock wave bombarded the shield armor guard again, and the violent impact directly pushed the armor holding the shield armor to hit the archer, and was pushed against the wall together, knocking out a circular crack pit on the wall. But under the defense of the shield, they only received the impact force, and they were all stone sculptures, and if they were replaced by living people, then their internal organs would inevitably suffer internal injuries. Now it is all made of stone, and they have only dropped some stone slag. The shield warrior took a step forward unharmed, giving the archers in the rear room to play, and the archers lived up to their expectations and directly cast magic in unison. Just shot an arrow, but in the air it continues to divide, life 2 into 4, 4 into 8. Soon, the air turned into a scene of 10,000 arrows firing in unison. I didn't expect that the fiercest was this archer. There was no wind around AI Xian, and the wind gradually increased, and finally with AI Xian as the eye of the wind, forming a tornado that soared into the sky, completely blocking the 10,000 arrows from the outside, while the tornado continued to expand, slowly spreading to the position of shield armor and archers. The shield warrior still stuck his shield straight into the ground, and then protected the archer to try to resist the tornado. But under the blessing of AI Xian's magic power, the wind power of the tornado did not decrease but increased, and then directly rolled up the 2, rotated with the tornado together, and collided with the stone corpses of lancers, swordsmen from time to time, and the stone body was constantly worn out, and finally turned into dust with the weather. Oh, it seems to be heavy again. AI Xian continued his journey, pushing open the stone door and walking neatly to the next room. Unexpectedly, the next one in the room turned out to be a stone dragon. The stone dragon woke up and let out a deafening dragon groan. I didn't expect to meet a dragon here. AI Xian excitedly unfolded all his combat power. After all, it is a dragon, and today when the dragon is almost extinct, there are very few opportunities to actually fight with a dragon, just to test what his strength has reached. As a result, under AI Xian's full combat power, this stone dragon could not even hold up a move. At this time, AI Xian knew that this stone dragon was not another stone dragon, but a stone sculpture dragon, not a stone attribute dragon. Things that should have been discovered have been lost to calm judgment, and there are still many things to learn and improve. AI Xian sighed, and then continued to step into the next room. The scene that came into his eyes directly killed AI Xian's entire person. Can anyone tell me what the hell is going on here? Chapter 32. You're finally here. I'm afraid you'll die at the hands of those stone sculptures. Eaon said condescendingly from the high platform. Below the high platform is an ancient altar, showing the shape of a Tai Chi Bagua diagram, while Williman and Anye Lai fall unconscious at the eye of the yin and yang fish, and their spirits are constantly being absorbed. Not far away, Dola is naked and soaked in a jar, and a pipe connects Dola to the eerie altar, absorbing the huge magic of this Jela to run the altar. At this time, Jola's originally strong flesh has gradually diminished, and the outline of his ribs can be seen, and it is conceivable that as the magic power continues to be extracted, Jola will eventually suffer from a lack of mana, and finally turn into skin and bones and die. Can you explain what happened? Laughed Eanes. As you can see, Williman and Enyalai are the sacrifices I have prepared, and Jura is the source of the magic that urges the altar. As the most outstanding new generation of magi in the kingdom of Fiori, Jola's huge magic power is enough to support the operation of this altar. The best new generation of magi in the kingdom of Furet. I don't agree with that. Even if I am excluded, Fairy Tale still has a new generation of the strongest Laxus. You're looking down on our Fairy Tale. Is it not needed by the strongest? After all, it is only the source of mana that urges the altar, and Jola has cultivated for at least so many years more than Laxus, and the mana reserves must be more. The most important thing is that gathering two people from the same guild to participate is prone to some unexpected trouble, and I hate trouble the most. Ian said proudly, years of planning will finally come true, and subconsciously want to show off to others. For so many years, I have attracted a large number of magic guides in various ways and sacrificed them, but they have not been exposed. Naturally, I have thought deeply and made plans that are thoughtful. The previous upstart costumes were all my disguise, and I tried my best to provide you with various quality services, establish good relationships, and lower your guard. The more Ian spoke, the more excited he became, and it was really cool. It proved to be effective. I showed up at key moments of their fight and they weren't defensive at all. Either I suddenly attacked, and they were defeated without reacting, even questioning me why, or pretending to be attacked. They came to my rescue and were defeated. I have to say that the identity of the mission client is really useful, and I easily captured the two S-class wizards, Jola and Williman, but unfortunately, such an identity can only be used once, and it is also the last time. As long as this last sacrifice is completed, I will have nothing to fear. Ian smiled, even slightly frantic, but quickly relented. Since all three of them are your targets, what about me? I was also designated by you to participate in this mission, so you should also have some plans for me. As a master of magic props who has been born in the past few years, my skills in making magic props are very hungry for me. When I sacrifice two people to gain supreme strength, and then get a lot of money through your magic items, this continent will rule for me. I didn't expect that you are quite far-sighted and have no intention of ruling the mainland solely by force. Ai Xian exclaimed, this is already more than most villains. But your plan has the biggest hole. Oh, what is the vulnerability? Eaons felt there should be no loopholes in his plans. Letting me go alone is your biggest loophole, and if you sneak up on me like they sneak up on them, maybe I won't be able to react. Haha, you are just a guy who is good at auxiliary magic, although you have found another way to use magic props to make you successfully become an S-class magic guide, but you who have left magic props have no combat power at all in solo combat. At the beginning, the teleportation at the gate of the ruins will divide you, and your auxiliary magic will lose its greatest use. Aeon's plan to shatter Ai Xian's confidence step by step. I admit, your magic props are indeed powerful, especially that demon armor. Under normal circumstances, it is not necessarily your opponent. However, from the moment you set foot in this room, you can no longer use magic items, and now you are just a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. As soon as Ian's words fell, a word pattern appeared around the room. The use of magic items is prohibited in this area. Well, obediently submit to me. You will make magic items for me in the future, and we will join forces to rule this continent. The premise of surrendering to you is that you are strong enough, and now I can't see that your strength is strong enough to dominate the continent. Ai Xian said lightly. This relic was built by the descendants of the god Axalam, and I am the descendant of the god Axalam. 1,000 years ago, the god Axalam suddenly disappeared, and in order to connect with the god Axalam, the descendants of the god Axalam built this altar. But later, the descendants of the god Axalam discovered that if they offered enough sacrifices, they had the opportunity to obtain the divine power of the god Axalam and learn the divine art of life and death. Because of this incident, the descendants of the god Axalam were divided into two factions. One believed that the god Axalam was dead and tried to replace the god Axalam and become the new generation of the god Axalam. The other group believed that the god Axalam was not dead and needed to sacrifice to help the god Axalam. Since then, the war on the island has begun. The people of both factions almost died together, but some people took the opportunity to escape the island, incognito, and lived quietly with this secret hidden. And I, as a descendant of the god Axalam, accidentally discovered this secret. After that, I learned other magic in the ruins, and then seduced all kinds of magic guides who practiced in life and death related magic, from C level to today's S grade S. As long as I completed this sacrifice, I would be able to obtain all the divine power and divine magic of god Axalam. According to ancient records, the god Axalam is a god who is very disgusted with blasphemy and death. How can they obtain their divine power and divine magic through sacrifice? Ancient books exist to praise the gods. A god in charge of life and death has long been indifferent to life and death, but occasionally in a good mood will play games in the world and save some dying people. As the god of life and death, he has done more killing than you might think. Having said all this, how do you think about it? Although Ian's is a descendant of the god Axalam, he still disdains the so-called god Axalam. Chapter 33. Unfortunately, I have no interest in dominating the continent, but I am very interested in the divine power and divine art of the Axalam god, and I think you have obtained a lot of divine power through sacrifices. And after a few days with the three of them, I still couldn't do it and watch them being sacrificed like this. Ai Xian said regretfully. I don't know how to be evil. Without the blessing of magic props, you dare to be so arrogant, then make you a living dead, and you can still do things for me. Ian said regretfully. Over the years, many warcraft and magi have been sacrificed, and Ian's has received some of the magical powers and magic of the Angtharam god, but these divine powers can only be used to perform some simple magical arts. Moreover, it is very difficult to recover divine power, and it can only be transformed into divine power through mana, with a conversion ratio of 100:1. Only 100 parts of magic power can be transformed into 1 part of divine power. You can imagine the preciousness of divine power, and some divine arts can often have incredible efficiency. This made Ian's even more obsessed with divine power and magic. However, Ian's himself does not have much magic power, and he can't transform much divine power at all, so there are very few divine power and divine magic that are usually used. Stone shape, stone giant. The surrounding stones began to converge towards a center, one by one, and then a majestic stone giant quickly took shape. The originally sluggish stone giant seemed to be reborn, and the whole giant became agile, and then opened its mouth and shouted, "Enemy, destroy!" Ian's reminded, with a gesture of control. Through this divine technique, Ian's does not have to control the stone giant by himself, giving the living stone giant like a new life, completely able to fight independently, he only needs to keep an eye on the operation of the altar. The stone lions before, the 5-person stone core, and the stone dragons were all the handiwork of Eons, just to disguise themselves as ruins, consume the magic power of the magic guides who lord over, and then take them down as sacrifices in one fell swoop. Yes, master, the stone giant promised, and then raised his stone mill-sized fist and smashed it hard towards Ai Xian, and the strong force made a sound of breaking the void. Ai Xian dodged sideways, floated towards the altar with the help of his fist wind, and then released magic against the altar. Regardless of whether this altar is as awesome as Ian's said, it must be considered as the worst outcome, in case Ian's is really allowed to sacrifice successfully. When the other party obtains the divine power and divine technique of the god Axalam, it is not certain that he can fight it. Even if he can fight, then the other party will definitely be able to escape if he wants to escape, and the last unlucky one is the other members of Fairy Tale. The worst outcome is that the god Axalam walks through the flesh of Eans, which is estimated to be an invincible existence except for the black dragon Akunalaja. Such a god who looks down on life and death plays on the world, which brings endless disasters. Just one curse of the god Axalam caused Jelf to create a lot of slaughter, not to mention his own god. Ai Xian's magic caused a large area of the ground to crack around the altar, causing a strong vibration, but the altar still did not move, not even a single defect. The ancient buildings contain the wisdom of the ancients, and various magical structures and materials form the indestructible altar in front of you, and even the ancient magic shelters the altar. I think it is also, after all, it is an altar that has been built with great painstaking efforts, and it will inevitably take into account various emergencies to avoid accidental damage to the altar. Although the magic did not destroy the altar this time, it destroyed the jar soaked in Jula, presumably the parts that Ian's added later. I didn't expect you to hide quite deeply. The auxiliary magic and magic prop masters are just your disguise. I think you have already seen through everything. Ian's shouted hysterically, without the calmness before. I think it was a lot of brain replenishment. Don't think so much, I'm just a mediocre fairy tale wizard. As for disguise, don't tease me. Auxiliary master and magic item master are the names you gave me, and I never said that my magic is auxiliary magic. Ian's released magic again, just to delay time. After all, the sacrifice only has 1 minute left to complete, and the magic required by the altar is almost the same. Don't let this mana source of Jula go, he can continue to transmit mana. Unleashing a stone giant and a stone dragon consumes a lot of Ian's mana, plus he has to continue to deliver mana to the altar, so he does not create new creations. The stone dragon and the stone giant attacked Ai Xian in a backward manner. The intense water vortex is generated around Ai Xian, and then the scope continues to increase, directly encompassing the stone dragon and the stone giant, and begins to rotate counterclockwise as the vortex begins. The impact of the water flow and the centripetal force of the vortex forced the stone dragon and the stone giant to gather towards the center of the whirlpool, but the stone dragon and the stone giant struggled outward, just maintaining a delicate balance, and finally the stone dragon and the stone giant turned into the mud dragon and the mud giant, turning into a pool of muddy water. What kind of magic are you, so versatile and powerful? Asked Ian's in shock and curiosity, not forgetting to buy time. I'm sorry, but I'm not going to divulge all the information like you did. It's important to keep the mystery in mind. Ai Xian didn't know when he had come behind Ian's and said softly. When? Ian's heard Ai Xian's voice behind him, and then looked at Ai Xian in front of him, and before he had time to think, he was knocked unconscious by Ai Xian's punch. I really thought I didn't know that you said so much before, both to show off and to delay time, but I'm sorry, I'm also procrastinating. Ai Xian came to the altar, looked at the two people on the altar, and directly released a shockwave to set off the two and rushed outside the altar. At this time, the two have already sacrificed a large amount of life essence and magic, and the originally beautiful face has turned into skin and bones, and if they are not treated in time, I am afraid that they will not be far from death. At this moment, the entire altar suddenly radiated, and an extremely pure and coercive force shot out from the altar, and then plunged into Ian's body. Ai Xian immediately wanted to stop it, but what happened was so sudden and extremely fast that there was no time to intercept it. Ian's received this power and instantly woke up from his coma. Ha ha ha, still let me succeed. Ai Xian! You can't stop me! Ian's laughed maniacally. Years of planning finally came to fruition today, and Ian's couldn't help himself with excitement. Chapter 34. Ian's has begun to fantasize about the future of a unified continent. Ai Xian looked at the scene in front of him, and also regretted that he did not directly kill him before, which actually caused Ian's to have a chance to turn over. At the same time, I found that I have been a little floating recently, and I looked down on Ian's with my strength, which led to this scene now. Fortunately, although Ian's shows strong strength now, it is not impossible to touch it. After all, his strength is here, these are real. And Ian suddenly received a large amount of divine power. After all, it is a power that does not belong to him, and he will inevitably not be able to exert his full strength when he just arrives, which is the biggest flaw in Ian's at present. Ai Xian controlled his mind-body and dragged the three people who had no combat power to evacuate first. After all, the battle in a while will inevitably be earth-shattering, and if they are accidentally affected, they will directly die if they encounter a trace of their bodies. Ai Xian, I'll give you another chance, surrender or death. Ian's felt full of strength, and there was a hint of teasing in his tone. Ai Xian did not answer, seeing that the three had been dragged away, feeling the sense of oppression brought by Ian's after receiving the divine power. He was directly unambiguous and chose to scrub the ground with magic. Endless thunder fell from the sky above Ian's, and the sky was mighty, just to cleanse the evil below. Ian's was unhurried, supported the ground with one hand, and the dark divine power instantly spread. The field of death unfolded. After all, Ai Xian was soon included, and it was impossible to avoid it. Ai Xian seemed to feel that the whole person became heavy, as if caught in a quagmire, and the magic power of his body was slightly blocked, thinking that it was the effect of this death field, and it was really powerful. After Ian's released the death field, the heavenly thunder fell on Ian's head. After all, it is a thunder attribute magic known for its speed. But when the heavenly thunder bombarded the death field, most of the power of the body had dissipated, and the power of the remaining heavenly thunder was only to cast an electrotherapy on Ian's, and occasionally breaking the skin was considered effective. The damage Ian suffered instantly recovers, and the whole person is reborn. This is the divine power and divine art of the gods' theorem. How are you, my opponent? Ian's truly experienced the power of divine art, and was more respectful and confident in this. With such divine power and divine art in hand, the domination of the continent was just around the corner. This can fight, and can also self-heal. This is also too comprehensive, and this field is too foul. Head-to-head duels may not be able to be played, but his divine power is also limited. Drag it out, there is a chance. Ai Xian thought about it and decided to use the dragging technique. This is a simple version of the world reconstruction magic, and now Ai Xian cannot cast the world reconstruction magic, and his own magic limits the use of this magic, but it is still possible to simply reconstruct a small area. Ai Xian directly reconstructed the scope of this room into a simple small maze, which could be delayed for a while. When Ian saw this scene, he would not choose to walk the maze honestly and directly violently break it. Death shock. With the blessing of the death field, the power of the death impact directly doubled, and the surrounding labyrinth was all destroyed, stirring up a lot of dust. The dust fell to the ground, but Ai Xian's figure was no longer visible. Ian's first feeling was that Ai Xian had run away and was about to curse, but under the stimulation of the death field, he quickly regained his composure. Ian's felt the only breath of life around him, and instantly locked onto the invisible Ai Xian. Death technique, Shinigami no Scythe. The huge death scythe appeared in front of Ian's. Its size far exceeded Ian's size, but it was as light as nothing in Ian's hands, and with a wave of his hand, the huge slash struck in the direction of Ian's. Ai Xian felt this slashing attack, quickly dodged, and the chopping wave bombarded the wall, instantly breaking the hole and directly opening up the connection with the outside world. At this time, Ian's held the scythe of death and walked along. The closer he got to the death scythe, the more Ai Xian felt that his soul was greatly fluctuated, and it was not difficult to imagine that if he was generally harvested by the death scythe, then not only the body, but also the soul was harvested. Suddenly, Ian's paused in his steps, but quickly recovered. Ian's didn't care, and then continued to walk towards Ai Xian, while not forgetting to continue to release the divine magic. Death Eye. Ian's looked at Ai Xian through his eyes, and the powerful spiritual coercion invaded. Ai Xian felt a strong psychological pressure, and even he began to be unable to move. Ian slashed through the scythe, and Ai Xian's figure shattered instantly. It's still a body of thought, when, was Ian surprised? Ai Xian caught Ian surprised and released this magic, but fortunately, his divine power flowed, did not suffer from mana deficiency, and was still alive. It's useless, without magic, I still have divine power, and your destination is that your soul is marked by me as a slave and serves me forever. Didn't you notice that something wasn't quite right with your body? Ian suddenly felt that his body was indeed a little different, but he couldn't feel what the problem was. Since you don't understand, give yourself a big recovery technique. After all, it is the art of life, and any problems can be simply treated. But unexpectedly, Ian's felt that his abnormality became more and more obvious. A little alarmed, Ian's kept releasing the art of life for himself. The art of life, self-regeneration, the art of life, drops of life. Ian's kept releasing the art of life, but his own abnormality became more and more obvious, and only then did Ian's react. The more he released the divine art, the more his body became more and more damaged, and his life began to be lost. Although Ian stopped using divine magic, he was like a sieve, completely unable to stop the loss of his life. What the hell is going on here? Ian was at a loss, as if he had thought of something, and turned his gaze to Ai Xian. You know what happened, right? Tell me quickly. I'm going to die, don't think about it. Ian's eyes were full of madness. Unfortunately, Ian's released halfway, and the whole person drifted away like dust. It is the body of a mortal, rashly receiving divine power, with its own magic power to protect the body is good. In the future, you can use divine power to improve the body, to reach the level of the body of God, but unfortunately can't wait to release the divine art. So that the divine power gradually breaks through the protection of the magic construction, and finally the magic power is separated, and there is no protection, but it can be turned into the nourishment of the divine power. Chapter 35. Ai Xian watched as Ian's body turned into nutrients of divine power, and that mass of divine power floated in mid-air, and then shot directly into Ai Xian's body. This time, Ai Xian became vigilant and directly released his strongest defensive magic. But he still couldn't resist this group of divine power, and instantly broke through the defense. Although the divine power group broke through the defense, the divine power group became much smaller, which showed that it was expensive, and finally shot into Ai Xian's body. Ai Xian hurriedly mobilized the magic power in his body and wrapped it up. With the contact between magic and divine power, Ai Xian obtained a lot of information fragments from divine power. War of the Gods. Kulanos, the god of time. The information is too fragmented to obtain complete information, but some divine arts information, various life and death arts, but indeed some of the simplest divine arts, those divine arts released by Ian's before did not appear. When Ai Xian tried to mobilize these divine powers to launch some divine arts to test the water, he found that he could only release some of the simplest divine arts, and it was quite difficult to release, and the degree of Ian's was completely incomparable. Ai Xian suddenly remembered that after all, Ian's is a descendant of the god Axalam, and it is normal to obtain information far beyond himself, and as a descendant of the bloodline of the god Axalam, it is normal to be more in line with the divine power of the god of Axalam. The most important thing is that Ians has also sacrificed a lot of magic guides before, and I think he has been learning and using these magic techniques for a while, and it is normal to be like an arm. Fortunately, Ai Xian's talent is not low, plus the huge magic power is enough to support Ai Xian's trial and error, and he has also mastered some simple divine techniques. The reason why this is so is because the three of Jula, Wilman, and Enye Lai are still endangered, and before obtaining divine power and magic, Ai Xian has no particularly good way. After all, ordinary healing magic cannot save them, not to mention that although Ai Xian's additional magic is omnipotent, it also means that it is not perfect. And the reason why Ai Xian's additional magic is so powerful, most of them rely on Ai Xian's huge magic power, otherwise the situation of people with different magic powers releasing additional magic is different. For example, the current Ai Xian releasing the magic of additional gravity can increase the effect by increasing the mana output to 5 times or even 10 times, but changing to the current Wendy to release this magic is estimated to be only 1.5 times the effect. And the birth technique released by Ians before opened Ai Xian's eyes, and confirmed that this was the best way to save Jula, Williman, and Enye Lai, just as the so-called sharpening the knife does not chop wood by mistake. Ai Xian also waited until he could skillfully release some life techniques before turning around and leaving the ruins and coming to the three to prepare for treatment. This divine art can transform divine power into life force to save them, which is the easiest way. It can also stimulate the last bit of life force in their body to save them, and the price is that if this last bit of life force cannot save them, it will cause them to die early. Suitable for treating injuries that are not in a dying state. The cost is that the life expectancy of the person saved will be greatly reduced. There is a last, more evil method, sucking the life force of other creatures to heal. Maybe it was a little evil in Ai Xian's eyes, but it was just a means in the eyes of the Angsalam god, who was accustomed to life and death. Ai Xian still chose the easiest way. After all, the information he came into contact with learned that as the magic power and the divine power continue to merge, the magic power can be converted into divine power in a ratio of 100:1, and as he is constantly transformed by divine power, he can slowly bear more divine power in the body in the future. Divine power can be created continuously. In general, as long as there is a seed of divine power implanted in the body of the magic guide, the subsequent magic power in the body can be gradually converted into divine power, and when the whole body is divine power, it can be called a god, which is the simplest way to become a god. However, ordinary magicians cannot complete the stage of transforming magic into divine power. First of all, the amount of divine power contained in this divine power seed is not low, and most of the magic guides cannot meet the requirements for injecting divine power seeds, that is, their mana reserves are too small. Once the divine power seeds are injected, there is no huge magic power will be eaten back by the divine power in the divine power seeds, and become the nourishment of the divine power seeds. This first level dissuaded many magic guides. Then after the magic guide with huge magic power injects the seed of divine power, the subsequent seed of divine power will continue to convert magic power into divine power, which is uncontrollable, and the more divine power in the body, the faster the transformation. At this time, you can wrap the divine power with magic power to transform the body, or release the divine art, consume excess divine power, and try to control the divine power within a certain range. However, this means that when fighting in peacetime, you must control your own mana, but when you encounter a battle of life and death, you often consume a lot of mana, resulting in the loss of divine power and mana balance, and finally become the nourishment of the divine power seed. As for the first release of divine magic in the battle consumes a wave, but in the case of the same level of battle, the divine magic released by the divine power that is usually controlled within a certain range is also vulnerable, and the magic that people directly release with great power can directly defeat the enemy with one blow, and they are killed before showing their true strength. As for Ians, he is also able to release such a powerful divine technique with the support of huge divine power, and even presses Ai Xian, and as a descendant of the bloodline of the Angtharam god, his physique can temporarily resist the erosion of a large amount of divine power, but once there is no trace of magic power, his body has not been completely transformed, and he has only one way to turn into nourishment. This is the second level, the way of balance. The third level is the process of accumulation over time, using divine power to gradually transform one's own situation. This level takes quite a long time. If the physique is amazing, then it can save a lot of time. If the physique is average, it takes a lot of water milling. And using divine power to transform the body is also a meticulous work, which requires a lot of energy, otherwise it will damage the body if you are not careful. Investing energy and time into the stage of transforming the body with divine power also means that the time spent cultivating mana is reduced, and mana grows slowly. Originally, enemies of the same grade, in the stage of your body transformation, cultivate magic power, and surpass you in strength, it will be dangerous. In short, the most suitable candidate for injecting divine power is a person with extremely large magic power and a very strong physique, and has a powerful magic guide behind him. Such a magic guide can become a god in a very short time, and will not die halfway. This is my setting for the god of the fairy tale world, which may not be very good, please understand. Chapter 36. Time flies, 5 years have passed, and now it is X784. In the past 5 years, Elissa, Kana, and Myra have successively become S-class magicians. In the S-class assessment in X779, Elissa defeated Kana with her own strength and excellent armor to become an S-class wizard, and completely started the title of the Goblin Queen. In the S-class assessment of X780, Kana narrowly defeated the enhanced version of Myra with the card creature she created, and became the S-class wizard of that year, and the title of Card Queen was also successfully confirmed. But Kana still did not recognize Kildas, and Kana said that only when she surpassed Kildas would she teach him a hard lesson before telling him about his background. In X781, Myra still became an S-class magician in the same time as the original. It is precisely because fairy tale has continued to emerge S-class magic guides over the years, which has greatly made the reputation of the fairy tale union and attracted many magic guides to join. Philide Justin, Abba Green, and B. Guthrow of Fairy Tale, Jet and Troy of Lane Engine, and Bizka and Arzik of Gunners also join. Jalal of Edras also joined Fairy Tale under the pseudonym Mist Gang. Now there is only Lucy left in Fairy Tale, and Gajaru and Jubia have not yet joined. In X782, because of Ai Xian's usual fist education, Ale Roughman changed his previous cowardly character and became another extreme man. In the end, with the secret help of Ai Xian, Alufman also successfully received the Beast King, and Lysina was not sucked into Edras by the super subspace magic anima. In the same year, Mist Gang passed the S-class test and became an S-class magician. Since then, 7 S-class magi have emerged in the Fairy Tale Guild: Kildas, Ai Xian, Laxus, Elissa, Kana, Myra, and Mist Ergan. Since Kildas performs 10-year missions all year round and is not well known to ordinary people, Ai Xian and Mr. Gang are both low-key types of guys, either do not perform tasks or perform small tasks, and do not have the appearance of S-class magic guides at all. Kana also spends all day researching card creations, only going out on missions when she doesn't have enough funds, resulting in being quickly forgotten by the world after becoming famous. Only Laxus, Elissa, and Myra are active on the front lines. This is also the result of Makarov's indulgence. After all, the gun shoots the head bird. Originally the fairy tale is often regarded as a thorn in the side of the council because of destructive behavior, so too high profile is not good. 3 S-class wizards are active outside. Makarov saw the grandeur of the current guild, and became more and more proud. After all, the guild reached its peak in his hands, and sure enough, the decision to practice trumpet was very correct, and all of them were excellent, and they didn't even take a particularly long time as they imagined. In X783, 16-year-old Lucy, with the support of her mother Layla, prepares to go to Fairy Tale to meet other wizards, and embarks on a journey to collect the keys to the zodiac. Ai Xian received Layla's letter and learned about it, originally thinking that this little distance, Lucy will soon be able to reach Fairy Tale, but Ai Xian, who has been waiting for a month, has not seen Lucy's shadow. Ai Xian, who was afraid of accidents, also went out to find Lucy, but found that Lucy was addicted to helping others, helping people in difficulty from time to time, and driving away monsters for free. Because it is not like running away from home in the original book, Lucy at this time has enough money to spend, fully enjoys the fun of the trip, and records it. Becoming a great writer is also a big dream for Lucy. The most important thing is that occasionally hearing the clue of the key to the zodiac, I completely deviated from the route, and such an efficiency did come to the fairy tale in the year of the monkey. Seeing this, Ai Xian went with the flow. After all, the current Lucy is under Layla's teaching, and the star spirit magic is not comparable to the same period in the original book. Now Lucy holds the 3 keys of Cancer, Aquarius, and Capricorn, which is the unanimous decision of Layla's 3 servants. Since Lucy has embarked on the path of the star spirit wizard, then the 3 keys are handed over to Lucy. Now Lucy, under the teaching of Layla, has been able to double open the door, and her strength is also a proper A-class magic guide, and she has not encountered the evil S-class magic guide, and she can basically walk sideways. In X784, Natsu once again got on a train to Harugian City because of the grapevine of the Fire Dragon King Agunir as in the original book. This passenger. Are you okay? Natsu sat on the train dizzy, forced to vomit and slumped on the ground, causing the conductor to come forward and ask, for fear of an accident. Love, it's just an old problem. The blue kitten harpy replied with a raised hand, sending the conductor away. I don't want to take the train anymore. Before he finished speaking, Natsu couldn't help but tumble in his stomach and stuck his head out the window to vomit. If the news is correct, the fire dragon should be in this town, let's go. At this point, the train arrived, and Harpy beckoned Natsu to get off. Wait for me to catch my breath, Natsu said with a gloomy expression. Result. Natsu gasped after vomiting and did not leave the train at the first time, and the train started and took Natsu. I actually took the train twice. Natsu is faint and hungry, but there is no money. I said Harpy, and the fire dragon should have said Agunir. Well, when it comes to fire dragons, I only think of Agunir. Finally found it, and I picked myself up. Love. At this time, there was a voice not far away, wow. Ah. Lord Fire Dragon. When Natsu heard the word Fire Dragon, he immediately became excited. Look, say that Cao will arrive. Love. Natsu quickly ran over, eager to see Agunir. At this time, Lucy also came here, heard the word Fire Dragon, and thought that he had encountered the Fire Dragon of Fairy Tale, thinking that he had been out for almost a year, and he had not yet arrived at the Fairy Tale Guild, and it was a little embarrassing to think about it. At this time, hearing the news of the Fire Dragon, he just followed him to Fairy Tale, and he will definitely be able to join Fairy Tale this year. Natsu and Lucy's first encounter is about to come. Chapter 37. This feeling of racing heart. Lucy suddenly felt her heart beat faster when she saw Pola, and her heart was pounding. It's not good, it's seductive magic. After all, Lucy has been taught by a famous teacher like Layla, coupled with the experience of nearly a year. Lucy at this time is not as unbearable as in the original book. Lucy quickly mobilized her magic power, and instantly broke the charm magic. At this time, Natsu also broke through the crowd below, broke in, and excitedly shouted, Agunir. As a result, Natsu found that the person in front of him was not Agunir at all, and asked puzzledly, which one are you? Pola quickly made a V-shaped gesture on his chin and said coolly, I said Fire Dragon, you should know, right? Go so fast. At this time, Pola's brain powder was not happy. Wait, why are you two so rude? You apologize to me. A group of fanatical fans tugged at Natsu's clothes, refusing to let Natsu leave unless he apologized. Forget it, this matter ends here. There is no malice in looking at him. Pola quickly stood up and said generously. This move once again poked the hearts of fanatical fans. How gentle! Times N. Pola signed the word Fire Dragon on a piece of paper, handed it to Natsu, and said, This is my signature, take it to show off to my friends. How envious! Times N, I don't want it, said Natsu with a look of disgust. What do you mean? Get out of here. A group of brain-dead fans were extremely dissatisfied with Natsu's ignorant behavior, and directly threw Natsu out fiercely. Thank you for your warm welcome, but I still have something to do to go to the port in front, so I will take my leave. With the snap of Pola's fingers, flames emerged from beneath his feet and then slowly rose to support it. In the evening I will have a party on the boat, and everyone will come. Bora was just about to leave when a voice came. Wait a minute. Pola turned to the source of the voice and found it to be a girl with beautiful blonde hair and a good look. Is there anything else? You use magic on ordinary people without permission, and you are also a magic that is banned from sale to seduce girls. Not only that, but also impersonate the fire dragon of the fairy tale guild. Don't you have anything to say? Lucy most despised the guy who used magic to do wrong, and the guy in front of him used seduction magic to lure girls to the partying on the ship at night, and he was uneasy and kind at first sight. The most important thing is to pretend to be someone else's name to deceive. Isn't it obvious that it is not a good person? Open it, the door where the crane is sitting, Grace. Dear Miss Lucy, what do you need me to do? Lucy asked immediately. No problem, Miss Lucy. With a wave of Grace's hand, the white feathers in the sky fell, and every girl who touched the white feathers recovered her senses, looked at the scene in front of her, and immediately shouted and scattered. Damn stinky girl, actually disrupted my plans. Bora cursed secretly in her heart, but years of impersonation experience have cultivated the mentality of not changing her face even if it is debunked. I'm the fire dragon of fairy tale, not an imposter. You see my seal representing fairy tale. Pola revealed the high imitation seal on her right arm. This trick has been tried again and again, even if it is suspected. As long as this high imitation seal is revealed, it can completely fool the past. I'm Natsu of fairy tale. I've never seen you like this. Natsu, who was about to leave, was filled with anger when he heard that someone was impersonating the fairy tale wizard. Fire Dragon Nez. ×2 Lucy and Bora were surprised. Bora didn't expect that he was pretending to be a fire dragon, and he ended up meeting the real thing. Lucy didn't expect to meet the fairy tale guy here. Most of Lucy's knowledge of fairy tale is through weekly magazines, and a small part is derived from AI Xian. He didn't know much about Natsu either, and the reason why he knew that Bora was an imposter was because Lucy knew very well that the members of Fairy Tail would not do such a bad thing. Even if he is really a member of Fairy Tail, then it is just time to clear the portal for AI Xian. No matter who you are, you must not let go of Fairy Tail posing as Fairy Tail. You boy, shut up for me. Bora released flame magic directly towards Natsu with her palm, and the flames instantly enveloped Natsu. Natsu, shouted Lucy worriedly, quickly pulling out the key to Aquarius and the small water bottle that Aquarius carried with her, ready to open the door of Aquarius and let Aqua come out to put out the fire. Before Lucy could summon Aya, Natsu had already sucked the surrounding flames into her mouth. It's so unpalatable. What is this? Are you really a fire magician? The first time you've eaten such a bad fire. Natsu said sincerely as he swallowed the flames. Although the truth is told, the mockery is full. What? Both Pola and Lucy looked surprised. Is this guy human? Fire, he actually ate the fire. I've never seen this kind of magic. Lucy also saw dragon killing magic for the first time. After all, it is a lost ancient magic. Ordinary people don't say that they have seen it, they have never heard of it, and Lucy is one of them, and Layla has never taught it. At this time, Harpy cast his winged magic, flew next to Lucy, and began to explain, "Fire can't hurt Natsu. Flying cat." As a result, Lucy's attention was completely drawn to the flying harpy. After eating, it is full of power, I am not welcome, the roar of the fire dragon. Remember for me, this is the fairy tale magic guide. The iron fist of the fire dragon. Feeding on fire and attacking with fire, is this really magic? The dragon's lungs can breathe fire, the dragon's scales can melt fire, and the dragon's claws can wrap the fire. This is the ancient magic that transforms itself into the dragon's physique, dragon-killing magic. Dragon-slaying magic, powerful, too powerful, but it went too far, and the town was destroyed. Oops, run! Natsu quickly beckoned Harpy to run, not forgetting to drag Lucy on top. Why should I run away? Because you're being treated like a gang too. Chapter 38. Wow! It's spectacular, said Lucy as she looked at the guild building in front of her, and at the same time had a hint of anticipation of joining the guild. Welcome to Fairy Tale. Harpy couldn't wait to take on the gesture of a master, jumping up and waving his cat palms at the door of the guild. I'm back, shouted Natsu as he entered the guild with his mouth open, his eyes filled with anger. Come back! Harpy shouted from behind. You're back, Natsu, Harpy. This time you made a big deal again, and the town was on the news. At this time, Natsu directly kicked him in the face, venting his dissatisfaction. You bastard, the news of the fire dragon is actually fake. The poor guy was directly kicked out and knocked a table apart. Oh, it looks like Natsu will be destroyed as soon as he comes back. It's already ruined. Who will stop Natsu? Natsu chased the members who provided the grapevine and damaged many tables and chairs during the chase. I heard that Natsu is back, smelly boy, we didn't tell the winner last time. Gray came out naked and looked for Natsu's figure, and sure enough, he was a good friend. Gray, why are you dangling naked outside? Kana looked at the perverted naked man speechlessly. Oops. Gray found himself unaware of when he had taken off only a pair of underwear again. So, the men here are so tasteless, except for brother Aishien, there is nothing serious. Kana tinkered with the cards in her hand and delved into new card creations. At this time, Kana is not the alcoholic girl in the original book, and now she loves cards deeply. Hey, Natsu, let's fight it. Gray immediately forgot about the lack of clothes, and just wanted to go head-to-head with Natsu for the 163rd time, and joined the melee regardless of it. Put my clothes on for me. Natsu also took time to reply during the melee, worthy of being a good friend for life, always thinking about each other. Boring, what is the noise in the daylight? It's not a child, it's a man who talks with his fists. As soon as Luffman wanted to join the fight, he was punched by Natsu and Gray, and mocked with words, it's in the way, but it's vulnerable. When Lucy saw Loki, she remembered his message, the handsome guys in the weekly The Wizard who most wanted him to be her boyfriend. I'll go mix it too. Loki went with the flow and got a cheer from two beautiful women. What is this? No one is normal. Lucy sighed helplessly, wondering if she was in the wrong place, and it wasn't like a normal person like brother Aishien should stay. Hey, are you new here? Said Myra as she saw the strange Lucy and immediately stepped forward to greet her. Myra, I'm me. A beautiful and powerful wizard like Myra is the existence Lucy yearns for, and it is also Lucy's goal. Don't stop them. And, isn't that fun? Said Myra with a smile, occasionally sideways to dodge flying throws. At this time, Natsu took off Gray's underwear in the melee and defiantly waved it in his hand. My panties! Gray rushed out of the melee and appeared naked in front of Lucy. Don't turn it at me. Lucy quickly covered her eyes. This young lady, can you lend me a pair of panties? Asked Lucy shamelessly. Lucy punched Gray in annoyance. it's strange to borrow you. As a result, Loki picked up Princess Lucy and said, "Oh, hey, a group of people who don't know how to pity Xiang Xiang and cherish Jade, it's really a headache. What are you going to do?" Lucy was shocked by Loki's operation. "Although you are quite handsome, but you can't do this. If it's a man, he has to use his fists. It's so noisy that I can't focus on cards properly. You're all enough." Kana pulled out the card and prepared to activate. "I'm angry." Gray clenched his right fist in the palm of his left hand, ready to unleash the ice magic. "A bunch of annoying guys." Loki let go of Lucy at some point, and the ring on the index finger of his right hand began to twinkle, which was a sign of magic. "Just let the horses come." Natsu burned with flames in his hands, looking like he was going to make a big fuss. "Stop me, don't you hear, you fools!" At this moment, Makarov in the form of a giant came to the scene. "It's so big," said Lucy. Most people stopped their movements and cancelled the magic. "Cut. Humph. Cards. Hey. Ahahaha. You're all scared into this, and I won." Natsu laughed, not caring about Makarov in the slightest. The result was to be trampled under the feet of Makarov in the form of a giant. Makarov ignored Natsu at his feet and turned to look at Lucy, new. Makarov directly lifted the magic, returned to the posture of a dwarf, and waved, "Please take care." With a 1080-degree backflip, Makarov didn't land so perfectly on the guild's second-floor railing, but quickly adjusted. "You're causing me trouble again, aren't you? Take a good look at how many documents have been sent from the Senate. First of all, Gray, it's fine until you catch the smuggling ring, but then you hang naked in the street, and finally steal someone else's underwear and escape. No, that's not good to be naked." Gray defended softly. "Elfman, you kid actually used violence against the object of his protection while on a mission. Because he said men should look at their education." Elfman also whispered in defense. "Loki. Provoke the granddaughter of Mr. Reggie of the Senate. There is also a show business that also asks you to compensate them for their losses." Then Natsu. "Destroy the Devon thieves, but destroy 7 houses. The clock tower with a long history in the village of Julie was also knocked down by you. The church in Phrygia burned down, destroying part of the city of Rubinas. The Narina Valley Observatory had to stop functioning due to the collapse, and the town of Harugian was damaged a lot. Rebbe. Croft. Litas. Valin. Bisksa. You guys, I'm constantly being scolded by the judges." Makarov trembled, "But those judges go eat. Listen, all extraordinarily reasonable forces are born out of common sense, and magic is not a miracle force, but the chi in our body coincides with the wavelength of the gas flowing in nature, and emerges from it. Magic is the condensation of mental power and concentration, no, the result of infusing one's entire soul. If you care about the meaning of the above people, the path of magic cannot progress. Don't be afraid of fools like the reviewers, go down the path you believe." Chapter 39. President, it's just that you spoil them too much, that's why they're so unscrupulous. Ai Xian sat on the recliner on the second floor, holding a book in his hand, and said lightly to Makarov, "And every time you go to the council to be scolded and write a review, the damage to the building they destroyed, the guild also pays a part of the money. If it weren't for Laxus and Alyssa to frantically perform S-class missions, the guild might not be able to make ends meet." Makarov, instantly aged 10 years old, shrugged his face, turned around, and said helplessly, "Isn't this uncontrollable?" At first, Makarov was also severely criticized, but later, this group has developed various quirks because of various encounters in childhood. This is a group of guys who want to spend their lives healing their childhood. How can they correct their quirks so easily? And Makarov has gradually become accustomed to being scolded and written reviews. In this case, it is better to go with the flow, as Makarov said before, which is exactly what he had in mind. Now the one who will cause massive damage during the current mission is Natsu, you just need to focus on him. Everyone else is a small problem, only Natsu's regular mission compensation is not enough, and the guild subsidy. Ai Xian suggested, I also want the guild to save some money and build a bigger new guild, the current guild is still too small, and it is too crowded to accommodate so many people. Then you go on a mission to generate income for the guild, or your magic props sell so well, it is better to donate a sum of money to the guild. Since Myra took over the job of Time magazine, she does not want to perform the task, but becomes a waiter in the guild. Kana studies cards every day and only goes on a mission when she is short of money, and Mr. Gang does not see people day by day, and performs fewer tasks. They were all broken by you. Doesn't Makarov want to build a bigger guild, but the Fairy Tale Guild has less to do for members to perform tasks. But no matter how small the commission, in the face of the rich remuneration of S-class tasks, it is also a lot of money. There are so many S-rank magic guides in the guild, all of them are like idle fish. If it weren't for Laxus and Alyssa, the guild's funds would definitely not be as smooth as they are now. The guy in front of him is the culprit, opening a small magic props shop and bringing the guild's later S-class magic guide. I can't blame me, Myra is not a character who likes to fight, she is willing to fight for the guild and her family, but she does not like to fight for the sake of fighting. And the remuneration of Mila Fashion Weekly is not all used to run the guild's small bar. Guild leader, you can't get cheap and sell well, which can save the guild a lot of expenses. Kana also performs tasks occasionally, and you can't compare Kana to Laxus and Alyssa. As for Mist Gang, he is the busiest, blocking the super subspace magic anima every day, and it is already very hard to find time to complete some tasks. Ai Xian helplessly defended, but he didn't expect that he was still regarded as the culprit. Of course, when the guild has saved enough money to prepare for renovation and reconstruction, I will support a sum of money. After all, I'm also part of the guild. Makarov nodded in satisfaction. Where do you want the fairy tale badge to be printed? Asked Lucy. At this time, Myra wears many hats. Not only the manager of the small bar, but also the waiter of the guild, and the guild task docker. With so much work, it's really not much easier than going out on a mission, but Myra prefers her current life and enjoys it. How is the seal here? Lucy held out her right hand and gestured for the print on the back of her right hand. Okay. What color badge do you want? Myra pulled out the magic seal of the Fairy Tale Guild and printed it on the back of Lucy's right hand. Well, now you're also a member of Fairy Tale. Myra said happily that she was happy with every new member added. Natsu looked quickly, the badge of Fairy Tale. Lucy subconsciously shared this joy with Natsu. Great, Louise. It's Lucy, shouted Lucy angrily, even misremembering her name. Natsu was full of food and drink, got up and went to the taskbar to look for a suitable task. After all, there was no money to spend. Find someone with a higher pay, muttered Natsu. At this time, a childlike voice came, which attracted Naz's attention. My father hasn't come back yet. Makarov sat on the bar and replied, Stop messing around, Romeo. If you are the child of a magus, you should trust your father and wait at home for him to return. But he obviously said that if he went home in 3 days, he didn't see him back for a week. Romeo held back tears. Mikhail went to work at Mount Kobo. Go help me get him back, I'm worried about him, shouted Romeo at Makarov. Don't make trouble, your father is a wizard. This guild doesn't need someone else to help wipe his ass. Go home and drink milk. Badass. Romeo jumped up and punched Makarov directly in the face, and then left sadly. Ah, how ruthless, said Lucy when she saw this scene. That being said, the chairman was actually very worried. Myra said. Natsu directly smashed the order back into the taskbar, and the force was so strong that he directly smashed out a pit, and then walked out of the guild with a black face. That kid wants to save Macau. In the end, it is still immature, so doing it will only hurt Macao's self-esteem. Decide the path you want to take, let him go. Makarov set the final tone. What's wrong with Natsu, suddenly like that? Asked Lucy, puzzled. Because Naz is like Romeo, he remembers his experience. Natsu's father also went out and never returned. Although he is his father, he is actually his adoptive father, and he is also a dragon. When Natsu was a child, the dragon picked him up in the forest, and the language, culture, including magic, were taught by the dragon. But one day, he disappeared from Naz's eyes. Nista, always looking forward to seeing Igunir again, that's pretty cute. We fairy tale magisters, all of us bear the hurt, the pain, the sadness. Said Myra, her voice getting quieter and quieter. Hey! No, nothing. Lucy looked at the door and suddenly made a decision. Chapter 40. At this time, a horse-drawn carriage was driving on the way to Mount Hakobi. In the carriage, Natsu lay uncomfortably on one side of the seat, looked at Lucy on the other seat, and asked puzzled, "Why did you come to Lucy?" That's it. In every way, she definitely wants to improve her status. Absolute. The little cat hubby looked at Lucy's expression and thought to himself. However, you are really prone to motion sickness. And I haven't seen motion sickness as bad as you, what a poor child. Lucy looked at Natsu's tragic situation and gloated, while shedding a few crocodile tears. Hey! Natsu heard Lucy's words. If it weren't for the extreme discomfort of motion sickness now, he must let Lucy know what cruelty is. When I find Macao, I have to find a house to live in as soon as possible. You can stay with me at Naz's. Little cat hubby suggested. I'll pull your beard, kitty. Lucy didn't expect to hear such shocking words from the mouth of the kitten. After all, it is a kitten, although it can speak, but does not understand that the human world is different between men and women. At this time, the moving carriage gradually slowed down and finally stopped. The car is stopped. Natsu, who felt the deepest, found out for the first time, after all, after the car stopped, he did not get motion sickness. At this time, the coachman's words came, "I'm sorry, the carriage ahead can't pass." Natsu couldn't wait to open the door of the back compartment. After all, Natsu didn't want to experience the feeling of riding in the car for a moment. As soon as the rear compartment opened, the cold wind howling outside instantly blew in, and the snowstorm raged and snowflakes also poured into the carriage with the cold wind. What's the situation? Lucy looked at the blizzard outside and was shocked. Even if it's on the mountain, but it's summer, how can it be such a big blizzard? Lucy walked out of the carriage, and her whole body was shivering with cold, cold, cold death. My teeth were chattering up and down uncontrollably, and my thin clothes could not withstand this biting cold wind. Who made you wear so little? Natsu said lightly. Are you dressed as well as I am, and how can you be embarrassed to say such things as a fire attribute magician? Lucy somewhat regretted coming here. That's it, I'm back in town. By this time, the carriage had traveled a long distance. Wait for me, how can I go back? Shouted Lucy at the coachman, but the people rushed faster and couldn't hear Lucy's shouts. Lucy couldn't catch up with the carriage at all, and she could only accept her life. Love. Lucy saw that there was a blanket in Natsu's package, and while saying "Lend me the blanket," she directly pulled out the blanket and wrapped it around herself. Lucy felt the warmth brought by the blanket, her hands and feet were no longer so stiff, and she quickly took out one of the star spirit keys she was carrying. On, on. Turn it on. All the time. The gate of the clock, Halalokum. An ancient clock more than 2 meters high appeared, and there were slender hands on both sides, one hand crossed at the waist, the other palm facing the sky, and the appearance was full. It's the clock. Natsu and Harpy looked at the clock with wide eyes and amazement. Lucy felt it enter Halalokum's body, and the cold storm and snow were protected from the outside, and the inside was warm. Hololocum conveyed Lucy's meaning to Natsu and Harpy. She said, "I'm going to stay inside." "What the hell are you here for?" Natsu was a little speechless. Hololocum recalled, "Speaking of what are you doing here, what is Mr. Macau's work doing here?" she said. Natsu said in amazement, "You didn't know anything and followed." "Macau, where are you? Have you been killed by the Balkans?" shouted Naz as he searched for Macau's figure. The sound alarmed the indigenous people of Mount Kobo. Natsu felt the movement of the ice stones rolling down above, looked up, and a black shadow emerged. A nearly 5-meter ape with sharp horns on its head jumped down from above and waved its claws towards Natsu. Natsu braced himself on the ground with both hands and dodged the blow with a sharp backflip. The little cat hubby saw the appearance of the attacker and shouted, "It's Balkan!" Natsu and Balkan confronted each other, and suddenly Balkan caught a glimpse of something, and quickly passed Natsu directly and came to Hololocum. Balkan looked at Lucy in Hololocum's body with a squinted face. "Human woman." After speaking, he also extended his tongue and licked it through the glass. And then ran away directly with Hololocum, and made a ho-ho sound in his mouth. Lucy, who hid in Hololocum's body to avoid the cold, was carried by Balkan to Balkan's lair, and Balkan excitedly circled around Hololocum, and his mouth couldn't make a ho-ho sound, which showed his inner excitement. "How does this monkey look very excited?" As soon as the words fell, Balkan came to Lucy through the glass again and shouted, "Woman!" At this moment, Hololocum suddenly disappeared and returned to the star spirit realm, while leaving a voice, "Time is up, I wish you a good time. Open it, Taurus doorway, Taros." With the mo sound, a minotaur with a huge axe on his back appeared on the scene, strong muscles, burly body, and a macho man. "Miss Lucy, your breasts are as beautiful as ever, mo fantastic." As soon as Talos appeared, he said with a wide look on his face. Lucy covered her face speechless, almost forgetting that this was also a colored cow, and the only key to the zodiac that was harvested this year. "Oh ho, don't rob women!" Balkan shouted angrily when he saw Taro's appearance, his nose fluttering. "My woman?" This makes Mo very upset. "Talos, hurry up and fix him for me," ordered Lucy directly. "Mo, get ready." Talos held a two-edged axe in both hands and rushed straight towards the Balkans. Talos charged fiercely, and the huge two-edged axe also posed a great threat to the Balkans, and the nimble Balkans jumped sideways and dodged Taros's first axe, but Taros, who was experienced in combat, directly forced a twist and used the side of the axe to knock Balkans directly away. With the support of Lucy's magical power, Talos is in good shape, plus Talos is already extremely powerful, with a heavy axe, directly smashed Balkan into the wall and directly passed out. Chapter 41. The strength of the Star Spirit is determined by the magic power of the Star Spirit Magic Guide, and the current Lucy's magic power is absolutely abundant, and Lucy, who has been taught by Layla since she was a child, not only is her magic far beyond the original, but also the knowledge of the Star Spirit and the magic of the Star Spirit are not the same situation in the original book. With the support of Lucy's abundant magic, Taros of the Zodiac is simply easy and casual to solve a small Balkan. As soon as the battle was over, Lucy mercilessly shut Talos down. After all, she couldn't resist this satyr. "Well, finally found it." Natsu also arrived at the end of the battle. "Lucy, are you all right?" Natsu looked left and right and asked, "What about the Balkans?" Lucy pointed to the unconscious Balkans still embedded in the wall. "Hey, stinky monkey, where is Macau? Where did you hide him?" Lucy heard Naz's words. She looked surprised. She had already decided that the monkey had hidden people. If you think about it, is Mr. Macau still alive now? "Naz, that Balkan has passed out and can't hear what you're saying." At this time, Harpy also used one of the magic spells of the ability system to rush over, and discovered the situation at the first time. "Nanny Lucy, did you hit this Balkan?" During the conversation, the Balkans embedded in the wall emitted a burst of light, then reverted to Macau's body and fell off the wall. Lucy was also quite surprised to see this scene. Macau is possessed by the Balkans. It's a magic that takes possession of someone else's body. Lucy was afraid for a while. Fortunately, Talos was stunned with the sight of the axe. If he directly slashed with an axe and broke it twice, wouldn't it be directly killing Macau? Lucy hurried forward to check on Macau's situation. Natsu had already taken out the first aid kit from the package, and it had to be said that Natsu was also thick and thin in this regard. It's so bad. Lucy briefly dealt with Macau's injuries with the help of the rescue kit, but the wound on the flank could not stop the bleeding. It seems that there was a vicious battle before being possessed. Macau, you have to hold on. It turns out that the Balkans are monsters that survive by occupying human bodies. Harpy held the disinfectant alcohol bottle and frowned, looking at Macau's injury but unable to do anything. The wound on the flank is too deep, and the first aid kit we brought with us won't do anything at all. Lucy said dejectedly, maybe people are gone. Without saying a word, Naz directly released a flame in his hand, and then pressed it on the wound on Macau's flank. Endure me, Macau. Lucy, hold him down. Yes, if you burn the wound with fire, you can plug the wound and stop the bleeding. Lucy felt a glimmer of hope and cooperated with Natsu to hold Macau's body. As the flames burned the wounds in Macau's flank, a puff of white smoke came out, although simple and rough, but it did block the wound and the bleeding stopped. You are not allowed to die, Romeo is still waiting for you to come home, shouted Natsu, trying to awaken Macau's consciousness. Perhaps it was the pain from the burning flames, or perhaps it was hearing Romeo's name, and Macau made a sound. Whew! Ha! Damn, I'm really useless, obviously I have already defeated 19 of them. Ahem, but was possessed by the 20th one. Okay, I see, you stop talking, or the wound will open. Me off. Damn it. This makes me have the face to go back to Romeo. Damn it. Tell you to stop talking, beat you. Harpy suddenly thought of something and urged loudly. Yes, I almost forgot about this thing. Naz took a small bottle from his backpack, poured out a pill, and stuffed it into Macau's mouth. As the pill entered his abdomen, Macau's face gradually turned red. What kind of pill is this? The effect is so good, why didn't you take it out earlier? It's not forgot. This is the first aid pill given by Ai Xian in the guild, which can recover from injuries. Ai Xian originally gave one to everyone in the guild. But after all these years, Harpy and I have not been seriously injured, and we have forgotten in the corner. Love, everything Ai Xian makes works well. Magnolia Town. Romeo was sitting on the steps at the edge of the town's entrance and waiting. Naz waved his arm around the bandaged Macau, who held his head with shame on his face. Harpy danced and waved his cat paws, while Lucy followed behind and smiled. Romeo saw this scene and had a big smile on his face. Romeo thought back to the previous scene. Whenever I mentioned that my father was a wizard of fairy tale, children of the same age dismissed it. What a fairy tale wizard! It's not. Romeo tried to defend himself, but to no avail. A magi is a waste. I'm going to be a knight when I grow up. The magus smelled of alcohol. Romeo listened to the ridicule of his father by his peers, and he couldn't contain his youthful anger, and ran to Macau's side and shouted, "Dad, you are doing a very good job, so I am really unwilling." Because of his willfulness, Dad did such a dangerous job. If it weren't for the help of Nazgo and others, Dad might not have come back. Dad, I'm sorry, Macau went up and hugged Romeo and said softly, I'm sorry for making you worry about me. It's okay, I'm the son of a magister, said Romeo with tears in his eyes, proudly. The next time you're found guilty by other children, tell them, can your father take down 19 monsters alone? Romeo suddenly noticed that Natsu and the others had walked away, turned to them and shouted, Brother Natsu. Natsu just waved his hand and replied, "Oh. Love." Lucy turned and waved, saying nothing. On July 4th, the weather was clear and the snowstorm clear. Although the fairy tale is messy, it makes people feel very happy, warm and kind. Although I have only recently joined the guild, I think I will fall in love with this guild. Chapter 42. Eastern part of the Kingdom of Fiori, the city of Magnoria. With a population of 60,000, it has also been a commercial metropolis where magic has flourished since ancient times. Beyond the Cartier Cathedral towering over the city center, you'll see the only guild of wizards on the street, Fairy Tale. Lucy rented a house with a rent of 70,000 J per month near the commercial street, although she is a wealthy businessman, but her mother Layla stopped the financial support given to Lucy by Jude Hartfilia, saying that Lucy can only earn living funds through the magic guide, resulting in Lucy's current financial situation is very embarrassing. Even though the money bag was not much, Lucy still gritted her teeth and rented the house. For Lucy, although this house is a bit expensive, it is close to the commercial street, and life is convenient. The house has a spacious layout and plenty of storage space, snow-white walls, the fragrance of wood, a vintage-style fireplace, and a stove, among which she is most satisfying in her room. Hey! Natsu lay on the couch in Lucy's room, gulping down the snacks in the room, while Harpy didn't know where to find a fish and stuffed it in his mouth. One person and one cat saw Lucy enter the room and waved politely. The slightly messy room, the snack packaging on the coffee table, and the poured water glasses all hint at the arrival of two less peaceful guests in this room. "Why are you two here?" Lucy directly raised her leg and struck Natsu's cheek precisely and vigorously, and flew out with Harpy. "I heard Myra say you found a place to live, so," said Natsu softly, covering his cheek with his hand over his face and cold sweat breaking out on his face. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Lucy. Lucy crossed her waist with one hand, pointed at Natsu and shouted, "If you hear about it, you can come in casually. Even close friends must observe etiquette, haven't you heard?" Natsu said, thinking that it should be me who was hurt. Harpy sneaked to the corner of the room to sharpen his paws while Natsu was being reprimanded. This action instantly attracted Lucy's attention. "Don't grind your paws in my room, feline." Natsu dodged the reprimand, did not converge, saw the manuscript on the desk, immediately picked it up, and subconsciously asked, "What is this?" "It's funny, what the hell is that?" "It's nothing, let's go." Lucy waved quickly with one hand and gave an eviction order. Unfortunately, this time it was Natsu and Harpy. "Don't go, we came to play with you," Natsu said with a grin. Faced with this kind of guest, Lucy still reluctantly made a cup of black tea for Natsu. "I've just moved in, I don't even have a few pieces of furniture, there's nothing fun at all, so let's leave after drinking this cup of black tea," sighed Lucy. "You are cruel." After saying that, I quickly left after drinking black tea, and people said that I was cruel. Lucy trembled all over, and she couldn't hold back the thought of wanting to do it. "Ah!" Natsu suddenly thought, "Lucy, let me see your keys, I heard that your magic is related to those keys." "That's not called a key, it's star spirit." "Lucy, how many star spirits have you contracted with?" asked Harpy curiously. 6 seats, the star spirit is a 2-seater, these silver keys were bought in the store, Hololocum in the clock sign, Crooks in the Southern Cross, Lila in Lyra. And these golden keys are the keys that can open the zodiac, which are super rare. Taros in Taurus, Akia in Aquarius, Keisha in Cancer and Caprith in Capricorn. As for this silver key, it was given to me by Ai Xian when I was a child, Nicola of Canis Minor. Lucy introduced one by one. "It turns out that Lucy, you knew Ai Xian when you were a child. Lucy, you won't join Fairy Tale because of Ai Xian." Harpy covered his mouth, curled his tongue and said, "Have a leg, shut up, feline." "Lucy, let's team up." Team up. Love, although everyone in the guild is friends, it is especially good to form a squad, so that it is difficult to fight alone, and the squad attack is much simpler. Harpy explained. Oh, well, that's interesting. Signed successfully. Love. After a long time, it seemed to recognize me. Lucy thought so. Let's get to work, said Natsu excitedly, pulling out a slip and slamming it on the table. Look. Lucy twisted and said, Hey, you're so anxious. Lucy took the order sheet and glanced at the content on it, and exclaimed, It's just a book taken out of Duke Aber's house, just 200,000 J. Yes, it's a good job. As Lucy continued to look down and saw the precautions, Duke Aber, in short, a good female pervert, is currently recruiting a blonde maid. Lucy has blonde hair, yes, let her dress up as a maid and sneak in. Natsu and Harpy sang in harmony. You two have calculated me from the beginning. I heard that the Star Spirit Wizard is very fond of the agreement. Admirable, said Natsu with a sneer, revealing his fox tail. Despicable, you are so despicable, you actually lied to me. Let's go. Lucy. I don't dress up as a maid. Then practice a little first, come, and call master to the hobby. Don't call a cat owner. Fairy Tale Guild. Well, who took the commission for that book in Aber's house? Well, it's Natsu, who said he was going to call Lucy with him. Myra replied. Ah, I hesitated before. Rebby was a little regretful. At this time, the president sitting at the bar spoke. Rebby, maybe it's right that you didn't go, that work seems to be a little tricky. Just now the client came to contact, and the salary rose to 2 million J. 10 times. Just a book for 2 million. This reward is about the same as that of the Crusade department. Oh, missed a good job. Things seem to be getting interesting. At this time, a horse-drawn carriage was heading towards the town of Heilatsimon. Chapter 43. The town of Heilatsimon. I'm not riding in a carriage anymore. You say that every time. Such a luxurious house, worthy of a person who bid 200,000 J for a book. Naz stepped forward and knocked on the door. We are the Magi of the Fairy Tale Guild. Excuse me, can you please come in through the back door? Natsu and Lucy were puzzled, but they complied with the client's request and entered through the back door. Just faux pas, I'm the client Cabby Menlo, this is my insider. Cabby briefly introduced and invited the two to take a seat. I have only one task, and that is to destroy or burn the only book in the world held by Duke Ibel, Sunrise. In fact, this act of destroying other people's belongings without their permission is no different from theft. But I wanted to destroy that book anyway, and I couldn't allow that book to exist. What is the origin of that book? That kind of thing is casual, 200,000 200,000. No, I pay 2 million J, and the reward after success is 2 million J. When the two of them heard this amount, they were instantly stunned. Such a task has such a high reward, which they can't imagine, but this huge reward instantly gave them endless motivation. Oh, Lucy, I'm on fire. Natsu took Lucy's hand directly and ran out excitedly. The Duke's Palace of Aber. Lucy dressed as a maid and knocked on the door of Duke Aber's mansion. Excuse me, I see you guys are recruiting blonde maids. It wasn't long before a muscular body emerged from the ground beside Lucy. A woman with a large square face, bucket waist, big thick legs, ponytails tied on both sides of her head, and a maid costume with her hands crossed at the waist said, "Recruiting maids?" As soon as the words fell, another figure emerged from the ground. "Bo Yu, are you calling my generation?" It was Duke Aber who appeared at this time. Duke Aber looked left and right at Lucy, and finally concluded, "Don't, ugly, go back." Saying that, 4 more figures broke through the ground, each of which was the best of salt. Duke Aber pointed to the 4 beauties and said, "Only such a beautiful girl is worthy of me." The maid battled and infiltrated failed. In that case, switch to the T strategy, Natsu said. After a while, Harpy flew with the two of them to the window at the top of Duke Aber's mansion. Why do you have to be sneaky? The T strategy refers to the assault T, to enter through the main gate, and then beat up everyone who stands in the way, and then burn the book. No, they all said that it wouldn't work. If you don't get it right, it will alarm the army. After some noise, everyone finally got down to business. Natsu put his hand on the glass of the window, manipulated the magic in the palm of his hand to gather flames. The high temperature of the flames directly melted through the glass, and then passed his hand through the latch that opened the window to open the window smoothly. After the two entered the room, they opened the door and went out to start searching one by one. The results were soon discovered. Intruder found. 5 maids from Duke Ibel's mansion rushed towards Natsu. Natsu divided by 2 with 3 strokes and 5 to get the maid who rushed over, punched and kicked, and all fell downstairs. It's not good, there will definitely be someone coming, hurry up and find a room to hide. Lucy still doesn't want to have a head-on conflict with Duke Aber, after all, the content of the commission. So Lucy dragged Natsu and took hubby to find a random room to hide. As it happened, the room they were hiding in was none other than Duke Aber's study. Duke Aber has a stupid face, I can't imagine that he is still a bibliophile, but it is really tiring to find so many books. I'm going to start looking. Love. Found the little yellow book. Fish Guide. Ooh, oh, I found the golden book. Sunrise. Found it. So easy to find. It's so easy. Just as Natsu's hand lit a flame and was about to burn it, Lucy saw the name of the author of the book and directly dodged the book. The author of this book is Kem Serio, who is both a wizard and a novelist, and I am a huge fan of his books. I haven't read this book yet. Okay, it's going to burn up. This is cultural heritage, how can you burn it? Just think that the book has been burned, let me take care of it. I hate lying. Just as the two were arguing, a voice came. So that's the case, your goal is sunrise, even if you want to get rid of it. I'm really smart, Boyo. Duke Aber came out of the ground again. I thought that the Magus was desperately looking for something, it turned out to be this worthless book. If you can you send me this book? Lucy said longingly. No matter how worthless a book is, my generation's things are my generation's. It's ours if it burns. No, absolutely not. Lucy shook her head and refused. Lucy, this is work. Natsu said with a rare serious look. Then at least let me finish reading. Lucy immediately knelt on the ground and read the book Sunrise with relish. Enough, I'm angry that I went so far as to shoot at the books of my great generation. Come out, Brother Panahu. The 2 bookshelves slowly moved to the sides, and 2 figures, one tall and one short, appeared. Good afternoon. Are those imps the wizards of fairy tale? Are the Panahu brothers, affiliated with the mercenary guild Southern Wolf? Brother Panahu, take that book back and kill them. Duke Aber immediately ordered. At this time, Lucy, who was addicted to books, discovered something. Naz, buy me some time, this book seems to be hiding some secrets. After Lucy finished speaking, she put on her glasses and read the book Sunrise more intently. Feng Yang's glasses, magic props produced by AI Xian, can read books at a speed of 232 times. Secret, can't you give in to the map of the treasure hidden in that book? Duke Aber thought so, and then ordered the Panahu brothers, change the strategy, that girl will be personally taken by my generation, the Panahu brothers, solve that kid. The Panahu brothers vs Naz, the battle is on the verge. Chapter 44. Come on, Fire Magister. That means you're ready to enlighten. Natsu grinned, lighting a flame in his hand, turning into black charcoal. Unfortunately, I didn't do that kind of awareness. The yin-yang head brother of the Panahu brothers pulled out an oversized pan from behind, because the one I am best at dealing with is the fire demon guide. After the trash talk before the battle officially began. The yin and yang head brother smashed the oversized pan in one hand. Natsu jumped and dodged the blow. With a snap, the oversized pan smashed to the ground, and the floor tiles were smashed to the point of flying debris. Just when Natsu thought to dodge, the clothes on his body were grabbed by another person, and he was thrown violently to the bookshelf, and the strong force made Natsu unabated, smashing the wall, and about to fly out of the corridor railing and fall downstairs. The yin and yang head brother chased Natsu out of the hole in the wall, and this time he held the oversized pan with both hands and slashed down at Natsu. Natsu, who was still in a flying state, stretched out his right hand, pressed it on the railing of the corridor, and dodged the blow with a backflip and landed on one knee smoothly. At this time, Natsu was still interested and said, "Is it okay to destroy the employer's home like this?" The yin-yang head brother also changed the topic with interest. "Do you know the weakness of the magic guide?" The bald pig-tailed man jumped down from the stairs and slammed the pan at Naz. "The so-called magic must be mastered and used by exercising intellectual and spiritual power, but the acquisition of magic causes the lack of physical exercise. In other words, we are doing physical exercise every day. Whether it's strength or speed, you can't match it. There used to be such a wizard who spent years learning the curse magic of shattering his opponent's bones. Which Magus faced him head-on, and before he cast a curse, he gave him a blow, and the person whose bones were shattered was the guy, and years of hard work were wiped out by this blow. The so-called magic guide, if there is no magic, even an ordinary person does not have the strength. Then again, you didn't hit me at all." Natsu stuck out his tongue and said with disdain. "So it is, his speed should not be underestimated, and it seems that he is also exercising normally. Brother, if you use that trick, he won't be able to dodge. Combined body technique, heaven and earth elimination killing method." The four-clawed hairstyle male brother of the Panahu brothers suddenly jumped up and stood on the large pan that the yin-yang head brother stretched straight out. As the yin and yang head brother flipped the pan upwards, the four-clawed hairstyle male brother jumped into the air with his strength. Natsu subconsciously looked at the sky, but was hit in the head by the yin and yang head brother taking the opportunity to hit a pan. Natsu gritted his teeth and looked at the yin and yang head, but was hit by the four-clawed hairstyle man who fell from the air, and with the blessing of heavy force, he directly knocked half of Natsu's body into the ground. This is the combined technique of the Panahu brothers, the heaven and earth annihilation killing method. The guy who can survive after eating this trick does not survive. Before the word "in" could be spoken, Natsu had already jumped up from the pit. And the look of jumping alive stunned the Panahu brothers. "What happened to the guy who survived?" asked Natsu with a cloudy breath and a sincere look. "Is this guy really a magister?" A huge flame struck the Panahu brothers, but the two smiled when they saw this. "Here it comes, fire magic. It's over, a special skill for the fire demon guide fireball cuisine." The yin and yang head held the pan and followed the incoming flames, and then counterattacked back with the increased power of this flame. Natsu bathed directly in a flame and unleashed new magic. The Panahu brothers, who had long thought that they had the chance to win, were directly knocked out fiercely, and after smashing into the wall, their eyes turned white and unconscious. "I don't know what happened to Lucy." The other side. "Lucy, stop reading, summon the star spirit." When Harpy saw Duke Aber who was approaching, he quickly hugged the other thigh beside him. "Naz, really, I can't even delay this time, but fortunately I have already read it." Lucy took off her glasses, her eyes filled with complexity. "Poya-he, since you've read it, tell me what you've discovered, and what is the secret of that book," said Duke Aber excitedly. "A guy like you will never discover the secrets of this book, let alone understand the value of this book. That book is my generation's thing, my generation's let Kemsario write it. Even if the book has secrets, it's my generation's thing. You coerced him into writing this book." So what? He is very wrong not to write, so I warned him that if he dared not to write, I would deprive all his relatives of their civil rights, and in the end the guy still wrote, but the content was too bad. This book, a guy like you is not qualified to own. Open it. Cancer's Doorway, Keisha. A man with scissors in both hands, 6 crab legs on his back, and a 2-pliers hairstyle on his head appeared. Here comes the crab. Harpy looked at this scene with his eyes shining. He must add crab at the end of the sentence, because he is a crab, right? Lucy, what kind of hairstyle shrimp are you going to cut today? The shrimp at the end of the sentence stunned Harpy, as if he had thought he had eaten a straight punch, but he was hit by a hook. Fight, beat that bearded old man to pieces. Open it, Virgo's door Balug. I saw that Duke Aber also cast the same star spirit magic as Lucy. Virago, take that book back. At this moment, everyone found Natsu grabbing Baelyuj's clothes and appearing with Baelyuj. How did you do it? Because this guy started moving, so I followed her, and then I didn't know. Natsu actually passed through the star spirit realm. How is this possible? Lucy, what am I going to do? Throw her aside. Lucy ordered, drawing the whip she was carrying. Oh! Natsu threw Baelyuj to the ground with an over-the-shoulder fall. After all, the strength of the star spirit is linked to the summoner, and as far as the magic power of Duke Aber is concerned, the summoned Baelyuj has no combat power at all. Lucy even whipped at Duke Aber, and Keisha cooperated in shaving all his hair, eyebrows, beard. The battle is over. Back at the client's villa, Lucy, who had already discovered everything, told the client the secret of the book. As the magic of the alt words in the book activates, the content of the book changes, and the book becomes a letter to Mr. Carby. Because the commission was not completed, Natsu decided not to receive payment for the mission. Although the mission was not successfully completed, it was regrettable. Chapter 45. After the incident of Duke Aber, since she did not earn compensation for the mission, Lucy turned her attention to other tasks. The bracelet that finds magic, the magic that lifts the cursed cane. I hope to use astrology to divinate love. It turns out that there are all kinds of commissions. Lucy looked at the task on the bulletin board and said in surprise, "If you have a job you want to do, you can tell me because the president is not there now." Myra said to the man hovering in front of the bulletin board. "Hey? Yes, really." Lucy looked at President Makarov at the bar, and there was no figure at all. Because there is a regular meeting, the president is not there for the time being. Myra explained to the new Lucy. Regular meetings. The guild presidents of the various places gather together for regular reports, but unlike the council, well, it should be a bit difficult to understand, right? Myra saw this and pulled out a light pen. AI Xian produces magic items, can write in the air, and now sells 72 colors on the market. Myra uses a stylus to write the organization of the wizarding world in the air. The 10 most authoritative members of the Council of Wizarding are connected to the government and are responsible for maintaining all order in the wizarding world. This body also adjudicates criminal wizards, and under them is the guild president who is responsible for communicating the decisions made in the council, coordinating the communication between local guilds and governing us. I didn't even know that there was communication between guilds. Collaboration between guilds is very important, and if you ignore this, I'm afraid the dark guys will come. Natsu suddenly appeared behind Lucy and shouted in fright. Lucy was caught off guard and was taken aback. However, the dark guys do exist, and the guilds that do not belong to this alliance are called the dark guilds. Then again, you're picking jobs quickly. Last time we picked it randomly, so this time it was Lucy's turn to pick. What a joke, of course our team is disbanded. Why? Love. As long as it's a blonde woman, anyone can. Lucy thought about the last mission and wanted to beat this guy. What are you talking about? Of course, but we chose Lucy because you're a good guy. Lucy was suddenly issued a good guy card with a speechless expression. Why, you don't have to force yourself to join a team with them. Gray said suddenly, I've heard that you've shown your skills, and now there must be so many people inviting you to form a team that you are upset. Lucy, if you don't form a love team with me, you and I will be both of you and me tonight. Seeing this, Loki also sent an invitation to Lucy, but this invitation was not right. Don't. You defeated the mercenary guild Southern Wolf and the gorilla-like woman, right? Gray didn't know where he heard the gossip and praised Lucy. It was all done by Natsu. So you bastard did it. Any opinion? Gray and Natsu, a good friend, immediately confronted each other. Then you just said I'm annoying, right? Annoying, you perverted bastard. The two began to fight each other passionately. While the two were fighting each other, Loki had already come to Lucy's body, put his hands on Lucy's shoulders, and began his own flirting. You are really beautiful, even through the sunglasses, that beauty shines very brightly. If you look with the naked eye, your eyes will definitely be blind. Forget it. With Lucy's movements, the sound of star spirit keys colliding on his waist caught Loki's attention. Oh, are you a star spirit magister? Loki panicked and moved away from Lucy. Fate is playing too much of a joke on me. Sorry, we'll stop there. After Loki finished speaking, he turned his head and ran outside the guild. What's wrong with him? Asked Myra next to her. Loki is not good at dealing with star spirit magisters. Anyway, it must be because of what happened with the girl before. During the conversation, Loki ran back in a panic, shouting at Natsu and Gray, Natsu, Gray, it's not good, Ilusha is back. Hearing the name Ilusha, the guild instantly quieted down, and even Natsu, who was not afraid of heaven and earth, did not dare to breathe. I saw a woman in armor walk in with a huge horn in her hand. I'm back, will the president be there? Asked Ilusha, putting down her giant horn. The president went to the regular meeting. AI. Miss Ilusha, that. It was the horn of the demon I was crusading, and the locals gave this to me as a decoration because I thought it was beautiful, so they took it back as a souvenir. Ilusha said with a smile, and suddenly changed her tone. Compared to this, you are causing trouble again. Even if the president forgives you, I will not forgive you. What's going on with this man? Lucy, who met Ilusha for the first time, couldn't describe the feeling. Ilusha is super strong. Harpy whispered. Bijita, go out and dance. Wakaba, Sud fell. Norbu, are you still dangling in front of the bulletin board? It's true, it's really worrying, I'm not going to say anything today. Obviously said a lot, Lucy complained in her heart. By the way, are Natsu and Gray there? Asked Ilusha. Oh. Okay, Ilusha. We're getting along very well today. Natsu and Gray hooked up, held hands, and responded with cold sweat on their faces, and Natsu even became like Harpy with a love sound. Yes, good friends sometimes quarrel, but I like the way you two get along like this. Ilusha said with a look of relief. Ilusha, the two of them are not good friends, they should be called good friends. A voice came from the second floor, it was Ai Xian, who had not appeared for a long time. When Natsu and Gray heard this, they dared to be angry and did not dare to speak. Don't ask, is that they were taught too much and too badly when they were children. Brother, I didn't expect you to be in the guild. Ilusha looked happy. Brother, was astonished by Lucy. Love, Ilusha is Ai Xian's sister. I just needed help with something and wanted to find Natsu and Gray. Since your brother is in the guild, then you can go out with me. The first time I saw Ilusha invite someone. Is this something terrible? The guild was all the talk. Since you said so, as an older brother, you can't refuse. Call Natsu and Gray together, let them fight, and Lucy, just to take Lucy to the world. At Ai Xian's suggestion, a whole new squad appeared. Chapter 46. Magnoria Station. Why do monsters like Elisha call AI Xian? And AI Xian even called us to fight. But why did AI Xian call you? If you really want to help, I will be enough alone. Then you go alone, I can't go, and I still catch up. Then you get out of here, and wait for AI Xian and Elisha to mix doubles. Seeing that the quarrel between the two had risen to fists and feet, Lucy, who couldn't stand it, quickly stopped it. This is a public place, don't argue. Really, how come you two have such a bad relationship? Lucy sighed helplessly. That's a sign of good relationships, Lucy. AI Xian suddenly appeared and answered. Who has a good relationship with him? Natsu and Gray said in unison. Bastard, don't learn me to speak. Look, who will believe if the relationship is not times good? Sorry for the long wait. It was Elisha who arrived. Elisha, who originally had to bring a large amount of luggage every time she went out to perform, since AI Xian made a storage ring with a large space for her, Elisha no longer saw a large amount of luggage when she went out on a mission. Elisha saw the blonde Lucy next to her and immediately greeted, "You are Lucy, I heard my brother mention you." "Hello, Miss Elisha, I recently joined the guild, please advise." Lucy bent down and bowed in respect. "I'm Elisha, please advise." On a slow-moving train. Natsu was pale, his limbs were weak, and he slumped uncomfortably in his seat. Natsu is really useless. Gray immediately mocked, "It's annoying to watch, go to another seat, you don't take the train and run. It's hard to do this every time." Lucy looked at the uncomfortable Natsu, a little sympathetic. This is a common disease of every dragon-slaying guide, the more powerful the dragon-slaying guide, the more serious the symptoms of stun vehicles. AI Xian explained from the side. "No, Laxus is not also a dragon slayer, I haven't seen him stun vehicles." Gray retorted, "It's Natsu's own problem, it's so useless." At this time, Natsu was so uncomfortable that he didn't even have the idea of beating Gray, and let Gray ride his face. You haven't teamed up with Laxus, so naturally you haven't seen him sick. When he was a child, he didn't bring a music player, but when he grew up, he brought it, because he alleviated the symptoms of motion sickness by listening to music, coupled with his amazing willpower, controlling facial expressions. Even if you occasionally see him riding in transportation, you can't see abnormalities. It is really because he feints the vehicle and does not want to be known by others, so he often acts alone to perform tasks. Even if he goes out with the Thor crowd, he will avoid taking the vehicle. AI Xian directly lifted the old bottom of Laxus. "Who is Laxus and is it also from the guild?" asked Lucy curiously. "Yes, the few S-rank wizards in the guild are powerful guys. By the way, in Fairy Tale, it seems that no one other than Natsu has been seen using magic." Lucy asked Elisha, "What kind of magic does Miss Elisha use?" "Elisha's magic is beautiful. There's a lot of blood, the opponent's blood. Nothing remarkable, I think Gray's magic is more beautiful," Elisha said. Gray clenched his right hand into a fist in the palm of his left hand, and immediately created a badge of a goblin's tail made of ice. "Ice, fire, that's why you can't get along." Lucy covered her mouth and smiled, while thinking that the two of them were too simple. How cute. "That doesn't matter. Okay, it's time to get down to business, Elisha." Gray said solemnly, "What is the matter? It must be a tricky thing for a powerful person like you to rely on the power of others." "That's right, I'll tell you." Elisha said slowly, "On the way back from my last job, I went to a bar where wizards gathered in omnibus, and there was a group of guys who made me very concerned." A wizard bar in Wonbus. At the wine table not far from Elisha sat four magisters. "Hey, the wine came too slowly." "Really, grinding? Piatu, don't yell like that. How can this make me not in a hurry? I finally found the hiding place of Lullaby, and it turned out that the seal was what the hell, I couldn't unlock it at all. Idiot, it's too loud. Well, noisy to death." Abominable. That magic seal can't be unlocked by a large number of people, I'll deal with it later, you guys go back to the guild first. Tell Mr. Elijah that I will definitely bring Lullaby back in 3 days. Do you know how to untie it? Lullaby. Is it sleeping magic or something? I don't know, but since it's sealed, I think it's very strong magic. Those guys were going to unlock the magic seal of unknown origin, but maybe it was their job, but nothing happened. That's what I thought at first, so I didn't take it to heart until I remembered the name Eli Gower, and I didn't think so much. Iron Forest's trump card, Eligary the god of death. Because the commissions he received were all assassination jobs, hence the name. Originally, the opinion of the Senate, which forbade assassination-type commissions, but Tetsunomori chose to look at the money. As a result, Iron Forest was expelled from the Wizards Guild Alliance 6 years ago, and now it is classified as the Dark Guild. As everyone chatted, the train also arrived at the station, and everyone chatted while getting off the train. So it is. I was too careless. If I had noticed the name Eligor at that time, I would have brought them all to the blood sacrifice. Yes, if it were just those guys present, Elisha would be able to handle it alone, but if you have to deal with an entire guild, those guys must be planning to do something if they want to get Lullaby's magic. I can't sit idly by, we're going to break into the Iron Forest. Although you guys had a good chat, Natsu still hasn't got off the train. Ai Xian suddenly reminded. Since you found out, why didn't you come down with Natsu? Asked Lucy in surprise. Oh, who knows? Ai Xian whistled and said nonchalantly. What a guy with a black belly. Chapter 47. Wonba Station. I forgot Natsu on the train because of the speech, and that guy is prone to motion sickness. It's my fault, anyway, beat me up first. Ilusa said. Well, it's obviously the reason why Ai Xian noticed not to remind him. That's it, hurry up and stop the train. Ilusa turned to the staff and said. What's going on? The staff looked confused about what had happened. The people in Fairy Tale are really like this, even Ai Xian is no exception. Lucy complained. Hey, I'm serious. Gray retorted. Where is the exhibitionist? Said Lucy unceremoniously. We're all for companions, I hope you understand. Ilusha still tried to convince the staff. Please don't be vexatious, I can't stop the train for a passenger who missed getting off. The staff righteously refused, while subconsciously blocking his body in front of the emergency stop signal. Unfortunately, this scene was seen by the sharp-eyed Ilusha, who waved her right hand and shouted, Harpy. Love. Waiting for the order, Harpy cast his winged magic, grew white wings and flew into the air, past the staff and pulled down the lever of the emergency stop signaler. I'm going to go after Natsu. Ilusa pulled out a magic carpet from the ring, then jumped up and beckoned everyone to come up. The flying magic carpet, produced by Ai Xian, is an essential prop for a magic guide who cannot fly magic to travel. When everyone was on the magic carpet, Ilusa entered a large amount of magic into the magic carpet, and the magic carpet was instantly activated and continuously accelerated, flying towards the train that was urgently stopped at a very fast speed. On the other side, on a moving train. Little brother, is anyone sitting here? A man with pineapple hair spoke to Natsu. At this time, Natsu was holding his chest with his hands on his chest, pale and panting, feeling that the slightest disturbance would break his balance. Oops! The pineapple-haired man sat directly across from Natsu and said, It looks so uncomfortable, it's okay. Even if Natsu didn't respond, the pineapple-haired man still said to himself, Fairy Tale, regular guild, what a envy. Speaking of Fairy Tale, Myra is very famous, and occasionally sees her in magazines, very beautiful. Also, although I don't know the name, but I heard that there is a new cute girl in your guild? Do you know her? There are many cute girls in the regular guild, I really envy our guild is not feminine at all, you give us a little. Just kidding. The pineapple-headed man, who was originally kind-looking, directly changed his face, raised his foot and kicked directly towards Natsu's face, and then stepped on Natsu's face with his foot and said gloomily, "Why, ignore people, you are discriminating against the Dark Guild." Hey, used the last bit of strength in his body, Natsu slapped away the pineapple-headed man's smelly feet, and said weakly, You. Et. Dry. Oh, finally spoken. Fairy tale is really, it's too eye-catching, right? Because it's a regular guild, it's a really hot guy. The pineapple-headed man said gloomily, "Do you know what we call leprechaun tails? Slap the fly." The pineapple-headed man patted Natsu's head again and said with a smile, "Bastard." Natsu endured the discomfort of motion sickness and stood up abruptly and shouted, "Oh, do you want to fight?" Natsu burned his hands and was about to punch the guy in front of him, but a violent vomiting sensation hit. Woohoo! The magic was interrupted, and the flame in his hand was extinguished. Hee ha, what kind of magic are you? Seeing this scene, the pineapple head sat down in his seat and laughed. That's how magic is used. As soon as the words fell, a fist formed by shadows rose from the ground and hit Natsu hard in the jaw, knocking Natsu out. The pineapple-headed man saw Natsu's embarrassed look and laughed again. Hee ha 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 ha. Just then, the train braked suddenly. People and things in the car were scattered all over the place. What's going on? Emergency stop. Natsu no longer felt the vomiting sensation of motion sickness and was instantly revived with blood. The pineapple head saw the skull magic flute that fell out, and cold sweat broke out. I saw it. It's noisy, you guy did a lot of action just now. Natsu's right hand burned with flames, and then directly punched the pineapple-headed man in the face. This is a return gift. The pineapple-headed man was knocked out, rolled several times in a row, smashed the carriage, and flew into the second carriage. Fly fist. Natsu taunted with a disdainful look. You kid. Pretended to be beaten instead, which made the pineapple head very angry. When the big speaker in the carriage began to broadcast, "It has been confirmed that Feng Kei's emergency stop is due to the wrong news, and the train will leave immediately. I am very sorry for the inconvenience caused to all passengers." When Natsu heard that the car was about to leave, he suddenly felt bad, and quickly picked up the package above and prepared to leave. He didn't want to experience the feeling of motion sickness again. Don't try to escape. The pineapple-headed man shouted angrily, I won't just give up on the iron forest for sale, dead fly. After speaking, he wiped the blood from his nose with his right hand. I also remember your bastard's face, and you actually looked down on fairy tale. Natsu put the package on his back and said with an angry face, next time I will be out there. After that, the train had already started to start, and Natsu forced himself to vomit, quickly smashed the glass next to the carriage, and jumped out. But the train drove a powerful airflow that pushed Natsu straight back. At this moment, a pair of strong and powerful big hands pulled Natsu, but under the strong force, the two flew out together, and then smashed the ground. Lucy, you see, that's the great key. Friendship. Ai Xian said with a smile, if it weren't for deep feelings, how could you risk such a big risk to reach out, you say? Lucy nodded in agreement and subconsciously agreed with Ai Xian's statement. Naz, Gray, it's okay. At this time, only Alusha cared about the two of them. It hurts. Look at the good work you've done, Natsu. Because of the impact just now, I have amnesia. Who are you guys? Hearing Alusha's words, everyone also came to care about the injuries of the two. Harpy, Alusha, Ashen and Lucy, it was too much to abandon me. Hey, you have selective amnesia according to your own convenience. Gray had a black line on his face. It's important that you're okay. Alusha reached out and rested Natsu's head on her hard armor, and Natsu was injured again. How could I be okay? I got entangled in a strange guy on the train, he seemed to say something iron. It. Sen. Chapter 48. You idiot! Ilusha directly punched Natsu again. Natsu was injured again, still in the hands of his own people, and was knocked out several meters away. What we are chasing is the iron forest. Ilusha crossed her hands at her waist and said angrily. Who knows? Natsu was speechless. He was forced to vomit on the train. Where was the mind to listen? He's still on that train, and now he's chasing him. Ilusha jumped onto the flying magic carpet, motioned for everyone to come up, and then asked Natsu, what are his characteristics? Natsu suddenly thought of something, a skull with a skull-like flute and 3 eyes. What? That guy's funny is really weird. That flute is the magic of lullaby, the spell death. Cursing is one of the forbidden spells, and lullaby, as its name suggests, is the black magic that delivers death curses to the person who casts it, and the spell is more terrifying than that. On the other side, Kolaki Station. When the train arrives at Kolaki Station, Arigar takes control of the train with members of the Iron Forest carrying a scythe. The passengers and drivers all got off the train, and this train belongs to Tetsunomori. The passengers and drivers on the train heard the name of the Dark Guild, and immediately ran down from the train in a panic, not even caring about their luggage. Even the octogenarian lady on crutches walked sharper than usual. I've heard you'll be coming back on this train, I'm already getting impatient, Kageyama. I've already unsealed that seal. Kageyama said proudly, not forgetting to hand the flute with the 3-eyed skull to Eligor. This is it. Is this the forbidden magic spell? Said Eligoil holding the flute and looking curiously. Ooh! It's worthy of little Kaga. So the plan is perfect. The members of the Iron Forest Guild said excitedly. This flute was originally nothing more than a curse prop, but the Great Dark Magus Jelf allowed it to evolve into a higher level Great Magic Flute, really, causing such a terrible thing. Anyone who hears the sound of this flute will be cursed, and this is collective spell-killing magic, mantra. Let's get started, the battle plan is on. Ilusha controlled the flying magic carpet to reach Kolaki Station at great speed. At this time, the Kolagi Station was already under martial law by the army. Many passengers explained the situation to the military personnel. A group of men with large scythes suddenly broke in. I know, those guys are from the Dark Guild in this neighborhood. I left the buying and selling tools more important than my wife on the train. There was a noise of talking everywhere. Those people hijacked the train. Lucy heard a strange message from the crowd's conversation. It seems to be. It's understandable if it's a carriage or a boat, but the train can only walk on the tracks, and even if it is hijacked, it is not good. But the train is fast, is there anything they have to do in such a hurry? Collective spell magic, if that kind of thing is in Eligoli's hands. Ilusha couldn't imagine what kind of scene would happen. Damn, what is the purpose of those guys? What was originally a regular guild suddenly became a dark guild that everyone shouted at, and it could no longer receive task commissions, and all this was decided by the leaders of each guild. Ai Xian said unhurriedly, and today happens to be the time when the old men are holding a regular meeting. And all the leaders of the guild alliance have gathered together. So Iron Forest's goal is to grow them. Wouldn't they be dangerous, sir? Natsu shouted as soon as he stood up, then moved to the edge of the flying magic carpet and vomited. Ilusha, Gray, and Lucy looked worried, and Ilusha increased the magic output of the flying magic carpet, wanting to intercept the guy of the Iron Forest as soon as possible. Although Ilusha and Gray are well aware of the strength of the guild leader, they are chaotic when they care, and the spell magic like lullaby is caught off guard, and Rao is a powerful wizard who must also be hit. Ilusha, go directly to Kobo, and wait for them at the meeting place of the president. Ai Xian ordered, since you have already guessed their purpose, there is no need to continue chasing, and it may not be able to catch up. Okay. Ilusha immediately changed direction, not caring at all whether Ai Xian would guess wrong. This is the trust between the guild partners. On the hijacked train. Well, just on this train, what a nonsense. Elijah grinned, and then with a wave of his hand, 2 small wind blades slashed through Kageyama's ears, directly cutting off 2 pieces of flesh. The members of the Iron Forest were frightened by Eligoer's actions and swallowed. Kageyama crouched down in pain and covered his injured ear. I shouldn't have noticed. Ignoring Kageyama's pained look, Eligoer worried only that his plans would not be disrupted. Even if that fly notices, the plan won't stop, will it? Kageyama said with strong pain. Of course, but I don't want to be hindered, got it, said Eligoer with a calm face. Flies, some forests can't let them fly. Soon, the train arrived at Ashibana Station. At this time, many army members had gathered in the station, waiting for the Iron Forest and his group. As soon as the train entered the station, the army had already surrounded the train. However, a small part of the army had no backhand in front of an entire wizard guild, and the entire army was quickly wiped out. The members of the Iron Forest occupy Ashibana Station, waiting for the arrival of the flies. After a while, Eligoer couldn't wait. Are you sure you saw the flies? An impatient Eligoer fired directly at Kageyama. Kageyama, who was caught off guard, was directly bruised by the wind blade and soon became a bloody man. Eligoer also grasped the proportions, although it looked scary, but it was all skin trauma, and the blood could be stopped quickly, without losing combat effectiveness. Forget it, don't wait. Eligoer and the members of the Iron Forest continued to ride the train to Kobo Station, passing through the Grand Creek Valley, directly destroying the railroad tracks above the Grand Canyon and blocking traffic to and from Kobo Station. At this time, Elisha and the others had arrived in the city of Kobo and waited for the arrival of the Iron Forest. Chapter 49. Kobo City, the venue of the regular meeting of the Union of Local Guild Presidents. Makarov, it's nice that the wizards of your guild are very lively. Bob, the president of the Cyan Pegasus, said to Makarov, I heard that they beat someone in power to the ground. Wow, this is our newcomer Lucy's masterpiece, especially the are amazing. Makarov, who had drunk a lot of alcohol, said drunkenly, not caring about the identity of the guild leader at all, and came with his mouth open. Fortunately, all around are old friends for many years, all familiar with Makarov's nature. It's a good thing, but don't you think you're doing too much, said Goldman, the leader of the Four Hounds, pouring cold water on Makarov. There are people in the council who are always worried about whether your fairy tale is going to destroy a city one day. Okay, then come on, let me be knocked out of Lucy's chest. At this time, Makarov was already incoherent, and his drunken state revealed his essence of the ghost. Really, how can you attack the magic guide of your own guild? While the presidents were chatting, a magic carrier pigeon flew into the venue with a letter, came behind Makarov and shouted, President Makarov, the letter sent to you by Miss Myra has arrived. Makarov heard the voice, turned his head suspiciously, took the magic letter and opened it directly. At this time, Myra's image emerged from the letter and said, President, you have worked hard. Makarov immediately showed off the beautiful wizards in his guild to the leaders around him. How about it? Most of the presidents around had pink hearts in their eyes, worthy of being the president who befriended Makarov, and they were all people along the way. At this time, the image of Myra in the magic letter continued to report, during the period when you were out, Elusa actually formed a team with Natsu and Gray, of course, Lucy and Harpy, and the most incredible thing is that Ai Xian also joined. I think this is the strongest squad of fairy tale. I felt the need to report to you, so thank you for the letter, and that's it. Every time Myra's image said a word, Makarov's face shed more sweat, and in this situation, Makarov, who was originally drunk, was instantly stimulated by this news. Makarov, who listened to the whole news, fell to the ground stunned, even the clown hat that has not been separated for many years fell off, and the presidents immediately stepped forward to care when they saw Makarov like this. And Makarov had only one thought in his head, what is this called, they can really destroy a city, and even a country. The meeting will end today, and I will be able to go back tomorrow. Don't make any mistakes during this time. Please. Kobo Station. Eligor led the members of the Iron Forest to reach Kobo Station by hijacking the train. At this time, there were no passengers and staff at Kobo Station, and only the AI Xian team was left waiting for them. Although it has been guessed that Eligor's goal is the leader of each guild, he can't wait for the arrival of the Iron Forest at the regular meeting of the local guild leader alliance, which affects the communication between the guild leaders to some extent. In addition, the Iron Forest hijacked the train, and if you want to reach the city of Kobo, you will first arrive at the Kobo railway station. So everyone arrived at the Kobo railway station and waited for the members of the Iron Forest Guild. And the army, which has long received the news, has completely imposed martial law on the Kobo railway station, evacuating the surrounding passengers and staff. In the end, under the friendly exchange between AI Xian and the others, the burden of this battle was handed over to Fairy Tail, and they were responsible for the final arrest. Sure enough, Iron Forest. Ilusha pointed to the man in front and said, "You are Irigoil. Looks like you've been waiting for a long time, flies, just here to solve you." Elijah looked at the people in front of him with a look of prey. "Hey, that Miss Armor. So it was you who exposed our plans. Flies, blame you guys." The bloody Kagajima looked at the people of Fairy Tail with resentful eyes, knowing that his own injuries were caused by Eligor, but he did not dare to resent Eligol, but turned his target to the weak. "We already know your purpose, let's get it up, Eligoil, but we can't let you bastards affect the guild leader. It's a purge for fools who don't know that others have been stripped of their rights, but are still loudly advocating for the right to preserve their own lives." Erigel rode the wind and said condescendingly, "This sin, which is clearly living in this unfair world but does not know it, will be punished by me, the god of death. Even if you do this, the rights cannot be restored, and you have already done wrong, which is hopeless." Lucy couldn't listen anymore and immediately refuted. "It's all come to this point, what I want is not power, but power. As long as you have power, you can erase everything in the past and dominate the future." Eligoil said, "Do it, fix these flies." When Kagajima heard this, he immediately jumped out to respond to Eligol's order and said unashamedly, "Unfortunately, flies, before the Dark Ages come, you will all die." Kagajima supported the ground with one hand, and a shadow instantly spread out from the ground, condensing into a fist and launching the first attack towards the crowd of Fairy Tail. "This voice, it's really you guy." Natsu defeated the shadow fist with a simple fist of flame, grinning, "This time it's a land battle." The members of Fairy Tail and the members of the Iron Forest faced each other. "The rest is up to you, I'll play the flute. Let these flies who do not measure themselves taste the dark power of the Iron Forest." Erigel believed in the combat power of his guild members, and directly rode the wind, broke the glass on the top floor, and flew away from the Kobo train station. "Don't run away, Eligoli." When Ilusha saw this scene, she immediately commanded, "Natsu, Gray, you two go after it. If you two work together, you will definitely be able to defeat Eligor. That's it for me and Lucy. Eligor is going to the regular meeting to blow the mantra, and we are going to stop him no matter what." Natsu and Gray immediately turned into good friends and replied shoulder to shoulder, "Of course." The two hooked up and chased after Eligor. Chapter 50. The two men fled. "They're trying to go after Eligoil, aren't they?" Ray Yule, a member of the Iron Forest, shot a large amount of bandages from his hand, and the bracket hanging above swung in pursuit of Natsu and Gray. "I'll go too, I won't let that red-haired imp go." Kagayama pressed his palm to the ground, and the whole person turned into a shadow and fled into the ground. Really, Ray-Yul and Kagayama are simply too belligerent. Obviously it is more fun to play with the two sisters. Piatu, a member of the Iron Forest, complained. "They're tactical, you're weak. Karika, a member of the Iron Forest, retorted. Once we've solved them, we'll catch up. Ilusa said to Lucy. Good. Lucy pulled out her keys, ready to fight. Then I'll help you. Ai Xian, who was behind the two, said casually. Hey, do you mean to let the two of us fight in front? No way, I'm an assistant, of course, I want to silently support you behind your back. Ai Xian immediately cast a spell on Ilusa and Lucy. Lucy felt the enhancement of her full attributes, and also admired the magic of Ai Xian's magic. Such assistance is really loved. That man is an auxiliary, just two women, how capable can it be? Hearing Ai Xian and Lucy's conversation, the members of the Iron Forest were even more disdainful. But both of them are so cute. It's a shame to kill. Catch them and sell them. Wait, let's see their strip show first. All kinds of obscenities came out of the mouths of the members of the Iron Forest. Being too cute is also a problem. Lucy said narcissistically. Hubby next to him flew up and shook Lucy. Lucy, wake up. If you insult Fairy Tale like this again, I can't guarantee that you will see the sun tomorrow. Ilusa conjured a sword in her hand and pointed it at the members of the Iron Forest and responded domineeringly. Conjured up a sword. Lucy, who had seen Ilusa's magic for the first time, looked curious. This is the magic sword. What's so strange about that? We are many magic swordsmen. Peel off that armor. The members of the Iron Forest surged towards Ilusa with various magic swords in their hands. Ilusa rushed over with the magic sword in her hand, and the small broken steps tossed between the members of the Iron Forest, wielding the magic sword neatly, cutting blood marks on the members of the Iron Forest. Ilusa, who was surrounded by the encirclement, also spun around unhurriedly, drawing a circle while knocking out the guys who surrounded her, so that the members of the Iron Forest had no resistance. Che, give you a taste of my long-distance magic. Since you can't fight in close combat, use long-range attacks. One of the Iron Forest gathered mana in the palm of his left hand, ready to cast a magic bullet. Ilusa noticed this, and the magic sword in her hand was instantly replaced by a spear, and a beautiful turn and whip interrupted its magic, and the force transmitted from the spear directly broke the ribs on her body. Gun. Ilusa replaced her spear with a double sword, showing a new combat aesthetic. Axe again. How did this woman change clothes so quickly? Change clothes? Lucy heard the new term, and was suddenly curious. Hubby next to him explained without hesitation, the principle of using the magic sword is very similar to your star spirit, that is, calling for weapons stored in other spaces. Dressing refers to changing weapons. That's awesome. Ilusa's real power is just beginning now. Harpy said proudly. There are so many people, it's too slow, kill you all at once. The basic armor on Ilusa's body has been transformed into a new set of armor, the armor of the Celestial Wheel. Harpy continued, magic swordsmen usually fight by changing weapons, but Ilusa fights by transforming magic armor that can improve her abilities. This is Ilusa's magic, Night. Fly, my sword. Sword of the Cycle. The magic sword suspended behind Ilusa Heavenly Wheel armor automatically flew out and attacked the surrounding members of the Iron Forest, and in one move, all the members of the Iron Forest were destroyed, and only Karika, who was hiding in the distance, escaped. You can't be wrong, she is the strongest woman in Fairy Tale, known as Ilusa of the Fairy Queen. After Karika recognized Ilusa, she ran away without looking back. Lucy, chase, don't let him run. Ilusa said a little tiredly, please. Although with the assistance of Ai Xian, coupled with Ilusa's own strength, there is no need to make a second move to fight these members of the Iron Forest, but there are too many members of the Iron Forest, so many people standing still and letting people cut is a very tiring thing, not to mention that Ilusa used the flying magic carpet to consume too much mana before. Lucy took Harpy and chased Karika. On the other side, after Natsu and Gray moved away from Ilusa's sight, the two quarreled again. Let's both work together, what are you kidding? Ice and fire are inherently incompatible, impossible. Ilusa was simply too willful, and she made her own claims every time. I'll do it myself, said Natsu and Gray in unison, don't grab it with me. The two came to a fork in the road during their argument. Over there. Wouldn't it be okay to go in two ways? The two dispersed. Gray went straight down the road, and suddenly a large number of bandages shot from above and attacked Gray's head. Gray, who had already noticed it, jumped sideways and dodged the blow. Kill everyone who gets in the way of our plans. Raoul attacked again, the bandage wrapped around his right hand like an arm's finger. Gray created a huge block of ice in front of him to block the bandage's attack. Raoul couldn't hit a blow, and once again controlled the bandage to attack, although it looked powerless, but each bandage hit the ground will smash a pit. Gray, with his strong fighting qualities, dodged directly in these bandages, and then grabbed a flaw in Raoul, and went up to kick a big foot in the jaw, kicking it out, with such force that it even broke through the wall. Gray stepped forward and pinched Raoul's head and asked, "Where did Eligor run?" "It's too late for you, almost Eligor's magic wind wall should have been launched, and you who are trapped can't stop Eligor at all." Raoul laughed maniacally, "Ha ha ha, let those old men who don't know anything listen to the mantra, defeat them easily, and Eligor will definitely be able to do it easily. This is all revenge for the harm done to us in the past, let me all disappear. I will stop you, and I will make you regret that you dare to touch our boss." A large amount of ice instantly condensed on Gray's hand, freezing Raoul's entire person. "Remember, there are more terrifying beings in the world than your dark guild.